Chapter 21. Show us your badge. Suda POV. Finally leaving that godforsaken cathedral, Suda shielded his gaze from the overbearing golden sunlight bathing down over him. The outdoor sun sat at the pinnacle of the azure heavens deep above. He basked briefly in the scorching familiar jewel ever presented in all worlds. But he felt as close to the sun here as he had ever felt in his entire life. This heat feels overbearing. What kind of place is this? Despite his memory loss, that thought didn't seem far-fetched for some reason. He had been outside for less than a minute and already found it hard to breathe, his clothes clinging unnaturally to his slender frame and his breaths were slightly laboring. Suda glanced around, noting how the others seemed unaffected by the oppressive heat, as if they possessed some internal cooling mechanism in their bodies. In his quest for respite away from the harsh conditions, he noticed a line of sleek black carriages arranged in near-perfect formation along a dusty road, cutting through the rigid sandy terrain. The disheveled and sickly-looking individuals were hurrying into these elegant carriages, a sight Shoba found peculiar, especially given the circumstances. Before boarding, Suda briefly counted 5 of these vehicles, each drawn by a pair of robust-looking horses with heavy, well-groomed coats. The transition from their departure from the temple to boarding the carriages happened swiftly, a clear sign that the organizers were eager to send them all back to wherever they had come from. Hobbleton, Suda reminded himself, recalling the name mentioned by that man with a dandy mustache. It seemed to be a place for the less fortunate, evident from the stark differences in clothing and appearance of the large group Suda mixed with. We are the poor, and they are the rich, that much I can tell, he thought, rubbing the tip of his nose in deep thought. After a while he heaved a heavy sigh, scratching his head in mild frustration. His body's reactions to random thoughts puzzled him, as if deep down he understood his annoyance at being poor, yet his memories did not explain why. Suda was certain he needed a lengthy rest after all of these crazed and swirling thoughts. Leaning gently against the carriage door, the warm outdoor sun bathed him in liquid gold, making his brown skin shimmer magically. He traced the tiny black hairs along his arm, lost in thought about what awaited him at their destination. He hoped Hobbleton would offer more answers than questions. I've woken up in a foreign world with no memories? Suffice to say, something has caused this, something bigger than what I could imagine. Also, I most certainly have memories of another world. It's vague, but I know things which I'm assured I won't find here. To distract himself, Suda turned his attention to the scenery outside. Beyond their carriage stretched a sea of majestic greenery, with clusters of forest entrances and tall trees crowned with dense foliage. Occasionally, they passed through winding roads cut through the forests. Suda spotted unusual feathered creatures in the treetops and a large-eyed, blue-furred creature that watched Suda curiously before retreating into the shadows. Beautiful, Suda whispered. This place truly was quite spectacular to see. His whisper wasn't as quiet as he thought, evidenced by a soft chortle from his right-hand side. Turning a little, Suda finally took a closer look at his travel companions. Until now, his mind had been so preoccupied that he had ignored them completely. Seated opposite to him sat a tall, silver-haired elder with gray eyes flecked with gold. His expression was vacant, but his build was rather firm and sturdy, like a seasoned knight. Next to him, a young man with short, tawny wavy hair, his beige tunic marred by grime and soot, his fingernails caked with dirt. He continued humming to himself since the start of their departure. And then the source of the chortle, a robust-looking man with brown shaggy hair, wearing ragged clothes and a sleeveless tunic that revealed coarse arm hair. His eyes, slightly bloodshot and forever narrowed it seemed, hinted at weariness and a demeanor far from friendly. Suda turned to the man next to him, who wore an ugly smirk as he spoke to him. Think this place is beautiful? The rough-sounding man said. What's lovely about this world? Is it being forced to fight someone else's wars we had no hand in causing? Or watching kids starve to death on the streets? Or perhaps maybe being carted away across the damn plains against our will to partake in some kind of awakening ceremony we had no business with? Dreams are for the fortunate. And we, kid, are the unfortunate ones. Suda wasn't sure what to quite to say to that. That's quite the dark poetry there, old man. Sigh, let me guess. I've managed to secure the one carriage filled with the crazies. By the gods, old man, ha ha ha. Do you ever have anything kind to say? We get it. You hate everything about anything. The royals ruined your life. Blah, blah. Change the record a little. Suda followed the voice, belonging to the young man seated opposite from the rough-talking fellow beside him, a slightly handsome face, with pleasant features and a slim build. Why, you little, growled the hairy-armed fellow beside him. Hey, don't shoot the messenger. I'm merely saying what everyone else is probably thinking. The younger-looking fellow turned toward the old man seated beside him. Ain't that right, old fogey? Suda suddenly became attentively aware at this point concerning the mysteriously quiet old man, who hadn't uttered a single word time since their journey had started. However, the old man remained tight-lipped in response to the question. Instead, a subtle yawn lazily escaped from his mouth, before he placed an empty gaze towards Suda in particular. Beneath his expressionless gaze, Suda naturally felt uncomfortable, so he shifted awkwardly against the firm seat beneath him, trying to divert his attention elsewhere. Why's he staring so much? He better not be weird. I've had enough of weird for one morning. Only, the silent elder leaned in closer, startling Suda, who was forced to sway back against the carriage seat. He wasn't quite sure what he was expecting, but he was dutifully surprised by what he did see next. The silent elder held out his open palm towards him. What Suda saw next left his eyes widening with deep shock. A brilliant sparkle of white particles appeared, with sparkling tiny glimmers of a glass-like substance beginning to form. What started as a full circle quickly transformed into a very recognizable shape of a badge? Suda said to himself, watching what was obviously a badge slowly materialize into existence. The moment those glittering lights faded, Suda found himself staring at a palm-sized chrome badge bizarrely hovering like magic just above the elder's outstretched hand. In the back of his mind, he had somewhat expected to encounter strange moments like this. His memory was still a hazy fog, and the awakening ceremony had already taught him that this world wasn't as normal as it first seemed. Still, he couldn't help sitting there surprised as he watched was some kind of magic trick he deduced. The elder seemed to move the badge closer towards Suda, allowing him to see what was written against it. To Suda's surprise, it resembled something out of a role-playing game. Name: hidden. Age: 68. Race: human. Rank: B. Skill set: silver swordsman stance, swift blade, assassin's grin, silent lament, cut, bloody spill, savaging howl, hidden, 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 hidden. Hidden. Affinity: silver wind. Curse of annihilation, dread of silence. Status: hidden, dread of silence. See curse of what? Suda muttered, deeply lost at what he was reading. His bewildered gaze lifted to meet the old man's vacant gaze. He felt a chilling force almost penetrating his mind, as if those empty eyes could see right through his questioning thoughts. In response, the elder merely gawked at him with these immovable, chilling eyes for a little while longer. There was something untold shared between them both within that very moment, a cold chill running subtly against the nape of Suda's neck. And a single thought surfaced across his mind soon enough. This man is dangerous. Whoa, chrome badge and AB rank. Well, I'll be damned, old-timer. Ha ha ha, that's pretty impressive, the rough-talking brute beside him exclaimed. Unlike him, the younger-faced man seated next to the old man had a troubled expression as he stared blankly at the old man's hand. B rank? Whistles H, how the hell did they let you leave then? The young man held a distrusting look as he asked the mute elder. The old man ignored the noises and twisted his head to one side, smiling broadly towards the duo before returning his icy blue gaze to his front. More oddly enough, right into the eyes of the uncomfortable seated Suda again, ignoring his very unsettling stare and the need for me to run away shouting stranger danger. That was pretty cool how he did that. So those badges carry information against them. This is becoming way too much of a coincidence. Did I get transmigrated into some type of game? Or is this one long and disastrous dream I'm having? C rank? B rank? S rank? Suda began cycling through these rankings he had been hearing about recently, wondering how strong the arrogant boy's power was compared to the old man. Strangely, he couldn't shake the feeling that the old man might be so dangerous that even the S-rank boy would stand no chance against him. I guess it's just like most things. It's not the size of the hammer, but how you use it. He found reason with the questions swirling around his thoughts. The silent old man suddenly drew his face closer to Suda's again. The boy instinctively recoiled away in horror, then noticed the cheerful smile resurfacing against his face once more, which made him arch one of his brows in curiosity as he observed the clear fountain grayish eyes staring at him with this placidness that somehow told him he wasn't a threat to him. He doesn't seem that dangerous now that I think about it. He's kind of friendly looking when he smiles. But he needs to stop coming so close. Glancing downward, he saw that the old man was making a gesture with his hand, as if trying to convey something. However, he wasn't exactly sure what he was supposed to see. Then the old man started pointing to his open palm and stretched his hand towards Suda. Annoyingly enough, the elder refused to give up, repeating the same movements over and over again until the burly-shaped fellow beside him had grown tired of the spectacle. He wants to see your badge, kid. Stop torturing the poor sod and show him, for goodness sake. Suddenly, Suda felt like he had a light bulb moment. Oh right, the badge thing he did. Wait. Does he expect me to do that too? Sigh. This is like the mana thing all over again. However, he found himself furrowing his brows in deep thought, trying to figure out how to conjure that badge, just like the old man had done. Can I even do that? I don't remember receiving a badge, but maybe it happened before I lost my memories. How weird. I guess it's worth a shot. Eventually, he nervously held his hand out with his flat palm facing upwards, attempting to figure out what might trigger any response. After a while, an awkward silence ensued, and he turned towards the rough-talking brute beside him once more, his gaze resembling that of a naive child unsure of what to do next. By the goddess, kid, where did they find you? Beneath a distant rock or something? Here, you focus a little bit of mana against your palm and think about summoning the badge. It's simple. It sounded simple when it was put in such a way, but it still didn't make it any less difficult for someone who had no idea how to channel this strange thing called mana. Flashes of his embarrassment back at the cathedral started giving him a slight feeling of anxiety. Hey, kid, don't overthink it, chimed in the younger-looking man seated beside the elder. Some of us are indeed less fortunate than others. Look, try this. Close your eyes and think about what it feels like to feel the blood throughout your body. I know how is that even possible, right? But how about this? If I asked you to try picturing what it feels like to feel your heart beating if you concentrated enough. I imagine you could do this. Well, channeling mana works the same way. Concentrate, listen to your heartbeat, find its rhythm, and then you should feel something else beside it. Something somewhat dense, like a tiny diamond. Focus on that feeling, and then follow what it does. Try and feel it. Go on, give it a go. Suda held his reserves on whether or not he could perform that, but he thought, what the heck? He followed the advice and firmly closed his eyes. It took him a short while to find a steady breath, closely after he could feel his heartbeat gently pulsing throughout his entire body. Okay, concentrate, feel something dense, something besides my heart. Wait, I can feel it. Is that? It's strange. It's like my heart beats but passes through this hard stone inside of my chest. It's more uncomfortable than anything, but I can feel it. Something else besides my heart. Good. I think you've sensed it, haven't you? Now then, try and focus on that hard stone. Think about what it would feel like if a warm current started to move away from the stone and into your body, and try and picture it moving, like thin strands of webs. A very thin ravine moving throughout your body, along your arms into the palm of your hand. Hey, don't you think that's a little much? You expect a newbie to grasp sensing mana straight off the back? Bloody lunatic, bemoaned the brute beside him, obviously feeling some type of way that his shouting had no effects. Ignore that interruption, kid. Some of us have no manners. But focus, stay focused on my words, and try to follow. Once you feel that warm feeling traveling from your gut into your palm, will the badge into existence. Suda made the most uncomfortable face he could while focusing intently on the open space against his hand. He didn't have a single clue what this mana thing was, but amid his swirling thoughts and the guidance of that helpful fellow, he started to feel something unusual moving through his arm. It's like he can feel the flow of something other than blood through his veins, something cooler and more responsive to his thoughts. Perhaps this is mana? Before he could ask the fellow another question, a series of sparkling particles formed over his palm. Aha, how well would you take a look at that? We have ourselves an exceptionally quick learner. The young-faced man spoke with an earnest smile. That's pretty impressive, kid. You sure you ain't done this beforehand? The skeptical brute beside him asked. Ahaha, well, what do you know? I did it. A wave of excitement washed over him. This felt like he had accomplished something as basic as learning how to walk for the first time. Nonetheless, it was a triumph worthy of praise. Suda felt genuinely excited about accomplishing this. It's like he just performed a magic trick, although it would have been helpful if he figured this out during that awakening ceremony. What a strange world this is, he reminded himself, patiently waiting for the conjured lights to complete the outline of the badge they were forming. It was a little slower than the old man, but he enjoyed watching the light show taking place. However, his eyes slightly narrowed, unsure about what he was supposed to be looking at once the glittering particles started to fade. First of all, unlike the chrome and rather regal-looking badge the old man conjured, Suda's badge wasn't chrome or regal-looking at all, but rather a dark, ghostly background with a smoky violet outline around it. There's also this unmistakable cloudy darkness simmering from it, the likes of which sent goosebumps crawling along his skin. He's not the only one who noticed the abnormality of his badge, of course, feeling all the seated fellows draw an extra closer towards him. Whoa, now that's something I've never seen before, kid, said the younger-faced man who was helpful before. Yeah, kid. What's your deal? Pretty strange badge if you ask me. And why are there a bunch of weird symbols around your abilities? You some kind of freak? Remarked the rough-talking man beside him, who started to shift a little further away. Freak? He can talk with those hairy arms of his. Suda scowled towards the man before shaking his head and refocusing on the badge he conjured. But what Suda couldn't deny was that his badge did seem rather ominous. He peered closer at the contents formed on the badge itself. A slight surprise drew against his face. Name: Rado Suda. Ah, so that's my name, right? Suda. Huh? Has a familiar ring to it. Age: 16. Race: human.
Rank E.
Skill set: affinity. Status: memory partially sealed by divine grace. Crap. And maybe I am the demonic 1 foot. Chapter 22, 22. A journey worth 1,000 sails. Suda POV. Whilst their journey progressed, the carriage that had once been shrouded in a frigid silence was now buzzing with animated conversation. Suda, somewhat reluctantly, found himself at the heart of this transformation after unveiling his mysterious badge out in the open. Unknowingly, it had spurred a lengthy debate about these mysterious adventurer badges between the duo beside and opposite him. The badge itself was no ordinary object, he came to understand. It appeared not only at one's command, but also seemed to encapsulate one's entire skills, personal details, and even hidden secrets. To achieve one, you would have had to go through what was called an awakening, usually carried out at one of those poxy cathedrals he woke up inside of before. Those white-silked priests he saw earlier were actually part of a group known as the Order of Golden Dawn. They had ties to the royal family and held a lot of power around these parts. When the young-faced fellow described them, Suda noticed a mixture of reverence and anger laced in his voice. You usually have 2 awakenings during your lifetime. Suda was surprised to find out that those who were considered more talented could shield certain parts of their adventurer badges from being shown to the world. This explained why he could discern those hidden icons on the elder's badge. So all of this is supposed to be the handiwork of that so-called goddess I saw in the cathedral. It's strange, he pondered deeply to himself. The way talent is defined and measured to determine one's rank appears to be a critical aspect of this society, especially given the significance of the ceremony. Also, the ceremonial aspect underscores the badge's importance, suggesting that they are not merely identifiers but symbols of one's place and potential within the societal structure. The thought of being assigned a rank weighed heavily on him, casting a shadow over his outlook on his future in this world. As he found himself lost in the memories of the ceremony, Suda couldn't help but contemplate how differently things might have unfolded had he achieved a higher rank. The ceremony, with its profound significance, seemed to not just categorize individuals based on their abilities, but also set a path that might limit or expand their opportunities and interactions in this world. That's why that woman was so happy to see Briala leave. At least her life would be better now. After some time, Suda eventually posed a lingering question to the bullier fellow seated on his right side. Good heavens, kid. No chance of that. Sucks to say this, but you're stuck with the rank you get. He noticed the young man nodding in agreement with his arms folded, clearly in deep thought before he chimed in too. That's the harsh reality of things, kid. Low rankers are at the bottom of the barrel in society, as you'd imagine. Not many jobs or good graces are afforded to these folk. But now that you mention it, well, they are just folklore, of course. But some say, well, there was a particular race of fellows who could improve their ranks. Suda's eyes lit up as he noticeably shifted a little closer to the fellow slightly adjacent to his seat. A sense of eagerness blossomed across his bright round eyes.
¿Y-yes?
And who were they? Gulp. Well, they were known as the D-Demon race, the fellow sourly announced. Despite being as basic as Suda could imagine a carriage to be, there was a strangeness about the very noticeable cool air he could feel gathered within it. Much so that he held suspicions this wasn't all some very well-timed coincidence, and there had to be some reasoning as to why that smoldering heat wasn't bothering them inside the carriage. He tested out this theory by holding out his arm through the squared windowed gap against the carriage. Immediately, he felt the beating warm sun dousing its fury against his arm. He retrieved his arm back inside soon enough, and an air of slightly frosty coolness wrapped around it soon enough. There's something strange about this carriage. I wonder, could it be magic? He would find no answers to that query for now, but deep down he held a subtle understanding that it wouldn't be so far-fetched to consider magic was at play, especially after hearing things about badges, goddesses, and demons. Magic would be one of the least things he would expect to exist within this world. As they passed through lush meadows, rugged canyons, and towering mountains, Suda's mind wandered to the cryptic message on his adventurer's card. Memory locked. Divine's grace. This phrase haunted him, whilst on one hand it very much confirmed he had lost his memories, or in a strange case had them tampered with. On the other, what if there was a deeper reason behind it all? Isn't that sometimes what happens to villains in this kind of story? They end up losing their memories because of something incredibly bad they've done. See, could I have been some kind of diabolical villain in the past? TSK, TSK, TSK. The sea of possibilities feels endless. Despite his best efforts, Suda was at a loss on how to unravel these mysteries right now, leaving him with a sense of incompleteness and a yearning for answers that nobody could give him. Strangely, during his daydreams, his thoughts traversed to the current well-being of that girl he met before. Briala, he recalled her name was. I wonder how she's doing. She was the only person who held me with such warm eyes. I somewhat should have been a little nicer in the way I told her to leave, I guess. Suda still felt uncomfortable about the whole ordeal in that cathedral, and more so now that he was aware he was set to bump into people who knew him before his memory loss. He sensed this would very well become a problem. I wonder if I should just be honest about the memory loss or not. There has to be some sort of clues, or some way to get them back. He tussled with himself in deep thought about that, but ultimately concluded that telling the fractured truth might bring him more trouble than peace. And Suda wanted peace. The lengthy journey continued, and Suda saw their journey carry them across vast rocky lands with the occasional appearance of beautifully matted soft grasslands appearing across the fold of rolling hills. One place, in particular, was simply covered in an array of majestically formed flowers covering wide patches of fields. Whilst Sutya enjoyed the warm ambience of the passing outdoors, his mind was like a single reef, gently wading across the vast, still waters of his dreams. He didn't say much after the whole badge reveal fiasco, but it did give him a lot more questions and mysteries to unravel. That awakening ceremony, for starters, was very weird. How did he even get there in the first place? Why couldn't he remember anything before that? And also, when did he acquire that strange adventures badge in the first place? There's way too much I don't understand yet. I need to focus on somehow unraveling these mysteries, one piece at a time, to discover who I am and what I'm doing here. Worst case, I'm part of some kind of demonic ritual. Best case, I can learn magic and live out a peaceful life here. In a bid to not weigh too much on these things, Suda thought about other light-hearted thoughts. For example, the idea that magic and a whole plethora of incredible powers were readily available in some capacity. He was still trying to piece together what a possible future for him looked like here, and perhaps if he too could learn magic despite his low rank, somehow this misfortune could turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Just as he was poised to relax a little, he heard a ruckus from the outdoors. The relatively comfortable carriage ride very quickly turned into a clamorous ordeal. Suda barely held on as the carriage was suddenly rocked back and forth before grinding to an impromptu stop. "Hey, driver, what's the big problem out there?" voiced the hairy-armed brute beside him. "Damn near almost broke my neck." "Probably bandits," said the younger-looking fellow, less than rattled as he started to place on remarkable shiny rings that Suda had just noticed. "Fat chance that one of the leading convoys probably lost its wheels. That's what happens when you cheap out on stuff, blasted royals," he quipped frustratingly. Shall we make a wager then?" "Bring it, one, you dandy." "Good, let's bet. 1,000 sales?" "I'm in. SSA. A bit steep that for a wager, no?" Suda watched the two loudest fellows rather expectantly end up fighting one another in a bid to see which one was the first one to stick their heads out of the squared window to confirm who was right or wrong. They seemed to notice something upon casting their heads outside. Whilst the thin-faced fellow smugly started to heckle, the rough-talking brute started muttering curses. It didn't take Suda too long to realize who had won. "Well, would you look at that? Told you it was bandits? Quite the brazen bunch, I'd say, considering these carriages are marked with the Queen's sigil on the side of them. Reckon they're a rebellious guild? Ahaha, who gives a shit? Let's go and wet our blades with the blood of some fools. Hey kid, fancy dancing with some devils?" the brute asked him, creasing a mocking smile filled with rotten teeth. Suda inwardly grimaced, unable to turn his eyes away from those horrible-looking teeth. He quickly raised a single hand before waving it a little in protest. "Hard pass, thank you. There's no way I'm putting myself in harm's way in this scenario. I can't even remember what yesterday looked like. How in the world could I manage to fend off bandits?" Angry face. The bullier man shrugged his two shoulders before revealing a rusty set of short iron swords he kept well hidden in his oversized breeches. He kicked open the door in haste and bundled himself outside. The other fellow almost felt compelled to follow as Suda watched him preparing to leave. He, on the other hand, didn't bear any visible weapons, though Suda paid close attention to those gleaming emerald and sapphire-studded rings mysteriously coiled around his thin fingers. He did give Suda a gentle wink before a soft hum appeared against his lips as he followed the bullier man outside. The pair nosily disembarked before disappearing down the line of convoys. Suda heard their voices growing more distant until all he could hear were the rough clashes of violence and iron clanging against iron in the near distance. A serene calm gently fell against the carriage. Suda stole casual glances at the silent man with silver hair, who thankfully seemed more engrossed with his musings than staring at him. Whilst time gently moved along, unsurprisingly Suda was beginning to feel a little interested in the slight chaos he could vividly hear from the outside. There was so much noise going on that it was virtually impossible for him to completely drain out the distractions. "There's no harm in peeking, is there?" He crawled across the small seats towards the other side of the short carriage. He cautiously stuck his head through the squared gap, and the first thing he felt was the downpour of heat aggressively smothering his small head. A grimace creased against his mask, but Suda relented with his curious pursuit and gazed along the rows of dark carriages aligned down the winding, dusty golden road. Their small fleet of identical carriages was submerged on a narrow hill crossing over a meadow. There was a skirmish taking place just before a short red bridge with red wooden beams crisscrossed beneath the sturdy platform. A group dressed in black and partial leather had blocked the bridge. Suda counted a dozen or so, armed with long, sharp-looking weapons and war hammers. There was a small panic going on with the folk held up inside of the leading carriage. That lasted for a while until he noticed two fellows bulldozing towards the group. In a few blinks, Suda saw the two slightly familiar men engage with the human blockade. He was kind of half expecting them to be blown away. Maybe it was because they argued a lot, or perhaps he was half hoping that would be the case. Perhaps he could enjoy peace and quiet. Although the younger-looking fellow was quite helpful and nice to him. Maybe if just the brute gets taken care of then. But oh, what do you know? His eyes flashed with surprise to see a gust of swirling colors dancing majestically across the air. Two men approached the skinny-faced fellow who mysteriously conjured a strange, opened book floating just above his left hand. With a simple wave of his right hand, he sent the strange, swirling lights that had formed thick tendrils crashing down against the heart of the blockage, scattering the helpless men with ease. Although some of the bandits managed to evade the tendrils and made a desperate lunge in a bid to counterattack, a small shadow popped out of nowhere armed with a strange, pitch-black iron sword. Suda found it slightly odd, remembering the iron sword's appearance looking very different just before he bundled out of the carriage. But what caught his attention, even more, was the level of destruction it left behind after each swing. Wow, they're so strong, he sounded absent-mindedly. As it turns out, those two were much stronger than they looked. The sword clattered into the shields and obliterated them with such ease that Suda wondered if those shields were any good at all. The screams of the bandits very quickly rose to the heavens as the blockage had turned into a one-sided slaughter within moments. Watching this from afar, he couldn't contain the excitement and strange allure he was feeling right now. With his memories mostly in a dense fog, something rather natural was beginning to birth within his gut. A wanderlust which spirited a sort of battle spirit within him. An inner voice desperately yearning for the chance to become equally as powerful one day. This place, this world is kind of awesome, he had to admit. He hadn't realized during these moments there was an ugly smile unknowingly creased against his face. And whilst also completely oblivious to the silent elder, who had been watching him for quite some time now, with an expressionless curiosity glazed against his own. The skirmish was practically over before it had begun, unfortunately, leaving young Xianxia reeling for more. He sat back down, feeling his little chest heaving in and out as he tried to take in what he had just witnessed. The silent old fellow had closed his eyes and looked to be already drifting into a deep sleep again, uncaring of the going-on outside. A short time passed before the squealing carriage doors opened again and the hoarse voices of the two fellows appeared. This time, however, Suda beheld both of them with a newfound light. "Ha ha ha, don't go idolizing me just yet, kid. You ain't seen nuttin' yet if you think that's my entire power," said the bullier-shaped fellow as he purposely flexed his chiseled biceps with a half-ugly smile. Suda might have cringed if it wasn't for the display he had witnessed freshly painted in his mind. "How did you do that? Are you really strong? Are your swords special? How come they turn black? And could I do that if I practiced?" His questions poured out in a flurry as his eyes turned into stars whilst he brought his face closer to the man beside him. "Take it easy, kid, no need to get that close," the man responded before clearing his throat. "But to answer your question, it's a special skill I learned a good while ago. See, look." He held out his hand and Suda watched with feverish anticipation, seeing a dance of particles quickly materializing into a bronze-colored badge. And just like his own one and the silent old man, there was a host of descriptions written against it. Noticeably, he chose to keep some of his personal details hidden. Suda didn't mind, of course, since he only wanted to see the skills list. One line in particular caught his attention. Black Turtle Sword Style, number 16, Black Iron. Black Turtle Sword Style, number 8-6, Bullish Counter. Amazing. So those skills then, that was why you were so powerful back then? He queried with intrigue. The burly-shaped man nodded, seated with his arms folded, showing a more mature air of confidence to him now. Yup. A skill is a personal learned ability that you can do with little to no effort after obtaining complete mastery. Regardless of how you encountered the skill, be it via a skills book, a blessing, or simply by luck from executed the proper forms repeatedly. Complete mastery is obtained after countless hours of training the skill. Most skills are broken into smaller bits too. Take my turtle sword style for example. The turtle sword style has over 100 different attacks, and it's taken me half of my life to just master 2 of them. SK. Probably why I was never really good as a solo adventurer. I'd be of much more use to a guild as a guard, where my skills suddenly become supplementary to others who lack where I succeed. Suda found the explanation interesting and understandable, strange enough. There's probably a limit to the amount of skills one can master and use. Judging by the bronze color of his badge, the Silent Elder had a lot more skills and his badge looked pristine. He's probably weaker than the Silent Old Man but a lot stronger than the bandits. Which means, those bandits, am I right in suggesting they had no abilities? More or less, or abilities that weren't nowhere near helpful to them against us. This time the fellow with the sparkling rings answered. There's a huge gap between skills and ability users compared to those without. But there's an even more gap between those folk and the kind of people that I deal with, little boy. Catching Suda's attention, as the boy replayed those dazzling lights he recalled that man conjured before. Suda vaguely recalled seeing that strange open book, wondering where he could fit such a large book in the first place. Oh, let me guess. You're wondering where this is, right? The slender fellow held out his open palm, and in a blink of an eye, a large book, covered in a dark cyan hood, appeared out of nowhere. Suda was so surprised that he sort of jerked back a little, hitting his back firmly against the leather seat in the process. Bwaha, don't be alarmed. This is my grimoire. Unlike that brute who loves to lick iron and throw his weight about. I come from a different ilk of folk. Adventurers all the same, of course, but from a different class altogether. Take a guess. What would you call people that can do what I do? The man asked Suda with a mischievous smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Suda's eyes remained focused on that floating book. It took him a few moments to steady the excitement racing through his body. But the moment he did, his eyes gently widened as a partial fog lifted from his memories. A magic arcane? You are an arcanist? Chapter 23, A Journey Worth 1,000 Sails, 2, Arcanist. Suda POV. Suda deliberated very carefully about which one out of the 2 fellows he wanted to learn from. They both expressed a short and quaint explanation of their own principles. Unsurprisingly, the brute of a man specialized in what was perhaps the common class for most adventurers. Suda would have placed him in the same breath he placed knights, swords wielders, and the typical robust, hack-and-slash kind of fellows. And whilst he couldn't deny his subtle intrigue over skill sets, martial moves, and whatnot, there was only a single interest he had at this moment in time: the arcane. After being selected as the more intriguing among the 2, the younger-faced fellow was more than happy to divulge a plethora of secrets about the world of arcanists and magic. Suda's questions were sternly focused on the floating book the fellow could conjure at will, to which he revealed was surprisingly some sort of skill. A short while later, after the fellow finished boasting about hailing from a family of arcanists, the handsome-faced fellow went on a little bit of a tangent about what he considered the basic principles of the arcane, consisting of basic spell casting and understanding how magic works. Suda found it quite an eye-opener and thoroughly made sure he was storing all the important information about this strange power that he might have called magic, but in this world was referred to as something called the art. There were a few basic principles to understanding arcane. Suda had grouped and stored these principles in an easy way for him to understand. Mana, volatile magical energy. In its purest form, it's a gaseous substance filled with negative energy particles that blend portions of the natural elements with one's mental energy to fuel magical outcomes. Intent, the focus and clarity of the practitioner's will or desire. Arcane is often driven by the caster's intention, making it crucial for the practitioner to have a clear goal and purpose in mind. Intent shapes and directs magical energy, mana, toward a desired outcome. Connection, the relationship between the practitioner and the elements, forces, or entities they work with. This principle emphasizes the importance of understanding and respecting the interconnectedness of all things within the universe, and how this connection can be harnessed to influence the world. Knowledge, understanding the laws, symbols, and languages of the art. This includes the study of arcane texts, the meanings of symbols, and the learning of magical languages or incantations, which are the source of arcane power. Willpower/mentality, the mental discipline and strength to manifest one's will into reality. Willpower is what allows practitioners to focus their intent and maintain control over the magical forces they wield, preventing their magic from going awry. Exchange, the principle that nothing can be gained without something of equal value being given in return. This is often related to the concept of sacrifice or the idea that energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. Belief, the strength of the practitioner's belief in their ability to manipulate the arcane and the power of magic itself. Belief is thought to be a powerful catalyst in the effectiveness of magical acts, as doubt can weaken the art. Balance, the understanding that the arcane is a part of the natural order and must be practiced in harmony with it. Practitioners must be mindful of the consequences of their actions, as disrupting the flow can have unforeseen effects. And finally, adaptation, the ability to change and adapt to the circumstances and the environment. Arcane is not static, and practitioners must be able to adjust their techniques and understandings as situations evolve and new knowledge is acquired. If Suda had to place a close semblance to it, he would say it was just like describing the fundamentals of mathematical formulas. Suda needed to take a seat back, exhaling a deep breath after digesting that heavy info dump. His mind felt slightly numb, but he was incredibly satisfied with the results. Creasing a slight, ugly smile against his face, there was a sense of fulfillment as he found himself making strides forward in his quest to acquire power. Hecate, a soft chuckle broke free from his lips. I can't say why, but I feel my truest self when I'm thinking and understanding such complex but slightly understandable things. Almost like there are several turning cogs and pipes fitting together whenever I try to process a lot of information. My brain feels as though it's hungry for knowledge. Suddenly, the boring coach ride turned into a rather enjoyable experience for the young Suda. Between hearing the two fellows arguing about whose principle was the most superior, he used it as a chance to play both sides and learn more about this new world. Strangely enough, the more thoughts and information he processed, the more memories were being uncovered from the depths of this dark abyss settled within his mind. Now he was almost certain he could vaguely remember living in a world where things such as carriages and horses belonged to a distant past, one he was yet to even be born into, but vividly remembered the pictures and different things he had read concerning that time. What was even stranger was how he was now quite certain he didn't belong here. Somehow I've either gone back in time or transmigrated into another world. Both sound absurd, but the former feels a little more plausible than the latter. But then again, I don't remember hearing anything to do with magic and strange abilities from such a time. So I guess taking all of that into account, the latter is likely what's happened to me. Trying to process how and why he had transmigrated felt like an act he was way too tired to even understand right now, especially since there were still a lot of holes in his memories. For now, Suda was convinced by the slow reveal of some of the things returning to his thoughts, that in time he should remember what he had lost entirely. That was his internal hope at least. The carriage had taken them across what felt like the entire outskirts of the lands. For half of the day, Suda only saw rolling hills and blankets of green. The odd one or two abandoned strongholds appeared, but mostly there was a calming peace about the outdoor scenery along their way. An entire day drifted on by, and the envoys slowly pulled away in different directions. As night drew near, the remaining carriage drivers were deciding on where to pitch tents for the night. Suda had learned another intriguing thing about this whole process, revealed to him by the talkative, skinny-faced fellow, who had become a hub of knowledge to him ever since he revealed his interest in the arcane. At this moment, the trio were having a lengthy discussion regarding the peculiar decree made by the realm's very own queen. So the royals ordered that everyone across the realms between the ages of 13 to 30 was to undergo the awakening ceremony? But why? Suda asked curiously, suddenly finding his voice coming out more and more since the journey had started. Only the queen herself could tell you why she does what she does, haha. But I imagine it's in preparation for this silent war everyone's trying to not talk about, you see. Bah.
Was, More?
They've been banging on about this so-called war against the demon race since I was a pup. Bwaha, and I haven't seen a demon yet. But what I do know is that our so-called unrivaled sovereign is losing her damn mind, I tell ya. Matter of fact, all those golden dandies are possibly on the brink of insanity by the looks of it, the brute explained, his shifty eyes holding a sense of slight anger in his tone as he pondered on something. The handsome fellow played with the silver ring wrapped against his index finger before he lifted a tired gaze toward the rough-talking brute again. I'm with you on the matter regarding the queen and the royal houses. Hard not to see it that way considering every action so far has just proven how desperate they're getting. He exhaled a tired breath. But I'd be mindful of dismissing what you don't understand. My simple brutish friend. Demons again, huh? I wonder just how strong one is? No. Why would anyone imagine something that crazy? I need to avoid any real danger until I at least can look after myself. After thinking deeply about the matter of demons, another vault of memories poured into Suda's thoughts. Demons, a dark breed of creatures who existed in folk tales and through the songs of elderly folk who enjoyed scaring misbehaving children. He remembered religion being a fluent topic that regarded such beings as the worst creatures imaginable. This sparked a curious glint of questions whirling through young Suda's ever-thinking brain. If demons exist, then does that mean angels and other things do too, I wonder? The possibilities seemed almost endless, but the more he conjured just how strange a beast he may find within this world. A cold sense of fear started to brew within his gut. What do I do once I am face to face with one of these dangers? Can I survive? How do I even survive? I have to fight, but am I strong enough for that? Not right now, no. Then what? I need to get stronger. Quickly. Compared to the faint memories he unearthed concerning how his old world was, it seemed that the level of somewhat undisturbed peace afforded to fellows back there wasn't quite offered in this new world. Between bandits, demons, arcane magic, and the many other mythical creatures he was both excited and weary to hear about. Suda realized very quickly that the amount of things that posed a real threat to his life was countless at this point. There's no running away from it. In this world, might is right strength is just as important as the air within my lungs. Hehe, why am I strangely excited by that? Was I feeling that excitement because of my old memories, or this new body? With his memories returning, Suda was growing more confident within himself. He only hoped that there wasn't a terrible thing he was forgetting, that once remembered might derail his way of thinking and mental stability together. I recall the saying, sometimes you forget the things you desperately don't want to remember. To this he could only breathe out a warm sigh, scratching the side of his head before returning to the ongoing conversation between the two fellows within the carriage. You travel north long enough, and you're sure to run into one of those fiends who barely escaped that dreadful spell those crazy light elementalists cast all those decades ago. Take it from me, you brute, the shadow walls exist. Shadow wall? Suda noted the name inwardly. You expect me to believe that keeping us safe from the jaws of those demons is some magic wall of shadow? Bois, see, kid. All arcanists are the same. Bloody mad, I tell you. Ah. And I guess I should be hopeful that those leaders perched on the thrones of those lofty guilds you adore have our best interest at heart? The handsome fellow quipped with a sly smile. Listen, I'd sooner trust a man after my neck with his sword than a sneaky fellow muttering curses behind my back. There is honor amongst the guilds, something you young folk know nothing about. Ah, yes, those guild masters did such a great job in carving our beautiful lands into spoils for greedy old nobles to overtax the poor or charge incredulous sums of money for goods. Oh, and let's not forget the shortage of affordable mercenary bands these days. So more rural lands or quiet towns are being ravaged by monsters. Sigh. And whom do you think is to blame for that then? The bullier fellow looked slightly embarrassed in return, his eyes filled with deep thought as he shifted his gaze from side to side. His brows set deeper each time. Heske, it's the queen who controls all of him anyway. So I'm blaming her. The hairy-armed brute growled beneath his breath. To this Suda watched the handsome-faced young fellow shaking his head in silence. After yet another heated debate between the two, a rare calm appeared within Suda's carriage once more. Possibly because nightfall had arrived, or all that arguing had finally tired everyone out. But the arrival of nightfall brought the soft song of a sleep almost on cue with the appearance of the large half-moon, hanging within the twilight air deep above. Suda felt waves of tiredness coming and going. With each loudening yawn escaping his mouth, he was drawing nearer to the confines of a deep sleep. Whilst he found an inescapable fall of sleep descending, Suda's vision gradually hazed, and just so happened to fall towards the silent elder in the corner, who was star-gazing into the outdoor night. The moonlight fell against one side of the elder's face, casting his aged features like polished marble, conjuring a very peculiar sense of melancholy beauty, like a fine craftsmanship erected beneath the moon's tears. I wonder what adventures tomorrow might bring. Suda dreamt of an exciting tomorrow. Wait, what's that light flying around the elder? Am I hallucinating? Suda tried to blink a few more times, but the glowing light didn't go away. A golden sprite walked into the carriage and perched itself just on the edge of the wooden sill. A warm smile creased against the silent elder's features. He held out his hand, and the glowing bluish thing, no taller than a human hand, hopped onto his finger. Suda could barely believe what he was seeing, but he found his body failing to respond to his desperate calls for it to remain awake, even if it was just for a few minutes longer. Damn it, what's going on, Why am I so sleepy? Unable to fight it, he quickly found himself sinking into a deep embrace of sleep. Chapter 24. Welcome Home. Point 1. The Farm. Suda POV. Before Suda realized it, several days had passed by, and by the mid-morning, a curious glint had settled in his youthful gaze as he observed the rural landscapes delicately fading away. It was here that he finally encountered the faces of people against a backdrop of what he could vaguely consider a slightly more urbanized environment. Tall man-made walls appeared more frequently, wrapped around clusters of purposely built brick-layered houses. The previously flat grassy earth had turned into uneven hard soils, with a few slender blue streams winding beneath these sparse hills, most consisting of purposely built stone towers. He kept his watchful eyes out the window, observing rows of settlements passing them by. Almost immediately he felt more memory shards surfacing. There is a very old style to this place. It's giving off a homely and somewhat countryside feeling to it. I guess we're heading towards the outskirts. Soon enough the convoy of carriages smoothly rolled through a wide, arch-shaped entrance. Suda propped his head halfway out of the opened carriage window and happened to catch a glimpse of a large signboard adorned with strange lettering. He gawked at the signboard displaying the name of this town, but he couldn't for the life of him make any sense from the strange symbols. Then, something curious happened. Before his very eyes, the strange words seemed to unjumble themselves after a while. And suddenly, Suda could bizarrely understand the strange letters.
Shoble, ton.
He mouthed slowly. Why does that sound somewhat familiar? Almost on cue, Suda heard a voice from the front of the carriage announcing their entry into the approaching town. Hobbleton. Those of you disembarking, be quick about it. Next stop, the Galed Farms. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Suda locked eyes with a pretty blue jay adorned with fluffy a silver belly, perched on the edge of the slightly swinging signpost. Its beady dark eyes beheld him with a strange wonder before it slightly tilted its helm to one side. While he stared dreamily at the bird in his concentrated state, he could feel the shroud of mysterious haze slowly dispersing away. Wait, that's because, why yes I can remember, I live on that farm, with GR Granny and someone else, but why can't I remember her name? Oi kid, snap out of it. He jolted upright after hearing his name being called so harshly. The bullier fellow had one of his brows arched whilst he looked him over a few times. You ain't half bad, kid, but you're definitely a little weird if you ask me. Suda smiled awkwardly in response. Well, can't say he's completely wrong with that statement. Nonetheless, this is where our journey together ends, kid. If you ever find yourself back in Hobbleton, keep going west until you meet the next town. Look for the Chairs and Staple Guild. Wahaha, if you're old enough, I'll even buy you a drink, and if you're not, ha ha ha, who gives a damn? He gently patted Suda against his shoulder, although gently was putting it mildly since it felt like a bear had slammed his paws against him. In response, he could only crease an awkward smile, watching the rough-talking man making his way out of the carriage. Shortly following behind him was the handsome fellow, The one who taught him briefly about arcane and overall was a lot friendlier compared to the rough-looking brute beside him. Suda couldn't hide the disappointment in seeing this fellow leave. He had quite a host of questions to ask him, and was probably forever grateful he had explained so much about the basics of arcane to him. As the lout said earlier, it's time for our farewell, young hopeful. May your fortunes be graced with adventures and song, and of course, may we one day meet again at perhaps more favorable circumstances. He performed a slight bow that somehow made Suda half perform the same as well, a little awkwardly, of course. Before I forget, here this is for you. Suda watched with slight anticipation in his eyes as the fellow slid one of the sapphire-studded rings away from his fingers. He wore a charming smile as he gracefully placed it on the palm of his hand. The boy felt his heart beating rapidly from excitement. He wanted to say something but felt his voice catching in his throat. Haha, don't look too surprised now, kid. I'm merely carrying out one of the essential mantras of those of us who follow the true way of the celestial will. At any given opportunity, an arcanist must spread the art in its truest form, especially to the future hopefuls of tomorrow. He sang this with an air of pride in his words. And despite your low rank, I must admit I am fond of your eagerness to learn. So I hope this ring brings you a step closer into the world of arcane. And if not, well, you can sell it for a fair bit of sales, right? Farewell now, kid. May the stars forever be in your favor. And with that, Suda bade farewell to the second person. Now it was just both he and the mute elder fellow, who he noticed was also steadying to disembark. Between the three fellows, Suda was intrigued the most about the old man, considering the slightly harrowing things he saw written on his adventurer card. Not forgetting, there was that obvious issue with the man not having said a single word since they embarked on this journey. Maybe he can't talk. Or maybe there's something else wrong with him entirely. Could it be a spell cast on him? But what a strange thing to do, to remove someone's voice. What good could that possibly do? Whilst Suda thought a little bit deeper on the possible and rather ludicrous plights of the elderly mute, the elder himself had already halfway left the carriage when Suda noticed him turning around to say his goodbyes. Gee, goodbye then. He sounded awkwardly as he gently waved his hand. He noticed a slightly hesitant look against the elderly fellow's demeanor. Observing him carefully, the silent elder started fishing into the deep pockets of his large beige robes. He continued this for what felt like an age until a look of triumph flashed across his wrinkled features. The elder pulled out a peculiar-looking pouch away from his pockets. Suda barely had any time to react as the elder tossed the tiny-sized dark thing onto his lap. He creased a jovial grin before he waved him goodbye, and seconds later he closed the carriage door and was gone. What a strange old man, but he doesn't seem so scary. Anyhow, what's the deal with this thing? He pinched the top of the closed pouch whilst he dangled it just before his questioning gaze. Suda was about to pry it open when he suddenly heard the hallowing voice erupting from the carriage driver. Last stop Gaelid Farm. The carriage was on the move again. After the convoys disembarked at Hobbleton, 2 of the 5 carriages continued their journey to these supposed farmlands, dwelling towards the fading horizon in the distance. Somewhere along the journey, Suda felt his heavy eyelids close and the sweet, peaceful feeling of sleep beckoning him into it. Sometime later the carriage came to a grinding halt at the edge of an uneven dirt road. As Suda stepped out, he noticed that the ground beneath his feet felt oddly compacted, a stark contrast to the softness he had expected to see. Barring that, he felt the immediate onslaught of heat bearing down against him from above, compelling him to shield his eyes from the relentless sun. This experience made him even more certain that the carriage's interior must have been enchanted with some form of cooling magic. This realization spurred his thoughts, reminding him of what the thin-faced individual had mentioned about the current world being founded on arcane principles. This probably won't be the last time I encounter arcane being used in such a way. I should really hurry myself with understanding how it works. There's no telling when these gentle days might suddenly change. After casting a final glance at the sturdy steeds behind him, he gave the horses a gentle wave and shifted his gaze towards the sprawling landscape ahead of him. A soft gasp escaped from his lips as he beheld a picturesque scene that instantly stole away all his previous thoughts. He beheld a golden splendor of rolling hills that spanned across a vast region. Tall stalks swayed gently in the warm breeze, with the landscape bathed in a warm, golden hue. Nestled among these hills, his eyes caught sight of a quaint cottage, its red and white tiles gleaming beneath the enriching sunlight. A sudden wave of familiarity washed over him, bringing an unexpected sense of relief to his previously quite unsteady mind. As he stared out at the vast expanse, a thought, of almost certainty, whispered through his mind. Could this be my home? Suda thought to himself. With all the strange occurrences, the faces he had met thus far, and the very real feeling that he had somehow transmigrated here from another world, Suda hadn't felt as confident about this place as he had done with any of the shattering fragments of memories returning to him. By a strange twist of fate, his attention was drawn to the ground, where a glimmering blue substance caught his eye. Nestled beside his worn boots was a glowing bluish slime. With a nudge of his foot, he kicked away some of the matted dirt to get a better look at it. What is this? Perplexed by the sight, Suda drew a little closer to inspect the glowing blue substance a little more. The substance, thick and vibrant, seemed to pulse with life, trailing a distinct line across the earth as if wary of crossing an unseen boundary. Driven by curiosity, Suda bent down to follow the trail, determined to find its end or its start. He placed one foot over the line with a cautious step, and a sudden crackling sound filled the air around him. An echo likened to the sounds of ice breaking filled his entire thoughts with overlapping distortion. Panic surged through Suda as he scanned the clear sky above for answers. Finding none, he was left to the harrowing feeling of darkness swiftly invading his mind. He soon fell to the ground, losing his conscience almost instantly. Mortal, I know you can hear me. In the end, the voices of my kin continued to haunt me, even in the deepest hollows of my heavenly, enriched slumber. Dear mother, why were you so repulsed by the sight of my grace, that even my uncles reveled in the spectacle of golden shackles being fastened to my limbs? My powers were stripped from my very bones. You allowed them to maul me, cage me, and seal me within a chaotic embrace. Was I destined never to know the breath of true love? Was there never any love for me? Or was it all just fear, misguided by a capricious will? Was I merely destined to become this tyranny? An emerald flame crackled into life, followed by a swirling orb of spontaneous, pulsating fires. Soon, a second, third, fourth, and fifth joined, continuing until a line of adjacent, dancing flames formed down a narrow aisle. The air was cloaked in foggy darkness, with only the faint, smoky shadows of a throne visible in the night. Suda's breathing became labored as a sense of impending danger engulfed him. He positioned himself on the aisle where the emerald flames flickered. He reached desperately toward the throne, but caught nothing but the thick smoke surrounding it. Fear began to swell within him. The fear of losing what he had once lost and regained. The fear of forgetting what mattered most. The sound of shattering glass echoed in his ears once more with a resounding crash that sent a painful pulse through his mind. Suda was sure he could see a figure seated on the overbearing throne. Golden chains crackled softly. He saw a pure jade pair of feet, ankles bound in chains. The feet moved slightly. I should thank you, for without you, none of this would be possible. But in the end, mortal one, you will question why they all turned against you. And it is then when you will seek me, and we shall meet again. For now, you should find those hearts, find the hearts of my dear Dash. An unnatural warmth enveloped him. His body could feel the outdoor world invading his senses again. Instinctively, his heavy eyelids fluttered open, allowing a flood of memories to pour into his vacant mind, fragmented like shards of ice falling from the stars. The essence of Shoba's self returned, as if he had just emerged from a long-winded nightmare. Huh. His dry mouth barely moved. His head felt both sore and heavy, and his gaze, uncertain whether it was fixed on the sea or the most beautiful blue sky he had ever seen, felt terribly heavy. He soon realized why he felt this way. Lying on prickly blades of grass under a cloudless azure sky, the golden sun was hidden, yet the air remained oppressively hot. Strangely so, since the last memory Shoba recalled was that cold palace and the anguishing sensation of his death. Shoba sat up abruptly, gasping in fright as memories of the last day merged with vivid recollections of his life in Tokyo, the catastrophe he witnessed, the loss of his family, and the encounter with the enigmatic being wearing a fishbowl as his head. A sudden, intense pain throbbed at the side of his skull as a wave of sinking anxiety threatened to seize his sanity. Wah! A terrible wail escaped through his mouth. He cried bitterly. Shoba clutched his head in agony, his teeth clenched tightly together in an attempt to alleviate the pain. But the memories were too heavy, too much sorrow to bear all at once, and those fragments continued bombarding his mind like a waterfall being forced into the mouth of a narrow cave. Mother, Fa father, Ringo, he whimpered ponderously, forced to remember what he had believed what one long, terrible nightmare. Shoba cried again, and his wails of anguish pierced the cloudless skies until his throat ached. He cried and cried, until he could cry no more. Chapter 25. Welcome Home. Point 2, Demoria. Suda POV. The shards of memories finally stopped falling, and Shoba merely sat in the same place, his gentle breaths a slight comforter. With time, he managed to suppress the overwhelming sadness that swelled within his heart, burying it deep within a bottomless pit of darkness. Shoba realized the best way to cope with his tumultuous emotions was to conceal them. If it were possible, he would have torn them from his chest and cast them far away. However, he recognized the impracticality of such actions. What he needed was to regain mental stability and concentrate on the immediate situation. Wiping the unsteady warm tears against his eyes again, he attempted to piece together a rational and stable thought. Mom always told me to face my fears, not to be overwhelmed by my emotions. She was right. Now is not the time to succumb to despair. I need to sniffle to figure out what to do next. But first, where am I? He asked himself. As he surveyed his surroundings with renewed clarity, the sudden bout of nausea that had unleashed a flood of voices and memories also brought a sounding voice back to his mind. The fragmented visions of that mysterious figure shrouded in enigma and dark promises began to coalesce into his consciousness. That fishbowl head wasn't lying then. I have really awoken in an entirely new world. Shoba took a deep breath whilst closing his eyes again. He needed a little more time to steady what this all meant. Once he finally opened his eyelids again, he carefully observed his surroundings a little more, finding himself seated on a solitary hill, where a majestic oak tree loomed behind him. Its cooling shade was a welcome relief to the blazing warmth. It was then that he remembered the most crucial aspect of this transmigration. He began to examine his new body. Had he become a child? His skin was a dark brown, and his body was slight and bony. Raising his hands, Shoba touched his features, feeling the weight of his head and the coarse, twisted dreadlocks that fell from his scalp like a wild mane. Pulling at one of the locks, he lightly gasped upon seeing its electric pink color. Well, this is certainly different, he muttered with surprise. Aside from his youthful appearance and unique hairstyle, Shoba was still discerning the differences between the two worlds. Fortunately, he remained human, devoid of any sort of horns, weird scales, or worst-case a tail. A gentle sigh of relief exhaled away in response. Shoba finally then allowed his small frame to relax back onto the warm, prickly grass, his thoughts swirling with an endless gambit of memories and nightmares. And only one pressing question lingered on the tip of his thoughts. Have I died? As he traced the outline of his nose with his fingers, gazing into the vast expanse of blue above, he couldn't dispel the sensation clinging to him from beforehand, when he felt life ebbing away whilst he choked on his blood. Yeah, that was death all right, but it also wasn't. According to what Helvetios had told him, this was an entirely new world, distinct from Earth. Along with this world and Earth, there were supposedly many other worlds once connected via a divine stream of gold. Until some so-called guardian of the gold rivers was killed. What was he called again? The fish? No, the fisherman? A cold shiver ran through his body again as those images of both his mom and Ringo flashed through his thoughts, causing him to deeply shudder as he was forced to caress the side of his head, throbbing in slight pain. I should listen to his advice, learn about this world quickly, get stronger, and then begin my search for my family. He thought to himself. Shoba understood there was so much he didn't understand right now, and the worst outcome would be to dwell on these matters. Unconsciously, he clenched his small fists tightly, his knuckles whitening with the force. Strength? I need strength. I have to become stronger, find my family and leave this godforsaken place. A chilly wind swept through his childlike body, and he shuddered involuntarily because of it. Shoba heard a cluster of leaves being forcefully carried away from the Jade Hills. He turned towards the area of disturbance beside the tall oak in haste. His brow lifted, noticing a delicate-looking shadow moving around the tree in a failed attempt to hide herself away. He narrowed his eyes a little. There was no use still hiding since he had seen her. Just when his mouth was poised to open, a memory filled his mind as though a droplet from a forgotten past had fallen into the sea of his consciousness. Shoba's brows arched and his eyes were filled with a noticeable look of shock.
Dédé de Moria.
A name crept away from his lips, as he again managed to make sense out of yet another shard of crackling memory within his thoughts. The figure behind the tree seemed to respond and swiftly jumped away from the shadows of the towering oak. Ahaha, took you long enough, Suda. A childish voice erupted out from a slim, olive-faced little girl, with strikingly long dark blue silk-like hair. She was clothed in a pretty summer dress, with knee-high socks and a fashionable belt tied around her waist. She waltzed across the space between her and Shoba. Although his mind was currently trying to piece together why she had called him Suda, he made a soft ah sound as he slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. I'm no longer Shoba from Earth, I guess, but this new body, Rado Suda, I recall. Recalling his earlier interaction with those fellows back on the carriage, he held out his hand and focused intently as he called upon that badge again. For some reason, Suda felt less worried about performing those actions to conjure the badge. Name: Rado Suda. Age: 16. Race: human.
Rank: E.
Skill set: affinity. Status: partial memory lock by divine grace. Dispelling ward currently active. Alright, conjuring this badge feels kinda cool, I'd admit. RAI to SUTA, and he's only a few years younger than I am. Also, something's changed. Whilst he was basking in the sight of the floating dark badge, he noticed a slight change in the status section. Partial lock? AN, what's this thing about a dispelling ward? He made a frown as he spoke inwardly to himself. Now that he thought about it deeply, weren't his memories returned the moment he took a foot over that strange bluish slime? There's something strange about this place that just confirms it. Suda, why your badge's gone strange? Why's it turned that color for? He jumped slightly away from her, only now realizing the cute little girl had brought her face dangerously close to his own. Tell me what happened once you underwent the awakening ceremony? They didn't do anything strange to you, did they? You better tell me if they did, and we can get Granny Baba to deal with them. Shoba remained seated on the grass, observing this little girl scrutinizing her eyes across every visible inch of his body with her little fists tightly clenched. So I was right. My badge color is quite ominous compared to what everyone else should look like. This meant either something happened to me after the transmigration, or this Esuda fellow was more strange than I first thought. Already his almost uniquely gifted mind was already structuring and deciphering the mysteries with the little information he was given. One thing Shoba would always do in the face of disaster or difficulty was to think deeply in order to understand. I should start getting into the habit of accepting my name, though. That reminds me. Hey, Demoria. See, can you show me your badge, please? His voice shyly croaked out, much to his slight dismay. Unconsciously, Shoba ended up touching his lips with an empty wonder glazed across his stare. Even my voice sounds different. Demoria tilted her head to one side with slightly vacant eyes, as though she was looking at an idiot. Her uncomfortable gaze left Shoba unsure where to place his gaze next, wondering if he had said something wrong. What's the matter? He cleared his throat, still slightly subconscious that somehow his voice followed him into this new world. Was I not supposed to ask? Is it rude? Or is that not what Suda would have done? Damn. I don't know if I'm overthinking it or not thinking enough. I mean, sure, but this is the first time you've asked to see it, Suda. You usually don't care about all that stuff. Her eyes carried a small hint of curiosity. Shoba tensed up a little, sensing she was pondering things. Crap. I messed up. If it's not what Suda would usually do, then she'll become suspicious. I need be mindful of all of this. Who knows what could happen if I'm discovered to be the fake Suda. Don't feel too down, though. Granny said my talent is 1 in a million, but here, take a look. The little girl held out her dainty palm, and after a few blinks a surge of glittering white particles converged into existence. After the dazzling display ceased, Shoba watched intently as that all-too-familiar badge conjured into existence again. However, wait, why does her badge look so gold? He thought to himself. Once the badge had finally materialized, Shoba was given yet another surprise as his eyes scanned across the contents. Name: Hirolga de Moria. Age: 17. Race: human. Rank: skill set: Rihora hand-to-hand style, blur, serpentine style, airwalk, ogre's berserker form, first phase great punch. Affinity: water and ice. Status: dispelling ward currently active. No way. She's an S rank. Shoba couldn't quite believe it. So far, he had seen 2 individuals with S rank capabilities. First, there was that cocky kid Estran, and now Demoria. She must possess extraordinary talent, judging by her skill set, which already seems quite advanced for someone so young. He was still trying to grasp the intricacies of the power system in this new world, yet he found it puzzling why the old man had seemed the most threatening to him. Could it be related to their skills? The more skills you possess, and the greater your experience, the stronger you become. But if that's true, why have a ranking system at all? There seems to be more to it than meets the eye. Shoba had a feeling that there was something deeper concerning the badges. The ranking system had noticeable flaws to it. Meeting those 3 individuals on the carriage was proof. If he hadn't seen it firsthand just how strong they were, he might have believed that anyone below a rank would be weak. But that was far from the truth. Those fellows were strong, very strong I might add, which could only mean the awakening process and selection by that so-called goddess has a clause to it, or something else they are looking for within people. It can't be just age, since why would they need to summon everyone to take it then? His thoughts were swiftly interrupted by the voice of the loud girl jumping around him. Granny was right. Your sensory skills are laughable. I was observing you for a good 2 hours before you even noticed, Demoria remarked with a brusque tone, yet Shoba could sense a certain warmth toward him in her striking, oval-shaped amber eyes. Despite her being 17, there was a youthful and slightly mature look about her, a trait Shoba found he shared in his current form. Perhaps everyone here just looks younger than what they are. This strangely reminds me of some famous webtoons and RPG games I once played. The similarities are too frightening to ignore. Why are you gazing at me like that? Still, lost in a dream? Or have you finally acknowledged my beauty?
Ara.
Sudakuin, don't fall in love now. A formidable woman such as myself requires an even stronger companion. And since I'm the strongest in the world, I'm fated to be all alone, she declared, her brazen confidence snapping Shoba out of his reverie. What a boastful kid, he thought as he stared at her blankly. Shoba's gaze dropped once more, scrutinizing his new form with greater attention. There was no doubt about it. He had taken on someone else's body. This realization led him to wonder about the soul that had previously resided within this youthful vessel. Did he die beforehand? Or did my transmigration kill him? The mere thought induced a wave of nausea within him again. Shoba briskly shook his head, attempting to clear away the unsettling ideas beginning to take root. He decided it was best not to dwell on the uncertainties for now, especially considering the extraordinary circumstances he found himself in, circumstances beyond the realm of what most of humanity could ever fathom. First things first, I need to piece together the memories of my old world and the subtle broken fragments that belong to the Suda of the past. He quickly recognized the need to reconcile the memories from his previous life with the fragmented remnants of Suda's past life. the child whose body he now inhabited. The final words from the man with the fishbowl head remained in his mind like a persistent thorn. Just before I died, that fishbowl head mentioned that I would need to get stronger, along with a list of things I can't quite wrap my head around right now that he wants me to do. Shoba sensed that there was danger awaiting him. He couldn't know when or how that danger would appear, but he was very certain that it would come. What spurred him on was the glimmer of hope he held on to, from what the fishbowl-headed being had explained to him regarding the possibility his parents and Ringo could still be alive, albeit scattered across these strange worlds. This made the alien with the fishbowl head his most viable point of contact. If this enigmatic figure truly possessed the divine abilities he claimed, fulfilling his tasks could potentially lead Shoba to the information and assistance he desperately needed. With a deep sigh, Shoba couldn't help but note how much his situation resembled the plot of a role-playing game, and he wasn't quite sure whether to be glad or deeply concerned about the sort of world he was forced into. Amid his daydreaming, an arm as pure white as porcelain reached out towards him. Shoba glanced at the dainty hand before his gaze trailed it up to the wide, grinning girl. "Come on, let's go back home," she said softly. For some reason, her cute smile was infectious, sweeping the dark, gray away from his mind. "Right, I'm Suda, and Demoria is important to Suda." He stood up straight and dusted off his light clothes. "Sure, let's go home." Chapter 26, Welcome Home, Golden Straws and Golden Beaks. Suda POV. Shoba gradually regained his composure and followed the girl down the Jade Hill. Together, they traversed along a sinking, winding road snaking through a vast green meadow, leaving Shoba awestruck by the encapsulating beauty and expansiveness surrounding him. The meadow was scattered with whimsically colored flowers across an emerald plain, creating an ethereal atmosphere that felt almost dreamlike to him. Tall oak trees dotted the horizon, their lush green leaves framing the edges of the vast plain. Looking down, Shoba noticed a golden dirt path winding through the meadow. The soil wasn't actually gold, but under the sunlight's caress, it shimmered with a golden hue that added to the meadow's enchantment. Inhaling deeply, Shoba savored the mesmerizing scene as he dutifully followed the young girl with subtle waves of inner peace stirring in his bosom. She extended her delicate hand, gently pulling him along, whilst guiding his every step with care. As they moved, Shoba witnessed a world vibrant with life unfolding before him, feeling a formless mystical energy emanating from both the soil and air around him. It was a strange marvel that somehow uplifted his downcast mood into a more intrigued and slightly curious one. After covering some distance, they came upon a vast expanse of golden wheat fields, stretching out before them like a sea of splintered gold. Shoba came to a sudden halt, captivated by the breathtaking view momentarily. This place, so beautiful. This is what a farm looks like. Shoba traversed back to a time when he genuinely considered taking up farming. Sensing his hand slipping away from hers, Demoria stopped as well and followed his gaze to the nearby farmhouse, understanding his admiration for the serene landscape layered before them. Shoba remained transfixed, his gaze sweeping over the lusciously glowing farm nestled among the undulating hills. The quaint semi-detached cottage, bathed in red with a roof of brown tiles, stood out against the lush backdrop. To the east, he observed a congregation of sheep on a spacious tract of land, their presence complemented by the distant sounds of chickens clucking and the faint bleating of goats, though he couldn't spot them amidst the verdant surroundings. The air, fragrant with floral scents, carried all these pastoral symphonies to his ears. Amidst this breathtaking embrace of nature, a thought suddenly surfaced within his empty mind. "I remember now, didn't I want to become a farmer one day?" A childlike smile creased across his face. The irony of the matter cheered him up somewhat. "Suuda, why are you so lost in your thoughts today? It's not like you're seeing this place for the first time," Demoria remarked. Her words jolted Shoba free from his daydreams. He laughed off his nervousness with a childish-sounding chuckle and resumed his walk along the golden path, pondering the implications of his presence in this body. "I must tread carefully. The discovery of my true identity could have unforeseen consequences." Yet, the likelihood seemed slim, assuming body possession isn't a common occurrence here. My main concern would be encountering a mind reader, but what are the chances of that? Shoba thought to himself. He understood there was a degree of caution needed to be deployed here. Someone was bound to recognize he wasn't the previous Rado Suta at some point. Reaching the stables adjacent to the main cottage, Demoria peeked around the corner mischievously before hopping over a low fence, beyond which Shoba noticed a freshly trimmed grass, where two intriguing creatures lounged by a small pond drawn in the center, covered by small gray stones. Demoria, noticing Shoba's hesitation, turned and signaled for silence with a finger to her lips before beckoning him to follow. Shoba leaped over the fence with ease. He found his body was lighter and surprisingly felt more in sync with his thoughts. It was a strange feeling, but he somehow understood that his body could do things his old body couldn't. Whoa, that feels awesome. He couldn't help admiring this weightless feeling, as though this body was not only lighter, but stronger and agile. Being a boy who often engaged in regular fast-paced sports and physical activities, Shoba almost instantly could tell the difference within this body. As they neared the two strange creatures, Shoba got a better look at the peculiar beings. They were winged creatures the size of cubs with feathered heads and golden talons reminiscent of eagles. Their faces resembled fledgling birds, one gray and the other a tawny brown shade, both sporting sharp golden beaks. The creatures' lower bodies were in odd juxtaposition. The gray one had the hindquarters of a horse, complete with pale hooves and a sleek tail, while its tawny counterpart boasted the muscular hind legs of a lion. What in the world are those things? Shoba blurted out of sheer shock, drawing a disapproving look from Demoria in return. Startled by his rather loud exclamation, the gray creature, in particular, stumbled on unsteady hooves before trotting off. The tawny one stood its ground, its beak slightly ajar in a silent warning as it arched its body as though it was ready to pounce.
Ara.
Look how adorable she is. That's why Sunny is my absolute favorite. And you, Suda, get 0 points for scaring off Snowy. You should know he's terrified of loud noises by now. Humph. Silly Suda. Demoria chided half-torn between reprimanding Shoba and cooing at the cute little furry creatures. Shoba, unfazed by her reproach, was more intrigued by the two creatures. Whilst he smoothed his chin, he subtly recalled a name given to such mythical creatures in his old world. Chimeras. A name sprang to the forefront of his mind. As Demoria continued her berating, a sharp whistle diverted their attention from beyond the fenced playpen. Behind them, a burly man with tan skin, dressed in farmer's attire, stood beyond the fence, his fingers withdrawing from a whistling position. His features were unique, with small, bug-like eyes and a wide mouth framed by thick, meaty lips, an appearance that was less than appealing. Yet, the broad smile spreading across his face revealed a gentleness incongruent with his intimidating build, resembling a friendly giant more than anything. Looks like we've been spotted. You head over to Toto first. Tell Granny tell her I'm tending to the chicken coops. Demoria hastily concocted an excuse, her hands animatedly suggesting a plan. Yes, tell her I'm cleaning the coops and washing the saddles. Turning her back to Shoba, she knelt beside the alert creature, cooing and laughing, her eyes sparkling with starry glee. After a few moments, Shoba heeded her suggestion. Yet, as he prepared to leave, he cast a lingering glance back at the gray-feathered creature now peeking from behind a tall plant in the distance. Its curious gaze flitted from him to Demoria, maintaining a cautious watch from afar. A twinge of guilt washed over him for having startled the timid being. Despite his curiosity about these unfamiliar creatures, he couldn't ignore the enthusiastic waves of the amiable giant beckoning them. With a resigned sigh, Shoba made his way back towards the fence, contemplating the unexpected turn his life had taken in this strange, new world. Chapter 27. Welcome home, Granny Baba. Suda POV. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, spoke a raspy voice from the other side of the door. Shoba turned the rusty knob before he gently pushed the door open. He stepped inside with a curious glint nestled within his gaze, dutifully surprised to himself inside of a homely-looking abode. From his initial look, This place seemed to blend an old aesthetic kind of decor with a surreal mystical ambience, reminding him of some kind of fable. The medium-sized space was furnished with vintage tables and chairs, a kitchen stove, fruit baskets, and an unmissable black iron cauldron placed at the far end of the room. His gaze brushed against the walls, noticing rows of shelves laden with books, jars of various liquids, salts, misshapen crystals, and even peculiar animal bones lined against them. If Shoba hadn't been attentive, he might have believed he had somehow been transported into a mysterious fairy tale. As Shoba took in his surroundings, his attention was swiftly drawn to the room's sole occupant. An elderly woman with a slight hunchback sat beside that large cauldron he noticed beforehand. Silver curls cascaded down her back, contrasting with her dark and linty robes. Sensing his presence, she casually twisted around on her stool, finally revealing her face to Shoba. What's up with her eye? Was his first thought. His heart skipped a beat once he noticed the sight of her heterochromatic eyes, one a bright amber brown whilst the other one was an unmissable gold that seemed to swirl with an otherworldly light. The moment their gazes met, a chilling sensation crept up Shoba's spine, his body petrifying as if shards of ice wedged into his joints. This eerie feeling mirrored the daunting encounter with Helvetios, leaving Shoba's entire body covered in cold sweats. He felt his knees buckling and was forced to swiftly adjust his footing by holding onto the nearest wooden stool he found not too far away from his left hand. Just when he thought his body was on the verge of failing him. "Oh my, I completely forgot," the old lady murmured, quickly concealing her golden eye with a sweep of her silver hair. The oppressive force binding Shoba dissipated instantly, allowing him to catch mouthfuls of breath thankfully. Panting heavily, he stumbled backward until he was pressed against the door, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion. What the hell was that? He heaved between heavy breaths. The old woman appeared unfazed by the dramatic effect her gaze had on Shoba. Her demeanor remained as casual as if she had merely brushed against a flower by mistake. "Oh, don't be so dramatic, little Sue. It wouldn't be the first nor the last time you mistakenly looked into my eye now, would it, foo-foo-foo?" She made a sound between a deep laughter and a cackle. The tiny hairs against his arms stood tall, but once he felt his body returning to normal, his thoughts were filled with a slight bit of understanding.
Lilito Su?
She must be
Granny Baba?
that little girl mentioned her before. And judging by her appearance and the overall decor of this place, my guess is she's an arcanist as well. Excitement swiftly overcame his fearful thoughts upon making that connection. The old woman swiftly moved her attention back to the large cauldron before her. Shoba held no time to steady himself from that previous attack as he was quickly summoned by the old woman once his breaths had quietened down. Armed with shaky legs, he carefully approached her from an angle. A few steps away from the cauldron, he was starting to pick up on an overpowering scent. It reminded him of burning mint. It was an odd smell, but it wasn't the worst thing he had smelt before. The old lady held her withered hand over the cauldron and sprinkled a bluish-white dust into it. "Is she making a potion?" he thought with intrigue drawn across his serious face. His cautious stare instantly changed into one of curiosity as he marveled at the brewing of the bubbling liquid in the heated cauldron. "I'm guessing that sweet girl Briala was taken by the order then? How does that make you feel, little Sue?" the old woman suddenly asked him. "Briala? Why is she bringing her up all of a sudden? Is this a test? Crap, I hope not. How would Suda react? This old woman hasn't figured it out already, has she? No, Ted, that's impossible. But is it? She's an arcanist, maybe a strong one for that matter. Damn it, what do I do?" Shoba suddenly found himself almost drowning in his worries, unable to think of a single correct response in this situation. He half expected something like this to occur, only now he was faced with it. How was he supposed to break free from this problem? Wait, I should just respond naturally. That girl and Suda were clearly friends, so it only makes sense he would feel somewhat down. It wouldn't be a stretch that he missed her. Maybe? Shoba massaged his temples gently whilst he steadied himself. A few moments later, and a nervous chuckle broke free from his lips. "I felt regret deep down, but it was the right decision for her to leave." he replied as earnestly as he could. The old woman removed her gaze away from the cauldron and stared at him deeply. Feeling her somewhat intense gaze forced Shoba to move his eyes away in response. Crap. Was that the wrong move? What else could I have said? Or is this Suda fellow the quiet and shy type? After a short few tense moments, a surprisingly warm smile creased against her aged features. Good. That's how a man should be, little Sue. He should be honest with how he feels. Now then, hand me that jar of dragon snail dust over there. The one with the glowing dark root sticking out of it. Suda followed the direction of her fingers, noticing a few jars placed on the nearest table to his right-hand side. With measured footsteps, he gently moved towards the jars, scanning them over briefly before he noticed one in particular with a strange glowing stalk pulsing in and out. Also taking a closer look, he noticed what looked somewhat like black sand layered at the bottom of the clear jar. Glowing roots? And I guess this is the dust? Dr. Dragon Snailhead, this world is quite intriguing to say the least. He picked up the jar carefully before carrying it over to the old woman seated by the cauldron. Granny Baba accepted the jar without so much as batting it a second glance. Her gaze seemed so engrossed in the bubbling solution in front of her. Shoba was getting the feeling she couldn't remove her gaze away for a single moment. This is my very own cognitive restoration potion, and it's as pure as one could find around here. Listen, those merchant fogies will sell a small vial of this stuff for about 700 sales. Pfft. Who in their right mind can afford that around here? I tell you, I sell these for a quarter of the price, little Sue, and townsfolk always come back, she bragged. Suddenly Suda was getting an idea as to why she was so focused on the brewing liquid. Potion? So I was right. She was brewing a magic potion. Shoba swallowed a nervous gulp, whilst his mind began racing with possibilities. Granny, what's a cognitive potion used for? He couldn't help ask, whilst being drawn to the realms of these mythical things like a moth was to a flame. Never in all his years could he have imagined witnessing such marvels. The old woman raised a single finger before gently tapping it against her temple. To restore the mind, little Sue. To normal people, it helps them cure most head pains and discomforts, especially the night curses and bad wards eating up at their dreams. But to an arcanist, well, let's just say this is somewhat like liquid gold, especially to an arcanist trying to raise their mentality. As he stood there, taking in every detail of Baba and her very stereotypical workshop, he was reminded again about this strange and new world he had awoken into. To someone from his world, seeing all these things, his rational mind couldn't make sense out of it. A black smoke started to rise out from the pit of the cauldron. Shoba was alert and unconsciously took a step back, but a little of the smoke fumes filtered into his nostrils, and his brow rose, catching a whiff of that familiar minty scent. While his mind whirled with thousands of thoughts, he hadn't immediately caught on to the blank stare the old lady was beholding him with. After a brief silence, Granny Baba's voice broke through the empty air. "Little Sue? Is something wrong?" she asked slightly strangely. No, everything is fine." He cleared his throat after being brought back to reality, and he leaned over the cauldron in a bid to conceal his internal surprise. The minty scent was growing more potent, and he started to see small orange sparks igniting in the black cauldron. What's it doing?" he asked her slightly timidly. "Oh, the potion's almost done. The cartilage from the harpy's bones is being burned from the inside out. Give it a little more time, and the bone will be completely dissolved into a mucky paste. We can use that paste it leaves behind to brew black ice, which works well to control the fiery blossom plants we grow. Remember what I always tell you, little Sue. There is no piece of ingredient that isn't useful, especially to people like myself." Shoba noticed an ugly smile creased against her wrinkled features, like an evil villain devising a world-ending plot. "I see where the little girl gets her mischievous nature from," he thought to himself. "Oh, right. Tell me all about the trip to the Order's Temple. How did it go? Considering you're back here, my guess is not too well." Shoba held a pondering silence for a short, while until flashes of the time he spent within that temple came back to his thoughts. At that point, I hadn't remembered most of what I knew now, so I don't remember a great deal of everything that took place. Although how could I forget that asshole kid who was an S rank, and that G-goddess? He shivered recalling that shining light. the being with blood-red carmine eyes. Oh, it was interesting to say the least. This is my badge look. Taking the initiative this time around, he held out his hand and summoned the floating dark badge into existence again. The small area around his open palm filled with tiny pops of static before the dark particles conjured the badge. As expected, the old woman held a questioning stare whilst she observed his dark badge. How intriguing, Granny Baba remarked with deep-set brows in place whilst she carefully took in the floating badge. Is something wrong? Shoba took this chance to attempt to find out a little more about this badge, and perhaps some of the origins of this Rado Suda fellow. Hard to say, little Sue, but your badge color changed from bronze to, well, to that. And then there are those weird characters around your skill set and affinity. Suppose I wasn't 100% certain that the spell breaker ward I've placed around this farm wasn't considered one of my strongest incantations. I might have suspected you weren't little Sue, and someone in disguise, bwaha. Shoba smiled crookedly, trying to hide just how startled he was inside by hearing her say that. Never mind. I did suspect those damned priests would do something strange. Sigh. Don't worry, little Sue. The nature of these so-called adventure badges is a farce anyway. They're more like some kind of strange attachment or pledge of some sort to their oh-so-benevolent golden goddess TSK. Don't be fooled by all the gold you saw. That thing is as pure as I am young, bwahaha. The old lady cackled again, her high-pitched voice splintering into his ears. There was a sudden stillness within Shoba, a crackled fragment of memory slowly repairing itself before it gently fitted into a missing puzzle that had somehow gone lost for far too long. That night, when Ringo was being taken away, and no, when she chose to leave, that being beside her, the one with the horns, it was her. It was that goddess I saw in the temple. Shoba felt a terrible wave of nausea rushing through him. His breaths started to rise and fall loudly. Sweat beaded against his forehead, as he felt his fingertips stiffen with a mixture of sadness and anger, forming a flash of white fire deep in his bosom. Goddess, goddess. His mind suddenly felt vacant. How could he have not seen it before the one thing he could use to find his family? It was staring him right in the face. How do I find the goddess? His mouth moved before his mind had enough time to process what he was saying. Oh crap. Granny Baba gave him a confused look, her head slightly tilted before asking him, why would you want to find the goddess for little Sue? Struggling to formulate a coherent response, Shoba found himself grappling with a tumult of half-formed excuses. I understand the confusion you must be feeling, Baba said with a hint of empathy. But heed my advice. Steer clear of the Golden Dawn's laws. Little Sue, their deity, and the fervent disciples. I advise you to avoid them at all costs. The declarations on your badge hold no weight to your future. It's the purity of your heart that truly matters. And should you ever consider aligning with a faith, I'd suggest the Towers of Annihilation over any other. Towers of Annihilation? That name in itself doesn't fill me with any positives, to be honest. Let me tell you about the days of my youth, little Sue. Scaling that tower was all we aspired to do. It was such a marvelous place for young hopefuls, especially if you were daring enough to climb each level that made your life harder the higher you climbed. How times have evolved. Relieved that Baba hadn't detected his true origin, Shoba's thoughts shifted towards leveraging her knowledge of the arcane to strengthen his abilities. He quickly understood this was another opportunity for him. One that could have possibly been set up from the beginning by that fishbowl-head alien. She's my best chance at understanding not just arcane, but this entire wide world. Shoba studied what he could do at this point, and the obvious answer was simple. Listen and learn. She'll no doubt be the key to becoming stronger, so I just need to make sure I'm not being too weird. A newfound determination welled up within him, and with renewed confidence, he began to scrutinize the room a little more, particularly drawn to the myriad of books lining the shelves. Realizing Baba's connection to the magical realm, he speculated that these books might hold the foundational knowledge of magic and arcane that he sought. The challenge, however, lay in broaching the subject without arousing further suspicion, especially considering the peculiar glances he'd already received from both Demoria and the old woman when he showed a small interest into arcane. Shoba steadied his nerves, adjusted his attire, and cleared his throat soundly. Granny Baba, I wish to delve deeper into the arcane arts, he announced abruptly. Baba paused suddenly. Her stare seemed to contain a lot of things, one of which Shoba soon discovered was amusement. Soft heckles filtered into a hearty laughter, breaking the tense silence around the room. You want to learn the art, little Sue? Waha, oh dear. Have you been tampering with my toxic berries again? I told you already those things can erode your memories over time. I thought you had outgrown that habit of eating whatever you want, you little scoundrel. I recall that brat Demoria calls them forget-me-berries for that very reason. Her jovial tone shifted as she continued. Most important of all, don't tell me you've forgotten the frailties plaguing your body, little Sue? Upon hearing that, Shoba's mind started to race. Wait, what, forget-me-berries? That's a thing? And did she just say infirmities, as in diseases? What the heck is wrong with this boy's body? He felt a small panic while he stared into her almond-shaped eye for more clarity on the matter. The sympathetic look in Baba's eyes did little to reassure him, suggesting that his physical condition was far from trivial. Damn it, Suda, what the hell is wrong now? Chapter 28. Welcome Home. Cold Frozen Meridian Disease. Suda POV. As Granny Baba's gaze softened with pity, Shoba braced himself for the revelations that followed. After exhaling a deadpan breath, Granny Baba began rehashing the detailed backstory concerning Suda's bodily origins. Shoba made sure his facial expressions weren't too alien to how a prepubescent child might behave after being told such things. Despite the daunting news, he had achieved his first goal in managing to convince a close family member to divulge important information about Rado Suda. Luckily for him, the old woman never minced her words and rather straightforwardly broke down the truth concerning Suda's origins. The topic of main importance started with the old woman explaining how Suda was sold to her a couple of weeks after being born. Granny Baba never delved too deeply into the whys, but she insinuated it was a deal. Both parties were happy with. Shoba understood there was no need to further press on the issue. The more pressing concern, however, was the condition plaguing Suda's body. Of course, much to his sordid luck, the problem he faced with his body was a troubling ordeal. Granny Baba explained to him in layman's terms that his birth had brought about complications. More than likely, he had developed a virus that wasn't cured fast enough after he was born. She also emphasized this was quite common for babies born in rural and poorer areas during the ember months. The lack of resources and medical attention left a lasting damage inside his internal organs and respiratory system, to the depths that Granny Baba even started hypothesizing that his lifespan had been halved. From the symptoms Granny Baba explained, Shoba understood he was carrying some sort of mutated version of pneumonia. The old woman called this disease the cold meridian illness, where his inner energy pathways had been blocked with a hardened agent likened to ice. This meant that it was almost 4 times harder for him to weave mana through his channels, making it virtually close to impossible for him to be able to acquire the full use of a particular organ within his body, what the old woman called a mana core. Shoba's brow remained furrowed during the entire explanation. This new information had certainly meant he had to find a way to accelerate his growth, whilst bearing in mind he had reincarnated into a body riddled with problems. He took a deep breath before making sure his facial demeanor wasn't giving too much of his inner self away. Just when I thought I had made progress, another spanner gets tossed into the mix. Heh, how depressing. But it's not the end of the world. Surely there's a solution to this problem, considering the type of world this is. He creased an empty smile before nodding a few times. Granny Baba seemed not to have caught anything strange as he continued to devise possible measures to help him through this problem. Afterward, her voice even felt a little more softer towards him. I'm not too sure if you've lost your memories again, or if you're faking it to see if there is a way for you to start studying the art. Could it be Demoria? Shoba flinched a little once that name was spoken. Even he wasn't sure why his body reacted that way, but the pretty-faced, blue-haired girl appeared in his mind. Before he was poised to answer, the old woman spoke up again. I can tell it is. You should understand, regardless if you're able to miraculously solve your body constitution problems. Demoria's talent is, how shall I put this, one of a kind. You worrying about staying beside her is nothing more than a fantasy. Little Sue, My words may sound harsh, but I can only tell you the truth concerning these types of things. No one, least Demoria, would want to see you hurt. Shoba's eyes trailed down. He feigned a fellow who was saddened by the news. Inwardly, he was piecing together how the old woman and possibly Demoria herself viewed their relationship. That girl is probably the one doing the protecting between us. Hence why the old woman is all concerned about me bringing her down. Understandably so, given that she's an S-rank talent. But then was she able to leave that church without being forced to stay like Briala was? Unless she didn't go to the church in the first place? Suda quickly deduced that the strange old lady held something to do with that. He had a lot to think about, as per usual. But after their lengthy discussion, Shoba did feel he was making some real progress, especially when he considered before stepping foot onto the farm that most of his memories from his previous world had been locked. I can't forget that word she mentioned. 9 out of 10 times that's probably how I got my memories back. My goodness, this world of magic and stuff feels like quite the headache. Throughout the day, Shoba remained mostly silent, his focus absorbed by the myriad of different potions Granny Baba meticulously crafted within a short time. Gradually, her initial wariness of his sudden curiosity seemed to fade, replaced by a willingness to share her arcane knowledge. Shoba quickly realized, much like the stories from Earth, that practitioners of arcane held a deep passion for both acquiring and imparting wisdom. That helpful fellow I shared a carriage with mentioned something about arcanists and their mantra. I think he said, if all arcanists were this helpful, then Shoba felt his fortunes might not be so bleak when it came down to him acquiring information. Once Baba began her explanations, it was as though a dam had broken. She delved into the complexities of her craft with an enthusiasm that was both infectious and overwhelming at times. The barrage of unfamiliar terms and the exotic components required for each concoction were daunting after a while. The potions themselves ranged from simple healing elixirs to more complex brews that promised effects Shoba could barely comprehend. Yet, amidst this flood of information, he found solace in his ability to still absorb and retain knowledge, a skill that had not abandoned him in this new world. Despite not fully being able to grasp the intricacies of each potion, Shoba managed to hold onto snippets of valuable information, storing each one in its delicate vault for future reference. This was the same way he dealt with most things. Since he was very young, he found it somewhat easy to retain information. It wasn't actually what one would consider a photographic memory, but it was a very meticulous and sort of automatic response his mind conducted whenever he was trying to process or learn a lot of information. Shoba found, to his surprise, that his time spent alongside the voluble Granny Baba was not just informative, but also unexpectedly enjoyable. The old woman's repeated warnings that his prospects of mastering the arcane arts were virtually non-existent did little to deter him. Shoba clung to the conviction imparted by Helvetios that he must get stronger by any means. As the day hastened to its close, Shoba pondered the possibility that time might flow differently in this new world. The hours seemed to slip by more swiftly than he was accustomed to. Nightfall's arrival had placed him inside a modest-sized room, its simplicity marked by a tall bookstand housing weathered volumes of thin books, and a quaint bed adorned with furs layers instead of a traditional bedspread, and also a diminutive window barely large enough for a cat's passage. Settling into the rustic bed, which protested under his weight with a creak of discontent, Shoba wrapped himself in the warm bundle of furs. It smelt of the outdoors, but with a slight scent of soap. He lay there, comforted by the soft embrace of the bedding, his gaze drawn to the window where the moon's pale light spilled through, casting a serene glow that mingled with the star-stitched sky. In the quiet of the night, Shoba's thoughts meandered through the tumultuous events of recent days. The surreal experience of his family's disappearance, Ringo's haunting departure, and the chaos that had enveloped his world. All these things were enough to shatter his resolve, but now flickered through his mind like scenes from a vivid, unsettling dream. Yet the harsh reality was undeniable. Fueled by a mixture of fear, determination, and a steadfast belief in his potential, Shoba resolved to harness the power of this arcane magic and save his family. He lowered his eyelids gently and recalled his dad's jovial smile admonishing him for attempting to give up. You would be doing yourself a disservice if you refused to chase your goals until the very end, my boy. The cosmos are life-giving, and you are part of the magic of the universe. That's your birthright as a human being. So press on, stay courageous. Be vigilant, but also be caring and soft. Love everyone and hate no one. And always remember, never grow up inside. Always remain youthful at heart. With a heart fortified by resolve and a mind adrift in the possibilities that lay ahead, Shoba finally surrendered to sleep. I will get stronger, by any means necessary. Mom, Dad Ringo? Wait for me. Chapter 29. Affinity equals ice. Suda POV. The following morning greeted Shoba with an unwelcome heaviness in his head, as if his skull were filled with dense, swirling metal. Accompanying this discomfort was a deluge of new memories, vivid, poignant snapshots from the life of Reito Suda, the boy whose body he now inhabited. These recollections painted an indifferent history of joy and adversity for the young boy, revealing a life marked by solitude. A boy who didn't quite understand where he fit within this world. He wasn't gifted, nor did he possess any lofty dreams of conquering the world. Most of the time he followed Demoria wherever she wanted to go, without so much as a voice of doubt towards some of her crazed schemes. If Shoba could describe Suda's life, it would be a short life lived in obscurity and fear. Overwhelmed by this intimate glimpse into Suda's experiences, Shoba allowed a solitary tear to escape as he lay in bed, immersed in the poignant narrative of a life once lived for a boy who always felt alone. Somehow, both you and I are the same, Suda, he thought to himself, reminded by how he internally felt around his own family. In the days that followed, time meandered like a serene river, each moment distinct and full of discovery. Shoba found real joy in the time spent with Granny Baba, who, despite initial reservations, had warmed to his keen interest in her arcane craft. With the patience of a mentor, she guided him through the meticulous process of potion brewing, occasionally letting slip the secrets of arcanists along the way. She introduced him to the foundational concepts of particle formations and their fusion, the initial steps toward mastering spellcasting. Though these concepts eluded full comprehension, Shoba approached them with the same diligence that had propelled him through his academic pursuits on Earth. It also helped that he had maintained the principles of arcane, which had been taught to him by that handsome-faced fellow in the carriage. Granny Baba's meticulous habit of documenting her work was also a helpful intrigue to Shoba. He learned from her that the realm of arcane was dynamic, where even formulas leading to similar outcomes could vary in process and potency. This principle underscored the fluid and ever-evolving nature of the arcane and why it was such a complex world that many scholars spent their entire lives dedicated to simply scratching the surface. You think arcane is some sort of tool? Something you can summon and use repeatedly until the tool needs replacing?
No.
Arcane, or shall we call it magic or the art, is as real to us as the invisible air all around us. There was a time when arcanists had to pay tribute to a chosen patron just to receive the blessing needed to cast spells. Fufufu, can you imagine begging the empty air for a sufficient amount of grace to cast minor spells? It's quite something to see how far arcane has come during my lifetime, little Sue, and I know it'll only keep growing. Shoba absorbed every nugget of wisdom Granny Baba shared, recognizing the value in both her deliberate teachings and offhand remarks. His days were divided between lively discussions with Baba, teaching him about the basics of the arcane, and going through some of her old notes on the future of the art, whilst the tranquil evenings were spent roaming the lofty hills with Demoria. This routine, a blend of rigorous study and companionship, imbued his days with a sense of fulfillment and purpose. Despite the challenges that lay ahead, Shoba felt a growing sense of belonging and determination in this new world, his resolve to master the arcane arts strengthening with each passing day. On the 23rd day after his transmigration into this new world, in the tender glow of an early, balmy morning, Shoba found himself accompanying Demoria through the dappled light of the woods that bordered their path to Toma's abode. Demoria, who had been plagued by restless nights, had voiced her frustrations about her elusive slumber and was determined to persuade Toma into parting with one of Baba's renowned sweet honey tonic drops, a remedy she hoped would cure her insomnia. Shoba had been told secretly that Demoria was going through a transformation, not so much an outward kind he first imagined. but one that concerned her body getting stronger. The term Granny used was breaking through into a new phase of power. As they meandered through the grassland, they found themselves surrounded by the vast, crowded area where the dew-kissed blades crunched softly beneath their feet. They ventured a little into the crowded thickets when a commotion arose, catching both of their attentions as they noticed a cluster of gray-beaked crows perched against one of the high branches in the approaching trees above. These avian creatures were wreaking havoc on a young pear tree, only just blossoming its fruit. Demoria, already restless and filled with annoyance, began hurling rocks at the crows in a bid to get them to leave the tree alone. Much to Shoba's dismay, one of her throws managed to whack one of the birds clean against its head, and in a fit of rage, the enraged crow took to the skies, circling ominously before diving towards the duo with its sharp beak leading the charge. Shoba, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle, remained stationary. Demoria, on the other hand, placed herself between Shoba and the descending sharp-beaked bird. As the crow bore down on them, she extended her delicate right hand towards the assailant, and in the nick of time, she snatched at the air and caught the crow by its beak. The crow, now ensnared and visibly confounded by this unexpected show of force, could do little but squawk weakly, its efforts to escape proving futile as Demoria shook the bird a few times with a childish grin. Shoba, taken aback by Demoria's display of otherworldly strength, was reminded once again of the vast chasm that separated this world from Earth. Yet, what unfolded next would eclipse all prior revelations. Within Demoria's grip, a fine mist of pale dust began to materialize, accompanied by a soft crackling sound that filled the air. Shoba, stepping back, watched in awe as a frost began to spread from Demoria's hand, enveloping the crow in a creeping sheath of ice. The transformation was swift. The bird's desperate screeches were silenced as the frost sealed its fate, morphing it into a stunning, crystalline sculpture of ice. Demoria, turning to face Shoba with a mischievous glint in her eyes, presented the frozen avian figure with a playful smile. "For you, my prince," she sang in the most sweetest of voices, her grin revealing a row of pearly teeth. Shoba nervously chuckled before politely refusing the inhumane gift. The sight of the crow, now eternally encased in ice, stirred a pang of sympathy within him. Yet, as the initial shock subsided, he realized he had just witnessed the manifestation of arcane magic, a phenomenon both thrilling and slightly terrifying to witness up close. This was the power he longed to master, a power he knew would not come easily. Patience and understanding. Slowly I will learn and hone it. Even if I must make the deal with demons, I will get stronger. Chapter 30. Life on Granny Baba's Farm. The Visitor. Suda POV. As time unfolded, Shoba gradually became accustomed to his new life on Granny Baba's farm. By now he had grown so accustomed to the various chores and physical activities he engaged in, that each day Suda tended to relish the rising dawn. There was a point when his body couldn't keep up with the rigorous nature of working on a farm, and it dawned upon him that it was no wonder Toto was so heavily built in size, considering he was taking care of the bulk of these farming duties each day. Nevertheless, Suda found joy in farming alongside the gentle giant, Toto, who imparted essential skills to him like the proper form of wood chopping with a short axe, differentiating between weeds and crops, and preparing the fertile soil for new seeds in anticipation of the changing seasons. In Suda's eyes, these physical benefits were amazing, gaining an indescribable calmness to his spirit that ultimately helped him steady his thoughts a lot better these days. Despite his new routine, Shoba remained dedicated to his goal, often seizing opportunities to explore the extensive library in Granny Baba's home whenever time permitted. Over time, he observed a change in the old woman's demeanor. She no longer discouraged him from studying her esoteric texts and occasionally took the time to elucidate complex ideas he stumbled upon. By the 40th day, Shoba found himself lying in bed, dreamily gazing at the twilight sky through his short window. His mind, as always, a whirlwind of fragmented memories and elusive dreams, but he wasn't worried as much these days. Sleep came in fleeting moments for him, but Suda had accepted that his thoughts would always be in this constant disquietude state for now. Although time had gradually birthed an interesting feeling within him over time. Acceptance. That night, he faced a reality he had hoped to evade. The Shoba from Tokyo faded away, leaving only memories and a hardened resolve. Holding on to his former identity would not aid him in this new existence. Recognizing the human mind's fragility under duress, Shoba understood the need to embrace his new identity as Redo Suda to progress. His determination to rescue his family remained steadfast, driven by the haunting memories of that tragic night, which was almost impossible to completely shed away. However, Shoba realized that personal evolution necessitated the release of his past's mental burdens. His former self had become an unbearable load to carry day by day. Shoba is gone. I must embrace Suda. Understand and embody your aspirations, not just meet them, but exceed them. I will become the finest version of Redo Suda. Now that I control this body, it's the least I can do to honor your memory. I hope you don't resent me for what befell you, but I promise not to let us down. The name Redo Suda will be etched into this world, I promise. He bound that oath within his heart, his goals and desires finally tempering into a single will, and now Shoba was confident that after tonight, his mind would be in a better place. With this newfound determination, Shoba finally felt the embrace of a peaceful sleep, his eyelids heavy with the promise of rest, dutifully shut, sooner placing him in a silent embrace of darkness. On the 96th day following his transmigration, Suda found himself beneath the warm glow of the morning sun. Today he was engaged in the task of feeding the hippogriff. With practiced ease, he tossed another slab of raw hide into the creature's pen, the meat making a distinct schlick sound as it hit the ground. The pen, ingeniously designed to mimic a small mountainous terrain, lay silent except for the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the mild breeze. Positioned at the far end of the sturdy wooden fence, Suda waited with a patience born of routine, well aware of the sequence of events about to unfold by now. This dance of cautious interaction had become a familiar routine throughout his mornings. His gaze lazily traveled towards the tall makeshift stones placed in the far corner of the pen. A devious grin flashed against his face as he noticed a feathered creature slowly emerging out into the open. Peeking from behind a towering, jagged rock, a head cloaked in gray feathers cautiously revealed itself. The hippogriff, now mirroring the stature of a mature foal, had visibly evolved since their initial meeting. Its erstwhile gray plumage had transitioned to a pristine white mane flourishing down its graceful neck. With deliberate steps, marked by an ingrained wariness, Snowy approached the offered meat from a strategic angle, never once breaking eye contact with Suda. After a tentative sniff, it used the tip of its beak to drag the meat towards the safety of the tall gray stone, maintaining a cautious distance away from the human observer. Still so cautious of me, aren't you, Snowy? No matter. I have all the time in the world to earn your trust. Settling down behind its chosen refuge, Snowy began to feast on the meat with an eagerness that belied its earlier meal. Suda was deeply engrossed in observing what he felt was a kindred spirit in the animal before him. It conjured memories of his former self, the one who was always the introvert in the family, who tended to mostly choose solitude over companionship with his sister or his schoolmates. A deep sigh escaped through his slightly open lips as he pondered the past, regretting perhaps not spending more time with them, especially Ringo. The onset of a familiar depressive feeling began to encroach upon his heart, prompting him to vigorously shake his head, trying to dispel away such gloomy thoughts. Oh right, I haven't checked my adventurer's badge in a while. A thought resurfaced. Rehearsing the method he had become quite accustomed to by now, he held out his left palm and focused his intent on conjuring his adventurer's badge. Name: Redo Suda. Age: 16. Race: human.
Rank E.
Skill set: affinity. Status: divine memory lock, dispelling ward currently active, the struggler's dying will. Suda's eyes flashed with surprise upon reading what looked like a new entry against his adventurer's card. What the struggler's dying will? How did that get there? Suda momentarily stood motionless on his heels. He tried to venture down memory lane in a bid to work out how or when he might have earned such a status. On one hand, he felt a little relieved strangely. At least he was making some sort of progress. But a slight growing concern lingered on the tip of his thoughts. The more he stared at the rather ominous wording, the more worried he was getting. A near-distant sound of hooves trampling across soft ground pulled him free from his thoughts. Not far from the stables, Suda began to detect the soft echo of hooves stampeding against the earth. This came as a surprise. He had not noticed any horses on the farm before, nor was he aware of anyone leaving the vast fields on horseback since he arrived here. Driven by curiosity, Suda left the hippogriff side and headed back towards Granny Baba's house. Before he even reached the red-tiled cottage, Suda spotted a black carriage pulled by two beige and white speckled horses. A flicker of excitement illuminated within his bright brown hazel eyes. Having never met anyone beyond his farmhouse family, he quickened his pace down the golden path, his heart throbbing with eagerness before he soon reached the carriage stationed outside the cottage. Toto was already there, tending to the horses with care, removing their bridles, offering water, and grooming their coats meticulously. Once done, he led them to the cool pastures behind the cottage. Suda focused on the muffled sounds coming from the Granny Baba's abode. He approached the door, where he could hear those muffled voices growing louder. Occasionally there was a distinctive loudening childish voice, swiftly prompting him to wonder, "Is Demoria here as well?" Suda asked himself. With his curiosity now fully piqued, Suda brushed the pieces of grass and the outdoors off his trousers and took hold of the brass doorknob, gently pushing the door open as he twisted it to one side. Inside he found Granny Baba calmly seated by the fireplace, enjoying a cup of tea clutched delicately to her weathered hands. Suda found it somewhat rare to see Granny adopting a relaxing demeanor for once. She's not usually this relaxed. Something fishy must be going on. He took a slight pause to take in the scene, double-checking that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Despite the air of coolness surrounding Granny, the atmosphere around her was slightly charged with tension. He found that was mainly because of Demoria, whose voice continued to grow with vocal disapproval towards something. "I don't care about any rules. You can't force me to go. I swear it. I'll reduce that entire poxy school to ashes if you ignore my wishes. I swear it. Granny, how could you even consider such a thing? I shan't go. I won't." She folded her arms in defiance and turned her nose away at the seated fellow. By chance her gaze just so happened to fall towards the door. Her eyes briefly shuffled as she met Suda awkwardly staring at the trio. "Oh, Suda, you've arrived." Demoria sprang up to her feet with haste as she rushed over towards him. "Hear what these two old fogies are saying. They're determined to send me to some dreadful school all by myself. Can you believe that? We won't be able to spend the evenings together if I go. Help me tell Granny she's gone mad." Suda saw the other fellow in attendance shuffling awkwardly in his seat. He was the man with the silky platinum hair, caught off guard by Demoria's harsh words. "Old? Such an impolite thing to say. I am merely 36. In contrast, Granny Baba was undisturbed by the uproar. Her focus remained solely on the tea she was savoring with apparent relish, whilst she gently swirled the porcelain cup. After listening to the incensed girl's woes, Suda had grasped somewhat the crux of her problem. Her primary grievance was the abruptness of the situation. Should she consent, Demoria would be swiftly transported to a distant continent where she would attend one of the specialist arcane schools. The stranger was also polite enough to shed some light on the overall experience. The standard tenure for all acolytes was said to be 3 years, yet given Demoria's early recruitment, 1 year ahead of the usual age, her duration of study would be extended to 4.5 years. Suda weighed both the advantages and disadvantages. He did have to admit he found himself growing fond of the mischievous young girl's company. Due to the closeness the previous Suda had with her, he saw her like a sister and somewhat a best friend. However, he realized that to advance in this world, he needed all the help he could get. Other than Granny, of course, Demoria was the first person he met in this world who wielded arcane magic with such promise. He briefly recalled Granny Baba's description of her arcane potential, describing it as exceptionally brilliant. All roads suggest that Demoria will become a formidable arcanist one day. The cogs started to whir within Suda's mind. The fishbowl head Helvetios hinted at trouble on the horizon for him sooner rather than later, and possibly the many worlds for that matter when he considered the mana storm disaster was orchestrated by someone unknown. I'll need all the help I can get for what's to come, and surrounding myself with a group of strong friends would be the best option for the future. Suta had made his decision and gently took Demoria by her dainty hands. Her voice quickly trailed into a stuttering whimper. Her eyes carried a strange mixture of emotions. Her face then quickly turned beet red out of embarrassment. SSUT Suta WH, what are you? Hey, just be quiet for a moment and listen, Suta said abruptly. His grasp on Demoria's delicate hands was firm and yet gentle. He locked eyes with the stuttering girl, peering deeply into her unique golden amber irises. Pay attention for once and listen to me. You've got a chance here to achieve something extraordinary. It might not seem fair at the moment, but consider this. The sooner you harness your abilities, the sooner we'll reunite again. And once you're powerful enough, no one can tell you what to do. Then we can go on as many adventures as we'd like. You'll have the freedom to live as you please. Trust me on this. Go, learn to master your power, and then come back, he urged, his voice laced with sincerity and warmth. Demoria stood there in a brief daze, her large eyes averting between Suta's hand holding her own and his wide boyish smile. Clearly feeling overwhelmed by Suta's directness and the weight of his words, she could only stammer out fractured words in response. Why, you dummy, Suta? Why would you say something so suddenly? Fidgeting with the hem of her dress, Demoria avoided his gaze. Suta couldn't help but smile warmly, recognizing the vulnerability behind her feisty demeanor. He was reminded of his sister Ringo all of a sudden, which perhaps explained the ease with which he had bonded with Demoria in such a short time. Shaking off his nostalgic thoughts, Suta observed Demoria as she regained her composure and took her seat beside Granny Baba. He caught a hint of a surprised look on the elderly woman's face, a rare deviation from her usual stoicism. Finding a seat some distance away, Suta settled in, his heart lighter, having possibly swayed Demoria's perspective on the intricate steps of her future days. This is good. She needs to get stronger. Only then can she be of use to me in the future. Chapter 31. Life on Granny's Farm, the 8 Unseen Colleges. As the room settled into a focused silence, the platinum-haired fellow cleared his throat, drawing attention back to the matter at hand. Ahem. Yes, now that we've finally settled down, yes, where was I? My name is Vislav Carnegie II, and I serve as the official coordinator for the Western Coast. This role places me in charge of overseeing all external affairs at an intermediate level that might intersect with the interests of the Celestial Council in this region. He explained with an unmissable air of pride around him. Suta wasn't surprised by that, though. I'd probably be the same if I was part of a famous institution of arcanists. I wonder if I'll be strong enough to be part of a famous group like that one day. Also, why does it feel like I've heard the Celestial Court before? Searching the archives of his memories, Suta quickly recalled the conversation he held with that shrewd-faced fellow in the carriage. But he could only recall fleeting things, nothing painting a clear enough picture concerning this celestial court. He's an arcanist, that much I can make out, he thought, his gaze immediately falling to the studded rings against Vislav's olive hands. He folded against his lap. As previously mentioned, I am hereby mandated by the High Council to facilitate your enrollment in one of the prestigious, yet elusive, schools of arcane. Ahem, of course, there are several factors to consider, but our initial assessments indicate that you are indeed a prodigious talent, meriting personalized instructor or a kinari, as we say in the world of arcane, from one of our esteemed masters. Suta's interest was already piqued at the mention of arcanists, and the prospect of engaging with one in person stirred a flurry of questions within him, each vying for release. Yet, the subtle but discernible glances from Granny Baba, cautioning him to hold his tongue, reminded him of the delicacy of the situation. He remained silent, albeit perched on the edge of his seat, eager to absorb every detail. Fortunately, Vislav Carnegie II proved to be a wealth of information, be it as a result of his own very proud sense of purpose. He eloquently expanded on the hidden colleges, the governing magic council, and the stringent criteria for being selected by an advisor for one of their academies. Suta could feel his heartbeat rapidly beating with wanderlust. Something primal was being stirred, an exciting feeling that almost left his mouth slightly agape and drool slowly leaking out. Now then, regarding the 8 unseen colleges, their origins trace back to the imperial era of Queen Lunara's reign. It was during her rule that the realms came to a consensus on the nature of arcane, recognizing its division into 8 distinct segments. Legend has it that Queen Lunara bequeathed upon each of her 8 offspring a meticulously crafted totem, each imbued with a unique and formidable blessing. The nature of these powers, inherent in the totems, isn't hard to surmise for those versed in arcane lore. Consequently, from this legendary act, the 8 unseen schools were established, each blossoming from what could only be described as the most magnificent golden seed. A totem from one of the queen's children. Suda had read and both heard about that name before. Queen Lunara, also known as the first goddess of the Golden Dawn. From the mention of her name in a few of Granny Baba's books, she was supposed to have been a mortal queen who somehow rose to the status of a goddess, drawing on incredible power which helped her shape and form the realms. But Granny's texts don't say much about her, only that she was the mother of the 8 demi-gods, who all went on to carve incredible legends across the world. If memory serves me right, I think they were called the Shinjin. Suda snapped back to the present, just in time as Vislov was explaining the 8 unseen colleges. First, I guess we should start with one of the oldest schools, Brighthorn. One of the oldest schools, and perhaps one of the most notoriously famous ones. Brighthorn is dedicated to the mastery of natural forces, honing quite the eccentric bunch of arcanists, troublemakers if you ask me. But besides the point, they are known as elementalists, usually adept at summoning and manipulating the use of fire, water, earth, and air, what we call the natural energies of the world. Their skills allow for a versatile application of arcane, from destructive capabilities in combat to supportive roles in warding and environmental stewardship. Umbrillion Falls, students of perhaps the most controversial school among the 8, a school of necromancers, studying the mysteries of death and the afterlife, whether it's through communicating with spirits, resurrecting the dead, or harnessing some of the most volatile deathly energies. Their practice is often misunderstood and widely feared, given its association with the darker aspects of the arcane, of course. Also, their admissions are the lowest. Unsurprising given the stigma around students. Next, we have Starloom Evergardens. Students who possess the ability to peer into the fabric of time and space are found attending this college. Most of their days are spent uncovering hidden truths or foretelling future events. Utilizing tools like tarot cards, runes, and astrological charts, they offer guidance and insight, navigating the murky waters of fate and destiny. The Abyssal Church at Voiden, a college for the illusionists. The art of illusion centers on the manipulation of perception, crafting convincing mirages that deceive the senses. At its peak, however, the illusionist begins to alter and bend perception at will, to such a degree that complex spaces and box-sized realms can be built. Illusionists employ their arcane magic for a variety of purposes, from entertainment and subterfuge to complex creations, such as reinforcing seals for the most heinous of creatures, to playing large roles in the imprisonment of some of the most notorious fellows to ever have lived. You'll find these students at the forefront of any major event. Cascadara Covent, the School of Enchanters, and also one of the top 3 colleges. Over history, there's been an unspoken rivalry between them and Brighthorn. Sigh, don't ask me why, but it's a bitter feud spanning generations. Anyhow, the students of this college focus on the augmentation of objects or beings by infusing them with negative energy. This practice extends to the creation of enchanted items with protective or offensive capabilities and the subtle manipulation of individuals' wills and their own abilities. An enchanter is perhaps one of the most sought-after professions, alongside elementalists, of course. Moving on, we have the School of Gemini Sea, one of the highly acclaimed schools famous for their discipline involving the calling forth of beings or objects from beyond the physical realm, be it summoning allies from other planes or conjuring necessary tools from the ether. Summoners and conjurers act as bridges between worlds, tapping into vast external resources. Sorcerium College. Transmuters wield the power to fundamentally alter the material world, transforming the essence of matter and even the form of living beings. Their principle of study is potent and versatile, governed by the laws of nature and the principle of equivalent exchange. And last but not least, Harmonia Temple, dedicated to the preservation of life, one of the most famously prestige and well-sought-after colleges. Here you will find healers and those specialize in the rare study of light incantations. They study the use of manipulating energies to mend the injured, cure diseases, and counteract poisons. Their practice is a testament to the life-affirming aspects of arcane magic, embodying the principles of restoration and rejuvenation. Suda was perhaps the most attentive one in the room right now. He weaved every single thing he was being told into his heart, barely able to hide the excitement as he fidgeted against the creaking stall whilst lost in his daydreams. The 8 arcane colleges? How extraordinary it all sounds ahead. So I was right when I assumed there must be countless institutions where I can study arcane. Imagine there's a selection process, or perhaps a similar awakening just like the adventurer ceremony. Now I'm almost certain I need to make sure I awaken my mana core somehow. Thanks to the unofficial personal tutelage he received by paying close attention to Granny Baba, he already understood that a low ranker didn't always translate into someone unable to study the arcane. It just meant the road was much harder to take than talented people, and Suda had already understood the greatest hurdle would be overcoming the trouble with his body. Occasionally, Vislav would cast a curious glance at Suda, yet he remained silent towards the boy, seemingly disregarding his presence in the discussion about Demoria's future. Suda was unbothered by this, of course, preferring to be the silent observer in the room, aiming to learn as much as possible from the proceedings. A rather peaceful 2 hours then passed by, and the conversation slowly moved away from Demoria's studies and started to fall into a variety of different topics from the wider world, the kingdoms and their kings and queens, to personal opinions about the state of the current arcane world. Noticeably, old Baba was leading most of the conversation. Suda felt like the luckiest person ever from where he was sitting. He had a front row seat to a history lesson about this new world, and it arrived right on his doorstep. Ever since my awakening, it feels as though my luck has been pretty good, and by this rate, I should know most of the things I ought to understand about this world soon. One of the initial insights Suda acquired was regarding the geography of the different realms. He was intrigued to discover that the continent was divided into vast expanses of land, each separated by extensive oceans, bearing a resemblance to Earth's layout. There were 9 such massive territories. While he was uncertain of their exact locations on a map, he committed their names to memory: the firelands of Dagara and Smog, the aquatic domain of Astaroth, the storm territories of Uralok and Vastin, the earthen lands of Tanis and Korath, and the central region known as Arcadian, home to the illustrious Golden City, the goddess of Golden Dawn's capital, and coincidentally, the home of the Celestial Court. The name struck him as both majestic and peculiar, quite different from the geographical nomenclature of his former world. The conversation piece eventually dampened down to basic evening dinner chatter. Signaling the time was vastly spent, Granny Baba eventually ushered the pale-haired Vistalov back to his carriage and waved him away. He would be back in 7 days to collect Demoria for her new life beyond this farm. That night Suda could barely sleep. He was trapped in a constant fidgetiness, all stemming from the excitement of today's knowledge building. Today felt like one of the most productive days he had had since arriving here. There were so many new things to take in he could barely keep himself still. On one hand, he was eager to explore the lands filled with rich history, magical history, which meant discovering more ways for him to get stronger. But on the other darker note, he needed to remember the deal he made with Helvetios, the deal about finding out who killed the fisherman, whilst also completing that lengthy list of chores that seemed pinned to a particular area against his brain. Suda couldn't forget about those points even if he wanted to. As reality began to encroach upon his thoughts, Suda felt a cold sweat break out across his forehead. He closed his eyes, taking deep, measured breaths to center himself. From a young age, he had honed a unique skill for compartmentalizing new information into digestible segments, seamlessly integrating them into his vast repositories of knowledge. This ability had set him apart, fueling his academic excellence and distinguishing him in a way that he had yet to see paralleled by anyone else his age. Upon reopening his eyes, Suda wasn't surprised to find his imagination had once again painted the ceiling with dense, gray clouds and crackling magenta currents of lighting, a private spectacle visible only to him. With renewed focus, he summoned ethereal reddish and blue sparks of lightning, weaving them into a dynamic picture that depicted the layout of the known world. Though he was aware his mental map might significantly deviate from actuality, the exercise helped him solidify his understanding, his illusions as vivid as any reality he had known on Earth. Wow. This is amazing. I can make my dreams come to life just by mental practice. See, can everyone do this? He wondered, but inwardly he knew the answer already. The solitude of this mental escapade brought him a wild sense of joy. He somehow very much understood that this was an illusion created by himself, meaning no one else could see these things other than him right now. He pictured the different names of the lands he learned about today. The Firelands, the Stormlands, Aquatic Realms, and Dash. Whilst Suda was using the currents of lighting to draw what he imagined these landscapes looked like. This tranquil moment was abruptly interrupted by the soft creak of his door. The mental clouds dissipated as his room returned to its mundane state. The sound of soft footsteps quickly approached, and then, quite unexpectedly, a small figure vaulted into his bed, seeking refuge under the fur quilts. Suda felt the familiar touch of Demoria's soft hair, and her slightly bony body clinging to him for comfort. In this instance, he recognized her need for reassurance in the face of looming changes set to occur in the coming days. Suda gently stroked her hair, offering the silent solace she sought. In that moment he was torn. Something about her reminded him of Ringo. But Demoria was older than he was, 17, and yet there was something unfamiliar brewing in his beating heart at times. As Demoria nestled closer to his chest, finding peace in his presence, Suda realized the time for rest had come for both of them, allowing the quiet of the night to envelop them in a shared tranquility. No words needed to be said. Just him being here beside her was enough. Chapter 32, Life on Granny Baba's Farm, Dark Passengers. Suda POV. The next couple of days were quite busier than usual for Suda. He found he was surprisingly given double the chores to do, which of course meant he had little to no time to laze around and explore the large acres of farmland like he was used to doing alongside Demoria. Toto was also seen less and less, although he heard some murmurs that the jovial lout was being sent beyond the rolling jade hills in the coming days, towards the western coast where Xianxia had heard the vast populace inhabited. There were talks of vast towns resembling those Demoria had described to him, complete with knights, taverns, a mayor, and all sorts of peculiarities reminiscent of a medieval setting. Granny Baba had been working on the most efficient way to sell her newly created perfume, a special elixir she spent months brewing before Suda had transmigrated. He had never caught a whiff of the scent, but could tell by how defensive old Baba got because of it that it was one of her more precious creations. Toto's job was to liaise with a buyer in one of the neighboring populous towns. Suda was quite surprised the job of conversing and bartering was given to the dull-speaking giant, but he didn't question it further. Toto had proved on more than one or more occasions that he was quite remarkable despite his speech difficulties. His thoughts instantly drifted towards that whimsical town the carriage he once wheeled past. Hobbleton they called it, and those peculiar three fellows he met on his way here. Now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder how that silent old man is doing. That reminds me, didn't he give me something? Only, can't say I remember where I put it now. Suda was a little muddled with why he never did open that small pouch before, and now he was cursing his wretched luck as to whether or not there was treasure inside of it. Maybe Demoria might have seen where I placed that pouch. I'll ask her after I'm done with these chores. He nestled the need to ask her about that pouch as soon as he could. Suda had a feeling that strange old man wouldn't have given him something so simple. Suda struck the soiled ground for what would be the last time for the day. Phew, that's the last one. He exhaled a lethargic breath after wiping the beads of sweat away from his forehead. Suda placed the hoe down and took a few moments to admire the leveled soil he had spent most of the afternoon plowing. The thick farmer's gloves he donned were covered in dirt, whilst the insides were filled with his sweat. His hands ached, but he felt stronger. Suda took this rare time of respite to bask in the warm sunlight bathing over him, He felt the glow of life soothing his aching bones, whilst the frail south wind filled his lungs. He enjoyed working the fields during the later afternoons compared to the lunchtime work, where the sun stood at its peak and the winds were less, making the air especially thicker and humid. I'm starting to get used to this place, and it feels like my body is also getting accustomed to such work. After spending days working the farmlands, Suda noticed gradual changes in his body. His once bony frame had become leaner, with firm muscles forming along his back, thighs, and forearms. Just as he had initially imagined, the development of his body in this world was somehow accelerated. Back on Earth, he could never have achieved such a physique so quickly, even if he had dedicated every single day to going to the gym. Suda had speculated either the water or the sunlight here was the cause of such growth. However, it could also be the different types of beast meat available here. After indulging in a few of the dishes Granny Baba cooked for him, it was safe to say chicken and beef were not the usual delicacies here. I need to experiment once I finally start my journey. I should start planning when I'll be leaving here. Maybe after Demoria leaves I should start looking for a map. He thought about the easiest method to procure some items needed for a long journey away from here. For some reason, though Suda wasn't feeling the pressure he felt when he first awoke here, he knew the only viable options existed when he discovered power. So he had long decided to place all his focus on getting stronger, both through his body and his mind. A loud yawn escaped through his mouth as his gaze lingered on the falling sun above him. I should look for Demoria and see if she's free to hang out for a little while. Suda placed the matters of Helvetios aside and wandered off towards the furthest jade hill in the near distance. He and Demoria spent much of their time there, either chasing blue-tailed foxes or scaling the tallest oak in search of forget-me-berries. Suda also learned a surprising new thing about this body of his. He could climb high places quite easily, too easily at times. The first time he realized it, he felt invincible. Although seeing Demoria climb to the very highest tree, whilst standing on its very sharply pointed tip on one leg, swiftly doused water over his zealous ego. Nonetheless, he knew this world was special. The evening arrived, and the duo never managed to make it high enough to the flimsy branches, and by the summer's warm evening, Suda was almost tired out. Before he turned in for the night, he wanted to visit the snow-furred hippogriff. On his way toward the back of the stables, Suda's attention was disturbed by the bright shadows he noticed cast against the outdoors just away from Granny Baba's window. Curiosity got the better of him and Suda ended up veering sharply down his right, making his way towards the brightly lit red cottage dwelling at the bottom of the short hill. As he neared the cottage, something told him to be delicate with his walk, so he adopted cautious footsteps whilst he approached from one side of the window, making sure he was slightly crouched just in case he was caught. With his back against the outside red wall, he carefully neared towards the window's edge. Suda's brow slightly lifted. Faintly, he could capture sounds from the other side. He vaguely heard muffled echoes from glassed objects clanking together, and a very strange, deep, smoky voice on the other side, speaking forth in what sounded like a dark chant. Suda moved a little closer. Now he could twist his entire head around and peer through the window as he rose carefully. Through the smoky, foggy glass, he saw the not-so-unusual scene of an old woman seated on a high stool, lost in what perhaps were complex incantations against one of many peculiarly styled thick books one might find within her strange abode. After a second glance, the disproportionately large book caught Suda's interest. It was much larger than any of the books he had seen on Granny Baba's shelves. In fact, had he seen a book that size in his entire life, he wondered. He felt drawn to it by something mysterious. It was covered in a royal blue cover with a glittering iron-black chain ominously wrapped around it. Suda felt a cold wind brush past his neck suddenly. He didn't react to it at first, but then he heard a distinctive voice speaking directly into his ears.
Ounis, Dalta, Scheran, Gomesis, Luna, Scheran, Gomesis, Dale, Gomesis Mur, Gomesis Synth.
His eyes widened and stiffly beheld the open air with deep confusion circling his thoughts. A few moments later, Suda realized exactly where that voice was coming from. It was Granny Baba's voice. But how can I hear her so vividly through these thick windows? She even looks like she's whispering. Curiosity turned into worry, so he eventually sunk back down away from clear sight. He remained crouched beneath the window with furrowed brows. Inwardly, he was unable to piece together a sensible answer to any of this. She sounded terrible as well. Was that really Granny, or was I imagining it? A deep sigh escaped through his breath, whilst he ruffled the tangle of pink locks falling down his face. I'm probably just tired, or hallucinating from those forget-me-berries Demoria made me eat. After sitting through waves of uneasiness, Suta decided to end his covetous dealings for the evening. He very quietly tiptoed away toward his original point of interest. I hope Snowy isn't too hungry, he thought to himself, patting the area around his chest as he felt that previous cold feeling slowly subsiding away.
Granny Baba POV.
A layer of thin gray matter remained burning against Granny Baba's left palm, and although her withered hand was shaking during the process, there was no pain consuming her from the makeshift flame. Beneath her hand lay the remains of an exotic slender bird. Its once fiery plume feathers had grayed and were now covered in fiery, glowing veins almost bleeding against its body. The bird looked as though it was on death's door, with a stream of blood running through the glowing veins webbed across its feathers. When its eyelids slightly opened, a burning circular swash of cyan shone. The bird was dying, but it was far from afraid of its eventual end. After all, could such creatures truly die? Within its azure iris settled a death-defiant glint, a will refusing to bend to the Reaper's call. Formless energy moved and sent a ripple through the ruffled air. Granny Baba used her other hand to weave hand seals as fast as lightning in a bid to stabilize volatile energy. The callous, unstable aura settled down gently over time. Luckily, the energy-shifting crystals placed around her room kept the aura she was channeling from leaking out further than she wanted. Slowly, time gently returned to its peaceful quell. Granny Baba breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process was far from over, she successfully managed to hold back the backlash curse from her tampering with the phoenix's blood. One of the many great taboos one could evoke upon oneself. They say it was a close second behind drinking the blood of a unicorn. That should hold back the curses for now, she muttered to herself. She wiped the sweat off her gray willow brows. I say, extracting phoenix blood hasn't gotten any easier. She remembered the old days when she spent most of her time performing experiments on rare creatures like these, and her teacher had specially warned her about the curses invoked from doing them. Curses were the inevitable backlash of exercising great power, whether it be with arcanists or with high-ranked adventurers. Those who were the strongest were punished more by the gods. Granny Baba then felt something stir against the right side of her face. A chilling smile appeared as she delicately brushed aside the layers of silver covering her peculiar golden-plated eye tucked beneath. "Are you awake, my dark passenger?" Her voice crooned with false affection. Her words brought forth an uncomfortable sensation moving against one side of her aged face. A completely different voice then crawled free from her mouth. Yes, I am awake." The voice flowed like dark water aching through a shallow brook. "Is it completed?" The eerie voice asked further. Almost. You should be cautious messing with that spell. Curses are not child's play, even for you." Yes, I get it. My major concern would be something sinister leaking into the outside world because of me." "That is understandable. Then I should mention, someone else heard my voice?" What did you just say?" Her voice heightened noticeably. There shouldn't be any chance of that being possible. "The boy. Earlier. I'm not quite sure how he did it, but he heard me clearly." That's not possible. The particle-blocking crystals were made to isolate all manner of particles of sound and other elements of a similar form. There's just no way. Well, he heard me. What's even more intriguing is him hearing the phoenix's tongue and not going crazy. Could he be a spy? The thought made Granny shudder inside her hefty robes. Hard to say, but test him. Sigh, he has been acting differently for a while now. He thinks I haven't seen him, but I see everything across this farm. It could be a growth spurt, or a late awakening, or a spy sent here to kill us all. That's enough. He's just a child. I'll test him. Suda POV. A few days cycled through quite quickly, and the day of Demoria's departure was finally here. Suda consoled her for nearly 2 hours before he could talk her down from the top of an oak tree she had refused to come down from. 1 hour later, a traveling entourage consisting of 2 very polished brown carriages, led by the most robust-looking horses Suda had ever seen, appeared on the farmlands for the first time. He paid close attention to the golden embroidery painted across the side of the carriage. 2 thorny roses intertwined, with golden wings and what looked like a tree sprouting through the middle. Vistalov was amongst them, standing with his arms folded with that usual subtle look of arrogance. Demoria wore one of her favorite dresses and wrapped herself in a tall blue coat that swallowed her entire frame. Suda and her didn't say much apart from Demoria, making him swear he'll do his very best to catch up to her level and visit. Also, there was the matter of swearing if he somehow broke these promises 100 curses would befall him. Her teary goodbyes were expected. What wasn't expected was how just as she was entering the carriage she waved Suda over. Thinking she wanted to tell him something privately, he tiptoed closer, bringing his face towards her own. And then, before he even had time to react, Demoria retreated securely into the carriage and drew the curtains from the inside to one side. Suda could only stand there gobsmacked. He eventually regained his composure and managed to crease a warm smile whilst he shook his head from side to side. He rubbed his lips in deep thought as he watched the twin carriages fading away beyond the rolling hills. That brat is growing up, sigh. I do hope she doesn't get herself into too much trouble. He was going to miss her. Suda knew that very much. She was one of the constant consistencies since his transmigration here. She had been so oblivious to the meaning behind his constant questions that she simply told him all he wished to know. Well, I guess it'll be a lot quieter, heh. After Demoria's departure, Suda's day started just like it had always done. He spent time on the fields completing his chores before heading towards Granny Baba's to check to see if there was anything else she needed assistance with. Upon his entry, he noticed the cozy-sized room was less spacious than usual. There were a lot more apparatuses out in the open, such as unusual tubes, vials, and equipment Suda would associate with science experiments or medical practices. He was also surprised to see many of the shelved books brought down and stacked on the tables. For the second time, Suda met the old woman seated on the comfortable lounge chair with brewed tea beside her and a stack of thick books with dark sleeves over them. Granny Baba glanced up towards Suda. Her pale willow brows moved slightly in surprise before her only seeing eye fell back down to her tea. Little Sue, come here and sit with me for a little while. Suda complied with a host of questions swirling through his mind. He took a seat on the adjacent seat away from Granny Baba. His nostrils flared a few times, catching the sweet aroma of her specialized blue tea dancing around the air. Suda just remembered he had yet to eat breakfast. He rubbed his tummy pleadingly whilst searching for any sign of leftovers. Granny Baba finally placed her teacup down. Her serene face creased into a warm smile. Suda was used to seeing this expression anytime she had completed one of her brews or medical potions. Only recently did the old woman explain to him what some of the potions she specializes in can do. Most of the effects either helped the healing process of injuries or helped the body's resistance to particular diseases. Old Baba reached forward and took hold of one of the large books from the pile on the table. When you were first brought here, you were no more than a few days old. Your mother, sigh. Your mother begged me to raise you because her own life as well as yours was in danger at that point. Suda felt his entire body shudder. Was he finally getting the origin story of this strange fellow named Rado Suda? Before you ask, I have no record of where she was going, nor where she currently is. What she told me was this: make sure my boy knows his mother loved him so very much, and if one day he desires to seek out the matters concerning my past, give him this. Old Baba pried open one of the heavy books and carefully turned a few pages to one side. Laying against the open page was a silver chain with an Aegean-colored pendant, shaped like a large teardrop on its end. Beside it was a picture, reminiscent of the Polaroid pictures Suta was used to seeing back in his old world. Here, this is what she left behind. He took hold of the picture, and suddenly his entire world turned upside down. Chapter 33, Life on Granny Baba's Farm. The Voices of Arcane. Suda POV. This image. Suda felt something stir his emotions from within. Staring at the picture, he felt an indescribable downcast of emotions welled in his chest. He saw a woman standing between two throne-like chairs. The striking thing about her was the undeniable likeness she shared with Suda, from her pecan-brown skin to the woolly tufts of pink hair falling from her helm. She was dressed in Victorian-style robes, with her right hand placed on one of the high chairs. She must be, my mother? I mean Suda's mom. It was strange coming to grips with that thought for the boy. After all, I did swear to start living as one with you, Suda, but still, this is weird. He moved his gaze toward the two figures seated against the high chairs. They were both wearing strange silk veils covering their faces, but Suda could clearly make out a man and a woman. Possibly old, judging by the wrinkles layered against their hands. They're giving me a weird feeling. I can't place my finger on it, but they seem rather wait, that vase? I've seen that vase before. Suda's eyes flashed wide open, that vase pictured in the corner. Something cold crawled against his nape as he locked eyes against it. He knew he had seen that vase somewhere. The flowers and their hideous patterns, and those same runes were reminiscent of Viking giants. The vase was too canny, but somehow for the life of him, Suda could not remember where he could faintly remember seeing it before. He heard the gentle tinkle of jewelry chime beside his ears. Suddenly snapping out from his daydream, he moved his gaze towards the side. There he found Granny Baba gently dangling that peculiar silvery chain in line with his eyes. Suda received the pendant and beheld it just in front of his curious gaze. He was right with his first initial description. The jewel looked like a large teardrop, with a dark bluish smoky substance trapped inside. He gave old Baba a curious stare, just before his mouth was poised to ask more questions. It's called a magical artifact. Since ancient times, arcanists have been crafting or discovering incredibly powerful gemstones that can be used for protection, as weapons, or in some cases to prolong life. Granny Baba then closed the book and gently pushed it across the table. My mother, wanted me to have this. The strange jewel glittered beneath the hearth fire. Suda felt awkward saying those words, as the pain of remembering what happened to his actual mother came crawling back into his heart. Not quite. Those words said were with the intention of you inheriting this book. The artifact was placed around your little chubby neck. Fufufu. Suda removed his eyes away from the jewel and placed his attention on the large book pushed closer to him. The book was wrapped in an aged brown leather, with unfamiliar golden engravings drawn on its front. The patterns were words, but Suda could only stare awkwardly at them, having no idea what they meant. That's also an ancient language. Well, to arcanists, it's quite commonly seen in our world. You see, to perform spells, one must evoke the incantation in the dialect the spell was created in. Arcane can be perceived like a fabric, with each woven string acting as a link towards the magic itself. Before the understanding of arcane, the ancients communicated with deities who bestowed a portion of their grace. This allowed magic to flow through their followers. And naturally, there was more than one deity with power. That particular language before you is known as Rhoda. And it says, Testament. I would imagine it was written by your mother if I had to guess. Suda took a very long look at the book placed before him. Rhoda language? So there are arcane languages. I see. Could it be some sort of spell book, I wonder, with incantations filled inside? Or perhaps some truths about his past? He swiftly opened the book onto the first page after placing the necklace to one side. The pages inside were brown and rigid like hardened sand. He ran his index finger along the dark engravings written across the entire double pages. From Suda's view, he was staring at unknown symbols that sort of reminded him of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs back on Earth. He reluctantly removed his eyes away after a short while. Can you read this? He asked firmly, forgetting his usual meek mask of adolescence he tended to wear. A brief smile flashed across Granny Baba's face. Only in parts. The cover is written in Rhoda, an old tongue coined from the Elishir Plains, widely considered the most common language understood by different races. But the contents within are formed in an entirely different language. Suda noticed Granny Baba's tone changed slightly all of a sudden. He raised one of his brows and gazed towards her with a questioning look. Before I go on, let me briefly explain to you the roles languages play in casting spells. The spellcaster would have learned partially or become fluent in the language before casting the incantation. There are generally 6 different incantation languages accepted. Well, at one point several more, but 5 have been donned as the most common.
Roda.
2 Valdjura. 3 Dvankil. 4 Jotun. 5 Air. Considering there are thousands of spell formulas and supporting incantations for around 60% of those spells, I'd say 6 languages isn't too shabby, she explained. Granny Baba took a pause and seemed to busy her hand in her long gown. She pulled free a small clear bottle with silvery dust inside. The more Suda observed the bottle of silver sand, he started to see sparkling gold and jade granules also mixed in with it. Spellcasting isn't the only way to become an arcanist. In the arcane world, simply being able to understand an ancient language affords you some type of position within that world. Suda's eyes lit up upon hearing that. Does that mean I can learn air arcane then? His voice almost pleaded. Granny Baba smoothed the porcelain handle of her white teacup. Her single working eye scanned Suda with an expressionless look. Little Sue, do you take arcane to be so simple? She said. If growing mana cores were so easy, then everyone would be able to do magic. Unlike knights and adventurers, awakening for arcanist occurs quite early on during childhood. Without the correct form of nurturing during those early stages, the seed that grows into the core becomes dormant before the child turns 8. In all my years, I still haven't met anyone who was able to reverse that problem. How old are you, Granny Baba? Suda asked her abruptly out of wonder. How old am I? That's quite the rude question to ask little Sue. Don't you know it's bad luck to ask an old fellow their age? Fufufi, you young ones are so daring these days. She bemused, setting her teacup down. Suda shied his eyes away, suddenly realizing he had gotten caught up with the continued influx of information that he had forgotten himself. He was pleasantly surprised to learn that everyone had at least one close bloodline relative with one of the 5 divine creatures: fairy, giant, dragon, phoenix, demon. The formation of the potions themselves was based on the bloodline of these creatures, which Suda came to understand would have meant that a great deal of experimentation was done on the bloodline of many mythical creatures. Granny Baba would go on to swiftly explain each language and their respective bloodline. The Rhoda language was a mixture of fairy and human bloodlines. The Valdjura was drawn from the phoenix bloodline, Jotun from the giants, Dvankil from the Wyerns, Air from the demons, and lastly, the forgotten language of Alto from the ancient High Elves. The latter was considered a dead language since the ancient High Elf race had been extinct for almost 2,000 years now. Weirdly enough, he felt somewhat uneasy whilst he caressed the small glass bottle filled with silver sand. So once I drink this, in 7 days we'll know which bloodline I'm compatible with? Precisely. Do remember, little Sue? There is a very real chance you show no compatibility with any. But compared to nurturing a mana core, the ancient language test is more achievable. Who knows, you may be qualified to be a scholar or a researcher of arcane one day. Granny Baba creased an ugly smile whilst she spryly made her way to another room, leaving Suta with new things to busy himself with as well as a host of thoughts and problems to solve. And here I was thinking the road to learning magic would be easy. Sigh. I need to obtain a bloodline. That way I can at least read spell books and incantations. If I want to obtain the powers of this world and find out what happened to my family, I need to master arcane as quickly as possible. Recently, Suda had been thinking more about that fishbowl head. As the days drifted by, Helvetio's warnings and instructions were making more and more sense. He still didn't exactly trust the guardian he had come into contact with, but Helvetio's was the only real clue he had to locating his family. After he received the books and items from Granny Baba, he placed them inside his room and quickly went back out to the farmlands to complete his chores. Nightfall had already descended by the time he finished moving the old blocks of hay into a large coup. His farm garbs were covered from head to toe in bits of hay. Suda clapped away the pieces stuck to his hands and quickly traced his steps back to the farmhouse. He arrived at his small room. It was dark and cold inside, with the familiar nightly wisp of the silver moon filtering inside. Suda walked towards the table stand where he had placed 3 candles on a disc-shaped silver dish. 2 unused matches lay beside the candle. beside which was that dull but perfectly cut sapphire stone, handed to him by the shrewd-faced fellow from the carriage. He removed the silver chain Granny Baba gave him and placed it beside the ring. He pinched one of the thin matches and struck the harsh wood, igniting a brightly burning ember that cast a ball of light within the shroud of darkness. Suda gently lit the candle's splints, then he shook his hands a little to quell the fire into blue smoke. For the next few hours, Suda dedicated his time to reading through a few of the translated books Granny Baba had mentioned he could take with him to bed for the night. This was quite the odd surprise, since this was the first time she allowed him to take some of her books away with him. For some reason, Suda also recalled what happened a few nights back when he heard that horrible-sounding voice through the window. Just remembering that dark voice sent shivers running down his spine. Maybe she's starting to become suspicious of me. After all, there's probably a clear difference between me and how the previous Sudas acts. Sigh. It's not easy keeping up with the farce every single day. He could only massage his temples and hope things would work themselves out. Suda was under no illusion that Granny Baba was smart enough to work out there's been a change within him. I need to be more vigilant. I can't afford somehow my transmigration being discovered. But it's so damn hard wearing a mask all the time. He decided to set aside his woes for the night, realizing there was no point going over these problems over and over again. He needed to be level-headed and just go with the flow. Somehow Suda was slowly understanding what his father told him about growing up. Even in a new world, your teachings are still helpful, Dad. He opened to the first page of the book he chose to read on a whim. Understanding bloodlines and particle formations. Despite the multitude of worries circling through his mind, Suda felt excited. Knowing this was his first step onto the road of learning arcane. The night faded solemnly, and the gentle embers continued to burn the candle until a small puddle of wax settled on the silver disc. Suda lay against his bed. He couldn't sleep straight away, and instead was left watching the illusionary clouds formed against the ceiling above him, reciting the strings of letters forming the particle formulas he had just read. Suda's mind was just like a revolving set of finely fitted cogs, moving endlessly with the purpose of structuring and making sense of the information he had stored within his mind. He recalled a vividly old memory. When he was much younger, his father had taken him to see a few number of neuron specialists, on the count of him being able to tell with a single glance how most appliances and electrical equipment worked. His high perception of detail had frightened the life out of his parents. But soon the doctors were able to diagnose the little Shoba as possessing an acute form of attention deficit disorder, as well as a rare case of low latent inhibition. As a child, he never paid much attention to these things. To Shoba, these were merely just words. But now, staring at the long string of texts and shapes floating above him, he was starting to understand that maybe his sharp mind was a lot more special than he initially thought. In time, Suda softly closed his eyelids and drifted to sleep, unaware of just how special his mind was, and in the coming days just how much it would shape his future, forever. Chapter 34, Breath of Arcane. The Days Ahead. Suda POV. The next few days cycled through more quickly than usual. Suda continued carrying out his usual day-to-day activities. During the nights, he spent time reading through the few books he borrowed from Granny Baba's collection, while during the daytime, he carried out his chores and spent much more time beside Granny Baba, who enjoyed keeping him by her side as he oversaw her potion making. But what stirred a wave of excitement for the boy was hearing her reminiscing about her past. Rather unsurprisingly, Granny held countless exciting tales about her days as an arcanist, filled with an abundance of near-death experiences and a somewhat rebellious streak of infamy that had followed her during her active years. Suda became enthralled hearing about her stories, from being on the run after the Celestial Court placed a bounty on her head, to her being just young enough to have witnessed the Great War against the Demon King. With all the subtle anecdotes revealed about Arcane, Suda was growing quite eager to learn more about Granny Baba's glittering past. During his visits to her abode, however, Suda started encountering a host of unknown faces over the following 5 days. The first visitor he came across was a portly man with a dapper mustache and flushed, rosy cheeks. He was dressed in old-fashioned, elegant clothes reminiscent of English Victorian-era attire. The fellow's overcoat was half unbuttoned, as his rotund belly was too large for the garment. He wore high white socks with shoes adorned with tiny bells on them. Granny Baba was brewing this gentleman a potion to cure motion sickness. It transpired that the nobleman was to embark on a lengthy sea voyage the following month. As a trusted friend of the king of the Eastern Empire, he had been tasked with escorting an important cargo shipment to the north. Because of this, Suda learned that this world had 4 empires. They each held a portion of the 4 divided countries: North, Aquatic; East, Earth; South, Fire; and West, Storm, which consisted of countless cities and strongholds within them. He also heard Granny mentioning a 5th region, but she didn't enjoy talking much about it. Suda realized she could only be referring to the central domain, where that golden city of Dawn dwelled. However, she did say that place would be considered the biggest and the most dangerous. The second visitor was a woman with short-cropped dark hair, dressed in what he considered a hunter's attire, interested in acquiring a mild poison resistance potion. The third and fourth visitors both inquired about high-frequency energy replenishing potions. Granny Baba charged them a lot more sales for these 2. The entire brewing process dragged on interminably. Each step seemed to take an eternity as Suda meticulously followed the sometimes hard-to-read instructions lazily scribbled against Granny Baba's notes. But with every bubbling cauldron and waft of herb-laden steam, his confidence was growing. Before long, he had mastered concocting a relatively straightforward potion to aid plant growth. To the wizened Granny, such basic brews were mere child's play, of course. But for Suda, it was an incredible achievement and tangible proof that he was beginning to unravel the mysteries of the arcane arts. The elation he felt could not be overstated. In such a short time, he had already taken his first fledgling steps along a path traveled by few. The very thought filled his heart with soaring pride and renewed determination to continue his magical studies. By the 6th day, Suda had seen more strangers arriving in 1 week than he had done in over 100 days of him living here. Curiously enough, Granny Baba always made him observe her brewing. She supplied him with a pocket-sized old notebook and a quill that was infused with a strange energy since Suda didn't require ink to write any notes down. That night he buried all his attention into trying to understand the brewing process of these potions. In just 6 short days, the wizened old woman had concocted over 3 dozen potions of mind-boggling variety. To Suda's amazement, the most complex concoctions required meticulous formulas, arcane equations detailing the precise positive or negative energies needed for success. The temperature was the pivotal variable. A little over or under the required errant degrees would spell errant ruin. Some potions demanded a surplus of negative energy to harmonize with their volatile materials. Others, especially the most potent brews, required an overflow of positive energies. Even the ingredients themselves possessed either positive or negative spiritual traits influencing the process. Just 10 days prior, such conceptual nuances would have been utterly inscrutable to Suda. But after immersing himself in Granny's ancient notes and burying his mind in concepts like energy particles, the scribblings before him began to make sense. His innate talent for comprehending and storing vast depths of knowledge proved invaluable. As Granny Baba piled weathered book after book into his lap, their insights unlocked and committed to his prodigious memory like seeds taking root. With each cracked spine, a new world unveiled itself to the studious young apprentice. If only this stuff was available in the real world, then I couldn't imagine a scenario where I was ever bored or disillusioned. He reflected a lot on his old world these days, a lot more concerning his past. Suda had been blessed, or perhaps cursed, with a mind that outpaced those around him. Born incredibly brighter than his peers, anything he devoted his keen focus to soon lost its luster as boredom inevitably set in. Even pursuits meant to challenge mind and body, like the various sports he sampled, paled into mundane monotony before long. Mastery came too swiftly, the thrill of discovery fading like the morning mist. It was this insatiable need for novelty, this inability to commit to any path for long, that led to so many problems with his sister Ringo. As he studied his past ways through a newfound lens of maturity, guilt washed over him. How had he not seen the hurt his behavior inflicted? I can't change the past, but I can shape what tomorrow looks like. The thought blossomed within him, carrying a fierce determination. And with the power of the arcane arts, anything feels possible. Once I find my family, perhaps this opens a whole new world where we can do amazing things. A solemn smirk creased his face as he pondered it. So much had changed already. There would be no going back to how life used to be. Enough dwelling on it for now, he chided himself. Let me get some rest and focus on the journey ahead. With a weary sigh, Sutya set aside the swirling vortex of his thoughts. The morning would come soon enough, bringing with it fresh challenges to apply his brilliance toward. For tonight, he simply had to endure the stifling silence. The 7th day arrived. Sutya finished tossing the last scraps to Snowy, the majestic hippogriff eagerly snapping them from the air with his wicked beak. The snow-white feathered creature had only recently started showing less bashfulness around him. Where once Sutya could only toss slabs of meat from afar, these days Snowy warily approached to pinch the offerings from his outstretched hands. On one rare afternoon, he had even managed to briefly pat the creature's downy neck before it shivered away, trotting back to a safe distance. It was a promising sign that Sutya was slowly earning the noble beast's trust. Later that same day, Granny Baba was waiting outside her cottage when Sutya returned, supported by her gnarled cane. Seeing the wizened old woman's frail figure sent a pang through him. So often, her overbearing demeanor and gruff speech made one forget her advanced age. As he approached along the golden dirt path from the Jade Hill, an odd sense of weariness weighed on him. She's never greeted me outside before. I wonder if something's happened? Baba welcomed him with a warm, wrinkled smile creasing her almond face. You're early, little Sue. I hope you didn't stay up all night anticipating our lesson today, fu-fu-fu. Something like that, Sutya admitted with an awkward head scratch, unable to deny his eagerness to discover which one of the ancient languages he would learn. The truth was, Sutya had indeed stayed up most of the night, his mind whirling as he attempted to organize the vast new revelations imparted to him, differentiating particles into elemental states, separating fusion elements into their singular forms. The sheer density of knowledge caused a dull ache behind his eyes. Despite his undeniable captivation with the arcane arts, this subject matter was proving to be the most mentally strenuous Sutya had ever encountered. At times, it felt like an extreme blend of extensive mathematics, hard science, and abstract philosophy, molding into one long complex truth. As if sensing his inner turmoil, Granny Baba threw back her head, raspy cackles erupting from her maw. The sound was equal parts mirthful and unsettling, like the chittering of some exotic, untamed beast. Do my lessons taunt you so, little Sue? She fixed him with a sidelong look, eyes glittering with impish glee. Fret not, the path to understanding was never meant to be easy. The higher we climb, the thinner the air. Her wild cackles resumed. Sutya could only watch dumbfounded, an uncomfortable sweat prickling his brow. Good, it's not bad to be passionate about things. Come on, we have a great deal of things to get through today. Follow me now. Sutya was a bit confused. Where else could they be headed if not into her cottage? But he knew better than to question the eccentric woman's ways. Lately, he had been trying to be more conscious of his actions around the sharp-tongued Granny Baba. It was clear she had taken notice of his changing behavior and maturity, and something told Sutya that using puberty as an excuse would not fly with the canny elder. Not anymore. Rather than lead them inside, Baba meandered carefully along the shaded pastures skirting her property. They walked all the way around the cottage, passing the chicken coops and sheep stables, until their path pointed toward one of the few places Sutya seldom tread, a large storehouse nearly as tall as Baba's cottage itself. Unlike the main building, however, it lacked any windows, its weathered slats completely opaque. On the rare occasions he saw Toto heading in this direction, the burly farmhand always carried great stacks of hay and feed, suggesting it served as a barn of sorts. Yet Baba moved with surprising spryness, arriving at the storehouse doors in no time before glancing expectantly at her idle pupil. Sutya eyed the closed entrance strangely, quickly gauging what the old woman's look implied. The tall wooden doors were secured by a heavy wooden beam slotted across their front, barring entry. Using both hands, He strained to lift the locking bar free, a task that embarrassingly took 5 full minutes of grunting effort to complete. All the while, Baba perched patiently on a nearby fence, hands folded into her billowing sleeves as she observed with twinkling amusement. Finally, Suda dragged his sweat-soaked self before her, breath coming in ragged pants. "Ah, finally done, little Sue?" Granny Baba cackled, shaking her head in mock sympathy. "I almost felt pity watching you struggle there. But come now, we're nearly at our destination." With a spryness seldom seen in one of such advanced years, the wizened old woman hopped nimbly down from her perch. She brushed off her voluminous robes and retrieved her gnarled cane before proceeding through the newly opened entrance, robes fluttering along the gentle breeze. Suta eagerly trailed behind her, his eyes wide with a curious glint as they stepped into the cavernous and slightly crowded storehouse. As expected, it was crammed full of countless hay bales, stacked by the strong-armed Toto. But seeing the sheer number still shocked him as he counted over 100 giant mounds, reaching clear to the rafters in some cases, each one easily taller than Suda himself. The musty aroma of dried grass hung thick in the air as Baba deftly wove between the towering stacks. Suda could scarcely fathom how Toto managed such Herculean feats of farm work. Surely filling up this behemoth storage by hand would take a dozen men a month's labor. My goodness, this must have taken him at least several months to almost fill this place. Phew. Toto is quite something, isn't he? On the other hand, Baba seemed utterly unfazed, her cane tapping a beat only she could hear as she led them deeper into the pungent maze. There was a tall wooden ladder attached to the 2 adjacent walls. He followed where they led towards, and noticed an extra floor right above them. Granny Baba walked through the middle. A slender, clear path had purposely been made through the heaps of heavy hay scattered around them. He wanted to ask the old woman why they kept this much hay stored, but the atmosphere told him perhaps this wasn't the best time. At last, they reached the far end of the dim storehouse where Baba came to an abrupt halt before an unassuming wooden wall. Suda stopped obediently at her side, unsure what her sharp gaze fixated on. From somewhere within her billowing robes, the old woman withdrew a peculiar item, a slightly cloudy yellow stone, partially encrusted with dull gray scales resembling an eggshell. Though Suda's first impression dismissed it as such, his mind rapidly realized this was no ordinary object. Baba cradled the strange artifact with surprising reverence. Then, extending a wizened hand, she placed it flush against the wall panel before them. Arcane is not only based on things you can see. Most of the magic surrounding us exists in mysteries, hidden from the naked eye. Look closely. If I remove the veil shielding the naked eye, Arcane comes to life. Here is my proofread and content edit in light novel style. Cradling the strange, scaled stone, Granny Baba extended her withered hand and began tracing a wide circle against the blank wooden wall. As her gnarled fingers inscribed the pattern, a low crackling filled the musty air. Suda watched, transfixed, as a shimmering golden light gradually seeped into existence along the circular path she wove. Once the gleaming ring had fully formed, 8 silvery spheres winked into being, drifting lazily within its confines. The flickering orbs arrayed themselves in intricate, dazzling symbols, unlike anything Suda had ever witnessed. The 8 principles of Arcane. Watch these things closely, little Sue. This would be your first encounter with an arcane doorway. Only the most precise and well-structured incantations can cast one of these. Suda stood dumbfounded, but also filled with a sense of marvel as he watched the 8 lights swirling before his very eyes. He blinked several times just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Arcane. So this is pure magic, heh? Amazing. Unknowingly, a wide smile had been birthed across his face. Gee, Granny, he sputtered at last. How powerful are you? Gulped to wield such abilities. The wizened old woman fixed him with an inscrutable look. How strong? Well, that's a little evasive, but to help you piece together how things work in the arcane world, I would be considered a rank 5 arcanist. There are 6 somewhat achievable ranks, but 7 recorded in history. The fledgling course: Acolyte Novice, Acolyte Apprentice, Acolyte Senior, Acolyte Scholar, First Rank Novice. Every student of the arcane starts off at an ungraded rank before they are guided upon the road of the fledgling course until they reach the very well-respected first rank. And something you should bear in mind, with arcane it's not the higher rank wins, but the mastery and combination of incantations and magic. If I told you about the many geniuses I have witnessed dying at a young age, we'd be here all day, little Sue. Suda thought that made a lot of sense. It reflected his thoughts when he measured the people he had met thus far. That arrogant kid Estran was an S rank, but that old man still feels like the most dangerous fellow I've met so far in this world. To put it into a clearer perspective, the gulf between the first and the third rank is possibly as wide as it is for the adventurers from grade D to grade A. Oh, and if you're wondering, I am classed as an A-rank adventurer. See what I mean about arcanists and adventurer ranks? Suda's brows noticeably lifted once he heard that. Interesting. So a rank 3 arcanist is considered as strong as a grade A adventurer. That falls in line with what I've already been told about the differences between arcanists and adventurers. Being an arcanist is the better choice going forward if I want to obtain enough power to complete that fishbowl head tasks. He thought about what Granny said about her being at the 6th rank, which placed her at the apex of the arcanists in terms of power ranking, which also meant that I'm yet to see her true power. A cold shiver briefly ran through his body whilst he pondered that truth. Rank 6 sounds like a dream for me right now, heh? I need to remember that since I don't recall seeing any mention of arcanist ranks in any of the books. I wonder how long it would take me to achieve that. Probably isn't remotely realistic. Perhaps in the future, I'll know more. Suda thought deeply about this. Thinking about the future, he felt determination steadily growing in his heart. His gaze moved towards the 8 lights again, and the golden ring began to rotate, and with it, the movement of the 8 lights increased rapidly. Even more bizarrely, Suta could hear the firm wooden wall beginning to react. Deep indentations started to appear one after the other like piano keys being pressed down. He observed the formation of a deep crevice etching into the previously smooth wooden wall, followed by a detailed tracing of the outline of a door against it. The golden circle expanded and covered the entire shape of the door. Those 8 dazzling symbols quickly vanished into fragments of light. It was as though a veil of illusion had been lifted. Suda found himself staring at the entrance of a dark doorway with descending dark stone steps trailing into unknown darkness. There wasn't enough time to admire the magic that had just taken place. Old Baba began to walk through the doorway, proceeding to descend the steps with her cane firmly held in her right hand. Suda followed the steadily walking old woman. He had many questions sitting on the edge of his thoughts. His silence was perhaps a mixture of caution and subtle excitement concerning the unknown. You're probably wondering why now, little Sue? He heard Granny's crude, raspy voice arriving. Suda indeed was asking himself that, but he wanted to maintain his reserved demeanor, not trying to make himself look overly interested, which might give away the sudden change in his personality. A rasping chuckle echoed from ahead. Well, I'm sure you'll find out eventually what my intentions for you are, fufufu. In response, he could only swallow harshly, hoping for dear life she wasn't going to kill him or turn him into something unsightly. It would be on brand for her, either way, he admitted wryly to himself. Still, the pair proceeded ever deeper into the castle underbelly, the shadows seeming to constrict around them like a closing fist. Suda could only follow with a mounting concoction of unease and morbid curiosity, trusting, or perhaps he was hoping there were larger lessons awaiting him within these eldritch depths. Chapter 35, Breath of Arcane, Voices. Suda POV. Encapsulated within a narrow, dark tunnel, their footfalls echoed hollowly as they descended flight after flight of ancient steps hewn from the living rock. There is an old adage. Baba's reedy voice rang out, shattering the oppressive silence. In a sense, we are all like the life cycles of the farm. There is an appointed time for every endeavor under the stars. A time to harvest, to plant, to irrigate, to till the unyielding soil. Just as there is a time for silence, and a time to impart wisdom. Suda listened raptly, feeling his heartbeat steadily beat with caution and a thin sense of lingering fear as he tried to observe the stony walls along their descent. You have been under my guidance since you were newly come into this world, little Sue. And I must admit, nurturing your growth from helpless babe to the remarkable young man before me, it stands as one of my greatest achievements. Oh, right, I did wonder about that. What her relationship was to Suda's mother, and also Demoria and me. Since we did call her Granny all the time. Did she have any children? Suda listened carefully. He could hear the serenity within old Baba's voice. The stone steps continued to fall towards the darkness, and he couldn't see her face too well beneath the surrounding shadows. Only the profile of her silhouette and her voice guided him. I don't think I've mentioned it much in the past. In truth, in the last 50 or so years, I haven't seen any of my daughters. Sigh. Another one of my many regrets. How many daughters do you have? Suda asked curiously. I have 4, and they're all rank 3 arcanists if that's what you were wondering. I would have hoped at least one of them would eventually reach the heights I did. But then again, I have had to make sacrifices that others might see as inhumane. My disconnect with my children is proof of that. If you don't mind me asking, what happened between you and your daughters? Suda asked. As the fiery lamps bathed the descending stairwell in a lurid crimson glow, Suda listened intently to the wistful melancholy suffusing Baba's gravelly tones. There was true remorse there, regrets accumulated over a long life of harsh choices and severed bonds. My own choices happened. Once you've chosen to commit yourself to a lonely road, your only option is to see it to the end. So listen to me well, little Sue. If ever comes a time where you must decide on choosing the path towards your ambitions or the path towards the good of love, try to think about it more than once before choosing a way. Some choices we make can never be rewritten. She speaks of the sacrifices her path demanded, putting ambition before family, before love itself. Is that the inevitable price for ascending the uppermost arcane heights? A loneliness and isolation so total that even your own kin become untethered? A shudder traced his spine at the thought. Was this to be his destiny, as well if he fully committed to unraveling the arcane mysteries? The face of Ringo appeared in his thoughts. He shook his head from side to side, reinforcing his fears that all of this was to bring his family back. Oh, we've arrived. I tend to forget this stairwell isn't so far away from the crypt. Granny spoke in the darkness. Suda heard the word crypt and needed to rethink if the name matched what he pictured in his head. But just like Granny Baba had said, they finally placed their sawls against leveled ground. The stoned walls expanded, welcoming a large, oval-shaped room filled with exactly what Suda imagined a magic crypt would look like. A mysterious blue fire surrounded the room, with pylons etched with eldritch sigils, dusty sarcophagi ringing the walls, and in the center, some form of strange altar or plinth, its dark surface shimmering with an ominous glint. Swallowing thickly, Suda turned to his wizened mentor. Granny Baba gave him a placid nod in response. The crypt's oppressive atmosphere seemed to intensify with every step Suda took further into the unhallowed chamber. Then, without warning, an indescribable heaviness slammed into him. A smothering, glacial force akin to a mountain's full weight crushing down mercilessly. He crumpled instantly, bones creaking in protest as his body folded and slumped bonelessly to the ground. Agony lanced through him, stealing his breath as death's icy talons gripped his very soul. This was a darkness blacker than any night, a cold so infinite it threatened to extinguish his very essence. Through a gray haze, Suda watched as Granny Baba withdrew a peculiar wand from her robes. A 14-inch length of wood, black as oblivion itself and slightly curved. With a solemn wave and spoken incantation, the wizened woman commanded, "Quell your wrath, Queen of Tyranny. We come in peace." Like a sudden rush of warm wind, the pressure lifted. Suda gasped. Sweat-matted hair plastered to his brow as the debilitating force dissipated. On shaking limbs, he regained his feet, chest heaving with relieved pants. "Fufufu, I should have warned you of the wrath of tyranny," Baba cackled, though her eye noticeably shone with concern. "The what?" Suda wheezed, still reeling. "A lesson for the days ahead," she replied, her aged features hardening. "Most secret sanctums like this contain potent wardings, entities that sense the ward caster's presence. If they detect an intruder, they unleash terrible, baleful energies upon the defiler. Suda shuddered the moment he heard that. Most arcanists employ mastered countermeasures to disarm such malefic surprises, Baba continued. But their effectiveness depends wholly upon the nature of the lair itself. It took Suda a little while to overcome the aftereffects of that sudden downpour of heavy force. Once his body was able to move again, he was finally able to take in his bizarre surroundings properly. What is this place? He asked softly, just about recovered from that earlier attack. This? You can call this place my secret lair. Fufufu, not what you'd expect to find beneath a farm EY? In truth, this place far precedes even myself. I imagine it's over 200 years old, give or take. 200 years old? So how old are you then? Suda thought to himself harrowingly. Taking a few moments to steady his nerves, he glanced around the dimly lit, cavernous room. The ominous blue flames encircling the walls cast an eerie, flickering glow, making the shadows dance like twisted beings. His eyes were instantly drawn to the life-sized stone busts with their grimacing draconian visages. If Suda didn't know better, he would have certainly considered this place to be some kind of crypt dedicated to dragons. The very notion of dragons was enough to stir a troubling feeling in his gut. I discovered it only a few years after securing the deed to this farmland. At that time, I was trying in vain to distance myself from the arcane world. Discovering this lair only reminded me of a famous saying. Suda observed the old woman's side profile and asked curiously, "What's that then?" A deep sigh exhaled through Granny Baba's lips. "You cannot run away from fate, little Sue." Baba flicked her crudely shaped wand, and the blue fire stirred and grew a little fiercer. "Now then, shall we see what fate has in store for you?" 5 obsidian slabs shimmered with an unnatural, polished sheen, each adorned with a myriad of tiny engravings and runes inscribed along their surfaces. Atop each slab was an arch-shaped groove, giving them an unsettling resemblance to ancient gravestones or dark altars. What in the realms are those things? The words slipped from Suda's lips in an odd hush, his gaze refusing to peel itself away from the towering monoliths. Oh yes, I completely forgot to warn you about that. These are an old replica of what we arcanists call the 5 rights of power. In short, when an arcanist starts off learning about arcane and the studies of incantations, the first step is deciphering which of the 5 languages you're fluent in. Suda's racing heart began to calm slightly when Granny mentioned that, and he could start to draw connections from the information stored in his mind about the 5 languages to the imposing scene before him. He took a few breaths to calm himself down. So coincidentally, this farm contained a place where one could discover which language they were fluent in. A mocking smile appeared as he thought of that. Okay, what do you want me to do now? He had already guessed their impromptu journey down here was for his sake, so he understood accepting things might get him out of this eerie place quicker. He saw Granny nodding her head whilst a sly smirk creased against her aged features. Focus your breathing. Breathe in through your nostrils and out through your mouth. Make sure you're counting to 8 during each phase. I'm guessing you already know how to channel mana through your body? Despite your bodily problems, you only need a small amount directed towards your eyes. And once you open your eyes, tell me exactly what you see. Suda followed Granny Baba's instructions, focusing his awareness inward as he regulated his breathing. In through the nostrils, held for 8 steady counts. Out through pursed lips, another 8-count exhalation. He repeated this cyclical pattern several times, feeling his heart rate gradually slow and sync with this rhythmic flow. As he did so, Suda sensed something, a formless sensation reaching down into the wellspring of his dormant core, slumbering in a pool of blood like a stillborn fetus. Sensing the faint thrumming of latent mana, that crystallized spiritual essence residing within every living being. He envisioned it as a warm, viscous fluid pooling thick and languid in his lower abdomen. Cautiously, carefully, he guided a mere trickle of that power upward along his scarcely even thick enough meridian pathways until it gathered behind his eyes in a gentle, tingling concentration. When next he opened his eyelids, the dim crypt chamber's reality seemed to shift before his mana-infused sight. Strange, faintly pulsating motes now dusted every surface, fading in and out of his perception like dust mites winking at the edge of his vision. The vaulted space around him had also fallen utterly silent, a sublime hush of held breath. The room had also fallen deathly quiet. He looked behind him and saw Granny Baba standing beside the stoned altar, her cane held beneath her wrinkled palms. Her lips creased into a warm smile. She nodded approvingly towards him. Suda wet his dry lips before he spoke. I see the surroundings differently now, he murmured in a hushed tone. Particles of light everywhere, pulsing in and out almost like a living organism's breath. Suda understood what he needed to do. His gaze roved over the towering obsidian monoliths, studying them with intense focus. After devouring the contents of Granny Baba's arcane notes these last few nights, he understood the basics of this initial rite. The initial first sequence of understanding which ancient language he might be attuned to. There should be a change of the particles surrounding the monoliths into readable verses. His eyes moved from stone to stone. He was expectant, but nothing seemed to change. Suda started to grow anxious. Perhaps he truly wasn't destined to learn arcane and its mystic powers. The thought sent a sinking feeling as heavy as lead weighing through his gut. And then he remembered that fishbowl head's advice about finding his family. And if he desired to stand any chance to accomplish what he had willed to do within this world, he needed to learn arcane. Focus, he admonished himself sternly, forcing his mind away from such distracting existential plagues. This isn't the time for doubts or ponderings. Instead, Suda's thoughts turned inward, to the cherished faces of his mother, his father, and his beloved sister Ringo. He poured every ounce of his fierce determination into his gaze, eyes practically searing into the enigmatic monoliths, as if she could unveil their mysteries through searing willpower alone. I can't fail here. I won't fail here. What would become of them if I falter at this first hurdle? The minutes ticked by in dreadful silence. Finally, Baba's reedy voice crept up from behind, a sad, resigned tone that dropped an icy slick of dread down Suda's spine. Little Sue, perhaps we should reevaluate your path. Not all our dash.
No.
The vehement refusal bounded from his lips, stunning even himself with its passionate intensity. Suda's eyes remained locked on the monoliths, his body taut as a bowstring and fists clenched even tighter until his knuckles shone pale. I'm fine. I can do this. He trailed off, frustration and doubt swirling in his soft breaths. Damn it. What am I missing here? I can't be useless. There has to be some reason I was chosen for this path. But what? Those familiar cogs within his mind began to spin their wheels furiously. Suda's gaze widened into a frozen mask, and suddenly he could see those countless pages covered in lines of scribbles and symbols appearing throughout his gaze. Wait. Suda's hoarse shout shattered the oppressive silence as a flicker of epiphany blossomed. Inhaling deeply, he seized upon the sudden feeling and held that precious breath. In the cloak of darkness behind his eyelids, something ephemeral began to stir. He took a deep inhale in and held his breath again. Within the stillness of his ceased breath and the cloak of soothing darkness surrounding him, something started to change. Think about what I can already see. Within my mind, if I focus, I knew it, to see with your mind's eye, rather than what your naked eye can see. Faith, belief. I have all the numbers and formulas, but I'm missing the last piece. I've always missed it. My father said it. My mother, Ringo, also said it. Have faith in the unseen. Suda reflected on the first principles he obtained from that fellow within the carriage.
Mana, intent, connection, knowledge, willpower, exchange, belief, balance, adaptation.
The world had already given him the keys. He just needed to believe in himself and open the door. It all makes sense. This test, it's not just simply trying to understand the ancient languages. It's actually casting my first incantation. Suda's eyes snapped open. His gaze immediately fell towards the further pillar on the left. He focused and carried out the same thing his mind could do each time he lay down against that uncomfortable bed every night. I have been here over 100 days. What felt like a gentle dream, days passed by. But each night I refocused my thoughts, I created those clouds, my mind palace where all my memories and parts of my inner self remained. Every night I saw the clouds. I saw the arcane. Suda's gaze suddenly fell into a serene look. His eyelids remained half-opened as he took in the pillars once more. Against the polished black stone, he saw the particles changing, forming coherent strings of letters and words. Bizarrely enough, Suda could vaguely understand what these symbols meant. A delight burst free from his heart as tears welled against his brightened eyes once more. Suda began translating the unfolding words in glittering emerald runes. What defines a man, and how does an elf compare? Are we strangers to one another, or do we share a deeper kinship? Despite our undeniable differences, we are united by the grace of the omnipresent forces of nature and spirit that envelop us all. In this unity, we find ourselves intertwined with the mysteries that are woven into the very fabric of our existence, immortalized in the memories and essence of both the spirits long forgotten and those that walk among us today. This is the way of Rhoda. Amazing! Suda could barely utter any words. His voice drifted through the cold silence, feeling his entire body shivering out of untold disbelief as he could now understand one of the cryptic languages written across one of the 5 slabs of black stone. So you can see something, little Sue? Granny's voice brightened as her footsteps approached him. How marvelous, Fufufu, it seems my intuition was right about you. Despite you not possessing the physical talents, you have the gift of sight. Now tell me, which of the 5 languages revealed themselves to you then? Suda felt a great satisfaction brewing within his entire body. Finally, I can read incantations now. Hey, finally. Just as he was poised to speak, his voice was silenced by the sudden realization of a noticeable change in the different particles arranged along the remaining 4 pillars. The second pillar was enveloped in silvery texts, the third in a set of crimson particles, and the 4th and 5th in dazzling blue and yellow, respectively. And just like the first pillar, he could vividly read the words appearing against each one. Long gone are the days when we ruled the world, brought low by the children of the gods, our once formidable adversaries. Our lives, fragile as they may be, find us standing tall, our spirits soaring high as the clouds. Let our righteous anger surge, a tempest over the accursed lands, for we are destined to rise again, to recline against the mountaintops in eternal repose. This is the way of Jotun. Our seas, ablaze, flow with rivers of flames. Our rolling hills bristle with spikes of bleached bones. Where darkness masquerades as dawn, unshakable we stand, in defiance of the light's curses. Their hatred is fueled by hypocrisy, yet we remain mighty, enduring as a thorn in their side, forevermore. This is the way of Exer. From the ashes, we rise reborn. Majestically, our lives are arrayed like rubies, with a kindled fire of resolve nestled in our bosoms. With words of power, we speak as our tears mend what has been shattered. Born from ashes to ashes, we shall one day return. This is the way of Valgira. Our breaths blaze like the sun. Our scales, rugged and verdant, mirror the earth. Our blood, life-giving, courses through the land as rivers, and our hearts harbor ancient mysteries, unfathomable and deep. Let no being claim to comprehend our mighty ways. Majestic and profound, we stand unparalleled. Bound by the earth or the sky, flightless or soaring, we are united. We are one. We are JoJoKun.
This is the way of Devankim.
Little Sue, what do you see? Granny's voice broke the ravine of silence through his mind. The milky warm voice laced with slight concern snapped him free from his daze. Suda almost awoke to the realization he was standing in a gloomy dark crypt again. He touched his forehead and looked visibly shaken once he saw the amount of sweat wetting his fingertips. Only Suda truly understood that for the last 5 minutes, he had no control of himself, as though he was trapped in an ethereal trance, unable to think nor speak, but merely rehash the words written across each slab of black stone within his mind. On one hand, he knew that his ability to communicate with the ancient words of power meant he could interpret and speak incantations. But on the other hand, he was almost certain that he was supposed to be able to see the contents written on just a single slab of stone, not multiple.
Grosz grande.
Suda's voice brokenly ached free. Go on, little Sue. What is it? I can see, well, I can see. All the 5 ancient languages. Chapter 36, Breath of Arcane, Walking in the Void.
Baba peove.
Baba could hardly recall many events that left her truly speechless by the predictable and unpredictable will of Arcane during her years. She was perhaps considered one of the most gifted beings to have ever graduated from one of the famous 8 unseen colleges in her generation. Off the top of her memory, perhaps only that other monster born within her generation could rival her. The 8 unseen colleges of Arcane, as divine and filled with power as they were, many of their alumni faced the harsh truths of reality at a young age. Geniuses tended to die quite early. And yet here she was. Her hair was completely snow white and her brown skin had aged and loosened, covered in wrinkles. But Baba was proud of her fortitude. Despite all the wars and disasters, she still lived on. And it had been quite some time ago when she had last met an anomaly that left her questioning her own beliefs. The boy stood in a tranquil daze, brought upon by the incantation's exchange rite. His mind was undergoing a sort of cleanse, in order to facilitate the ancient languages surging through his thoughts. Covered in a solemnness likened to a fellow lost in a deep meditative state, he had uttered something almost impossible a few minutes ago. No, it couldn't be true. Baba had never met anyone able to understand all the 5 ancient languages after consuming a mild mentality awakening potion. Mild, putting it lightly. She was so scared of somehow bothering the illness within the boy that she had substituted up to 50% of the natural ingredient for simple body-nourishing dust. The sheer thought of it was ludicrous considering the 5 ancient languages were divided into the 5 different bloodline formulas derived from all the beings of this world.
Humans, elves, marfolk, jutun, beastfolk, dragoon, phoenix, lasli damun.
Everyone had at least one relation with one of these beings. Even those with mixed blood would at most resonate with maybe 2. But all 5? In 100 or so years, there had never been an anomaly that challenged that truth. Until now, of course. Baba was first confident that perhaps the boy was facing some sort of negative reaction to the potion. After all, she was still unsure how a body riddled with negativine energies would cope under the forceful opening of the mentality space being awakened. His cold-ean disease should have already overcome the last remnants of the potion he swallowed. 7 days later, and the negative reaction was still taking place. The rational genius inside her head refused to believe that was the cause of this. Hence, the only truth left to believe was the one staring her right in the face. Baba cautiously circled the boy. His eyes remained glued to the 5 slabs of stone. His body stiffened on a single spot, almost rigid like ice, but his lips had never stopped moving, muttering the tongues of the ancients, whilst his eyes frantically moved from pillar to pillar. He had again fallen into that state, where his mind was being enchanted by the mysteries of the ancient languages. The pointed tip of a callously shaped dark wand poked free from the end of Baba's huge sleeve. She continued encircling the boy, observing him with great caution and wonder. A whirring sound suddenly echoed against the silent air. A swash of gold appeared, and her dark passenger surfaced. A deep and croaking voice muttered through her lips. What is he? I do not know, but I will be finding out, she said in response in an uncertain tone. How? There are humane ways to see things hidden in the dark. I'm just a little skeptical, that's all, she admitted, knowing a part of her couldn't bring herself to bring any form of harm to the boy she had cared for since he was an infant. Is that so? There is always the other option. Killing a child is never an option. Regardless of what may or may not transpire, she voiced loudly. You speak as though you haven't been the causer of spilling the blood of innocence before fufufu. Different time? I was a D, so I never mind. Unless it's necessary, I won't harm a single hair on this child's head. We kill where necessary. If this child's existence is a bane to us, then he dies. It is still too early to know. Sigh. I have met late-blooming geniuses before. Few and far between, of course, but they do exist. You know as best as I do with his bodily constitution. Those odds are incredibly slim. Then I'm left with no choice. I can use that spell, perhaps? Don't be foolish. That incantation drains your life force. Not to mention the risks. Fufufu, what risk have I not taken since I was a little girl? And you said it yourself. We should know what he is. Baba lifted her wand and moved closer to the boy. The glazed look of emptiness still dwelt within his bright brown and slightly hazel iris. She stood right in front of him, her heart rapidly beating with an indifferent tone and filled with a host of opposing wills. With a heavy countenance, she watched his erratic, oval-shaped eyes bouncing from pillar to pillar. His mouth seemed dry from the constant mutterings of those ancient tongues. While she took some moments to watch him, she couldn't help but see that bouncing baby boy all those years ago again. A brief smile creased against her face whilst her palm delicately stroked one side of his smooth cheek. Children grew so quickly, she thought, like flowers blooming in spring. Her elation was quickly dampened by the sniggering voice from her dark passenger. Her false golden eye swirled again. You should be quick, lest he wakes up. She was right. Baba was purposely dawdling. So with a heavy heart, she raised the tip of her dark wand and gently pressed it against the space between Suda's brows. Using her free hand, she held out her palm and a large book encased in black leather appeared. A large chain rattled around it as the book balanced just above her palm against an opened page. The pages were pale and coarse-looking, with a thin film of a ghostly substance shimmering out from it. And in the tongue of Rhoda, Granny Baba spoke. Elgar nor Atler figure selpa, nor Shan velto numerael, open o ye sleepless eye. Show me the way to doors hidden from my eyes. A dazzling red light shone from the tips of her wand. Very slowly, it started to sink between Suda's brows. Her fingers moved like a pianist's across the open page, tracing the same reddish glow over lines and lines of text in her opened book. Baba immediately felt an unbreakable bond form between her wand and Suda's mind. The pressure was so great that her hand clasping the wand trembled violently. A dark rune appeared against her callously shaped wand, forming a link between her hand and Suda's forehead. Against the vacant-eyed boy's forehead, an ominous dark-inked sigil materialized, a black star with 6 smaller triangles surrounding it. Baba suddenly jerked her head upward, her mouth forming an O before she bellowed a deafening howl into the once silent and musky air. Countless lines emerged visibly from her grimoire, rising out of the book. She understood now that she had cast such a strong incantation that the words would elude her for at least a few years. Drifting seconds felt like a prolonged absence of time itself. Soon enough, Baba found her vision swallowed by a formless black cloud, which felt more like a dream sequence than anything true. The dark fog subsided after a short time, as she had expected, knowing the purpose of this spell. Baba saw her surroundings change, and the formless air gradually became a ceiling of white. The walls and floors also greeted her with pale hues. A trace of blue and gold lines started appearing all over this canvas of white surrounding her. Although not wholly unfamiliar, Baba had long since understood that everyone's mind palace would be unique to its person. She watched in amazement as the adolescent mind's pencil sketched what emerged as an elegant, though distinctly old-fashioned room. Captivated by the intricate details and the way colors softly bled into the white expanse, transforming it in real time, Baba beheld the white canvas blooming with color, unfolding into a lavishly decorated, spacious room. Beneath her feet, smooth redwood floors extended. The walls, adorned in golden wallpaper, boasted countless paintings. Unusual chairs with soft-hued cushions and short mahogany tables with smooth edges dotted the space, alongside glass ornaments containing unique black and white-petaled flowers. How can a child's mind be so vividly alive? She thought, visibly deeply shocked by the scene laid before her. Baba had never seen a child's inner mind before. For one, the spell would drain her of mana severely to the point she would probably be unable to form consistent rank 4+ spells for a while. Secondly, children's minds usually were filled with jumbled memories or unfiltered madness. To a seasoned arcanist, the risk and rewards were not worth the hassle the spell caused on the caster. Baba had used this spell a few times on adults, usually on her captured enemies. and none of which could ever hold a candle to the elegant decor of this place. It feels like someone has been living here, and living quite comfortably for that matter. She noticed the very prestige atmosphere surrounding this place. Arcanists tended to spend most of their lives scaling vast plains in search of knowledge and resources. A person's mind was one of the vastest places one could venture into, hence why most arcanists would have already developed a lengthy amount of defenses to safeguard their mind from the attack of others. Granny Baba continued her careful inspection of the odd room. She eventually concluded that this place was perhaps a figment from a different time, or perhaps even a different world. There was no sense in believing a child's mind had created all these things out of nothing. There had to be a source, an inspiration for the artistic creations she was witnessing. But the child was no more than 15. His mother, perhaps? She pondered internally. Since it wasn't foreign for others to have created or sealed such calamities inside the bodies of infants. There was once a powerful arcanist who sealed pieces of his soul into memory fragments and scattered them among 13 geniuses. She remembered that night she encountered the woman with smooth, dark brown skin and strikingly long magenta puffy hair. An expressionless but beautiful face almost demanding she cared for the soft-sounding sleepy baby, with wiry pinkish hair swaddled in heavy wraps of wet fur. The storms were terrible that night, she recalled darkly. How could she forget that terrible omen that night? Manna was practically seeping down from the skies with the rainfall. What is this child? Baba's anxiety gnawed at her, propelling her quest to uncover the source of her unease. Halfway across the grandiose room, she stood observing, her marveling eyes drawn to one particular mural that dwarfed the countless paintings lining the walls. An oil-rendered scene depicted a five-headed dragon perched atop a high-raised hill. The dragon's heads blazed in brilliant hues of blue, white, green, red, and black. An incredible beast towering over a gathering of 8 uniquely dressed fellows. Each figure sported robes of a distinct color, hauntingly reminiscent of the garb worn by the unseen 8 colleges of Arcane. There was a small sense of dread she felt while observing the painting. Curiously enough, the other paintings seemed to depict their own obscure story. She noticed a few smaller paintings that seemed to depict a story between a faceless little boy and a raven-haired, pale-faced girl with black wings and golden runes consistently wrapped around her arm. In the scenes, the winged girl carried the boy, ushering him into a new world. Though never one to entertain the ramblings of seers, Baba held a personal regard for the veiled mysteries of the world. Another large mural caught her attention, an oil painting of an enormous, majestic tree, titan-like against a backdrop of grasslands, distant white hills, and a wide sea. By its roots sat 8 adorned golden thrones. But what truly captured Baba's gaze was the statue of a beautiful woman, draped in such profound divinity that it was difficult to look away. A sudden realization struck Baba as she took in the scene. In this inner world materialized from the adolescent psyche, the divine feminine figure presided over all. It can't be, can it? The queen, goddess Lunara? Baba knew of only one figure whose visage graced nearly every monument across the central, western, southern, and eastern cities. The great queen who ascended to become the first goddess of the Golden Dawn. The goddess queen, Lunara the bringer of dawn. The alignment and themes of these obscure stories were all too significant to ignore. The larger paintings, with their depth and clarity, seemed to chronicle major historical events. Having seen enough to deduce they represented memories, Baba was puzzled by their presence within a 16-year-old boy's undeveloped mind. As she proceeded, her gaze lingered on the haunting images until she reached a distinct square-framed red door. Discovering the quaint, red door brought a wave of relief to Baba. She knew well the significance of doors in mind palaces and approached the faded brass doorknob with caution. The moment her hand touched the metal, a deep furrow formed against her brow, sensing a baleful aura from the other side. A reminder that her presence here, while spirit scrying, hinged on the purity of her mana not going haywire. Baba needed to think carefully before continuing forward. There was no telling what sort of problem she could meet inside of there. And bearing in mind, she was temporarily unable to cast any incantations within this space. Any immediate danger could be fatal. Her inward fears slowly seeped into her conscious thoughts. Then, she heard an all too familiar deeper voice within her. You forget I am with you. If danger appears, we'll split our consciousness. Indeed that would help. I guess we should proceed then. She exhaled with a deep sigh. Baba twisted the doorknob and gently pulled the door open. Chapter 37, Breath of the Arcane, Doors.
Grani Baba Peove.
As she opened her eyes, the pale light that had surrounded her faded away. Baba found herself standing in a forest cloaked in darkness. Her bare feet felt the strange chill of the dark soil between her toes. She tilted her neck, beholding the vast twilight sky stretched above, a realm stitched with multiples of twinkling stars. That sound troubled her once more, the wailing cries of a child, lingering around her. She knew they birthed from a place not far away. But that didn't fill her with any slight feeling of warmth. Just ahead, Baba could make out a small hut, clothed in the twilight's gloom and nestled beneath two slanting trees. Their overhanging leaves glistened, distinctly larger than ordinary foliage, telling her rain had also fallen not long before. Through the hazy windows, an orange glow hinted at life within. Drawn by those signs, Baba decided to inspect the ominous little dwelling. As she drew nearer to one window, shadows danced inside. Knowing this was a dream sequence potentially unlocking a distant memory, she remained wary of the realm's uncertainties. Vines and darkened leaves clung to the door, withered black and blue petals scattered about, with all coated in faint traces of lingering mana. Baba raised her right hand, on whose index finger and thumb perched two silver rings, each studded with a squared ruby. With a circular motion, she swept her open palm before the door's face. The twin gemstones sparked with crimson light, warding away the negative energies barring her path through the memory. A shriek sounded through the air, like the cry of a wounded beast. The vines swiftly repulsed away from the door. Though it had been long since Baba last dreamwalked, she was relieved her charms for navigating such blockades still served her well. Pressing that same palm against the weathered wood, Baba forced her way inside. Again, the sounds of a crying child filled the luminous air. Inside the hut, Baba found herself transported elsewhere. Once again, the scene had undergone a complete transformation. She now stood atop a stone stairwell, its steps enclosed within a narrow corridor. Stretching her arms, she could brush the cold, rough surfaces of the stone walls on either side. Peering down the steps that vanished into the darkness, she sighed softly, wishing for the ability to conjure a cane for support. Yet, even with magic, not everything yielded to her will. Cautiously, Baba began her descent, her pace deliberate yet steady. She closely examined the walls, their cold, uneven surfaces offering no comfort. The darkness that enveloped her bore an unfamiliar aura, starkly different from any she had sensed in such realms before. Dream realms or memory zones tended to show remnants of the host aura. Arcanists who are versed in alteration had conducted years of research and were able to specifically identify the dominant aura that upholds the Mind Palace's dream zones was the key to escaping such prisons. Given its free-flowing nature, mana is not easily contained. In realms as chaotic as these, sensing multiple mana fluctuations was commonplace. However, encountering multiple dominant auras was far from ordinary. But the idea of sensing multiple dominant auras wasn't normal at all. The saying, "too many big fishes shouldn't swim together in the same pond," came to Baba's mind. And the thought of that baleful aura was still troubling her. Baba almost reached the last steps. Green flames flickered to life along the narrow walls, casting an eerie glow. From the deep darkness ahead, the echoing wails of a child's cries rang out. Steadying herself, she pressed onward, her mind spinning to piece together how a boy's psyche could take such a cryptic form of mystery. Into that gaping blackness, she ventured, thick whispers slithering out to greet her trespass. The gloom receded, revealing Baba now stood within a well-lit crypt. Her senses stood alert. She wasn't alone. 5 robed, hooded figures circled a round porcelain table, shrouded in darkness. Its pale surface was webbed with cracks like golden veins. Baba paused, raising her right hand to kiss one of the ruby jewels set into her rings, imbuing the action with silent intent. A protective crimson glow enveloped her ethereal form in response. "We cannot let her grow," a raspy voice whispered. "I concur. Left to mature, her power will eventually devour us all." Another agreed, toneless. "We swore an oath to the king, to the divine house. We must protect the descendants of Dawn. Her birth is a taboo, a mistake within the laws of time. She cannot be the last. And perhaps we do something to prevent the gene from spreading. We are no longer like our ancestors, who were reliant on their grace and power. We know now just how to mark the skins of the golden, so shan't we wait?" "Do you feel that?" "Feel what?" Stop talking. We are not alone." Whoosh. One of the shrouds slammed a pale hand against the table. "Damn it." Baba reacted quickly and brought the orb to her lips again. This time she forcefully bit down against the jewel, shattering it completely and releasing a surge of red mist that quickly blinded her just in time before the rushing golden arrows arrived upon her. A loud screech sounded. Baba felt the world around her tremble, but she sighed in relief, safely shielded inside of a swirling crimson vortex. She glared down towards her hand. One last jewel remained. What the hell was that? That was a memory, no? Then how could they? "Steady your mind. We have only just started," her dark passenger reminded her. Baba held many questions and uncomfortable truths, but for now, time wasn't something she had on her side. The crimson vortex was like a whirlwind of blood, and its rapidly surging form would quickly subside soon enough. As it gently dissipated, Baba found herself somewhere new. In a grandiose hall adorned with azure stones, pillars as robust as a giant's limbs rose to meet the high, vaulted ceilings. The same azure hue graced the expansive floors and towering walls, complemented by stained glass windows in shades of jade gathered near the ceiling. Baba's gaze wandered through the lofty expanse of this palace-like hall, her attention captured by the ceiling that shimmered like a crystal realm, with thick cedar beams adding a regal touch. The hall's grandeur rivaled that of the most opulent royal palace halls she had ever encountered. What initially seemed like gargoyles stationed around the perimeter revealed themselves to be images of 8 towering figures, upon closer inspection. Each one carried a uniquely cut, figurine-sized totem close to their chest. Lunara's children? She held a disheartening feeling about these memories. Suddenly, shick, slash, sounds of steel erupted across the air. Baba lowered her gaze, where she saw a shimmering white blade returning to its wielder's side. A wet splash of carmine painted the ground beneath the lowered blade, and the one who held the sword was only that of a little girl, possibly no older than 14, standing in the middle of the glacier hall. Her long, combed hair shimmered raven black against her porcelain-pale skin, clad in a black dress that ended just below her knees. Baba's gaze dropped to the carmine pool beneath the little girl's feet. Following the blood splatters, she was startled abruptly by the sight that met her. Among the azure tiles, reflecting the room like a translucent mirror, lay 5 severed heads, their eyes wide in shock. Lost in her daydream, her gaze slightly lifted again. The little girl jolted upright, turning slowly to face her. Baba felt a sinister aura like no other ensnare her ethereal form, chilling her to the core. A pair of piercing ruby eyes fixed on her, penetrating her very ghostly essence. Without hesitation, Baba brought the soul ruby-studded ring to her lips again, a silent incantation waiting on her breath. But just as she was poised to act, "Wait!" a childlike voice rang out. Chapter 38, Secrets and Sequences.
Granny Baba Peove.
The little girl tilted her head to one side in a curious manner. "Oh, so you're the one." A childlike voice flowed like honey, drawing Baba's gaze. A slender white finger pointed towards a black door that had materialized in the air beside the great hall. Baba narrowed her eyes, her attention fixed on the little girl clutching a blood-stained black katana. Yet that ethereal door exerted a pull she couldn't ignore. Taking a deep breath, she eventually strode briskly across the hardened floor, each footfall echoing against the mirrored surface. The girl turned away, focused instead on the severed heads at her feet. Try as she might, Baba couldn't help but steal another glance, counting 5 heads again. Just before reaching the door inlaid with golden markings, she noticed something bizarre, the pool of blood undulating, forming a ring around the black-haired child. As it completed a bloody circle, the crimson liquid crawled inward, inscribing a star with the girl as its centerpiece. Finally, 5 blood-red spirals filled the spaces between the points. Baba's heart raced as her lips silently formed the words of a dark omen she had prayed never to encounter again. It couldn't be possible, but seeing those 5 splintering spirals, blossoming like red flowers, there was no mistaking it. SS seal of the Crimson Night. But how can that be? Wait, and now that I look at it, 8 figures, the Shinjin, and a girl with broken golden runes against her arm? Can it be her, the sleeping dash? At that moment, the black door forcefully opened, and another blinding light pulled her into its gambit. As memories went, Baba was eager to leave this particular trip behind. During her days as an active arcanist, one of the fundamental lessons she'd instilled in young pupils was understanding dangerous situations. An arcanist always knew that life's decisions were often a gamble, risks leading to disastrous outcomes best avoided unless the promised rewards held true substance and meaning. Her advice spoken to so many greenhorns over a long life, advice she was actively defying at this moment. These volatile memory sequences highlighted something powerful lurking in the depths. Her ethereal form was ill-equipped to handle such formidable foes on their own terrain. Not only was the risk to Little Sue heightened, but Baba hadn't prepared for battle on this scale. The Crimson Seal? That harbinger of destruction which had plagued its family line until the bitter end? Wasn't that curse supposed to have been vanquished many years ago? And why in the goddess's name did it manifest within Little Sue? As the blinding lights dimmed, a new sky unfurled overhead in true azure splendor. Below, a carpet of dazzling jade grass swayed gently, bordered by trees heavy with verdant bundles of leaves. A winding stream cut through the picturesque garden, its gentle babble echoing softly. Baba's gaze settled on a young girl seated by the river's edge, her electric pink curls catching the sunlight in a vibrant dance. The girl's brown skin glowed under the sun as she playfully dangled her slender legs over the water, skimming the surface ever so gently with the soles of her feet. A soft chime of tiny golden charms freckled from the anklet worn around the girl's leg. Amidst the cheerful melodies of nature, her soft hums added a tender harmony to the scene. Approaching cautiously, intrigued by the girl's serene presence, Baba watched as the girl sensed a sudden approach and lifted her gaze. Her eyes were deep pools of azure blue, captivating and wide, with flecks of gold and silver twinkling at the edges like stars in a twilight sky. Phew, she can't see me, thankfully.
I wonder.
The little girl's mouth formed a crescent smile, as pure as the birth of a new dawn. Baba sensed familiarity when she stared at the little girl. In truth, how many people had she met with strikingly loud colored hair? Then it dawned upon her, that stormy night all those moons ago, an unusual night where she encountered that peculiar wanderer from a nameless plain, devoid of any possessions, a tall and pink-haired beautiful lady with a swaddling newborn in her arms. Could it be? But how these memories should not be Little Sue's own. His mother implanted them within his conscious. A horn sounded, and the little girl drew her attention across the gentle flowing stream. Her happiness seemed to be sucked away by the arrival of that blaring sound. She dutifully stood upright. Then Baba watched closely whilst the little girl held her hands over the stream. Without any words spoken, the once patient stream started to ripple, then it parted right between the girl's outstretched hand. This action made Baba's brow narrow. Wordless casting was indeed very rare, but the behavior of the water, Baba had never seen anything like it. Even elementalists couldn't harness such control over the elements so fluently so young without a skill book. The girl stepped into the dried pathway created by her hand. Another figure appeared from the fold of trees, a short distance away from the side of land Baba was standing on. She too was only a child, with pink pigtails and dressed in a long white and gold gown. "FEW, we need to go. The chief has arrived, so they'll be opening the latent caves soon. It's finally time." The girl sounded slightly distressed. Time we received our dragons, he. Lead the way, sister. The girl responded with a slight smile. Baba focused on the girl closely. Despite her warm smile, she noticed the girl's 2 hands grappling at the hem of her dress harshly. The 2 children would soon fade away. As the air around her began to rumble ominously, the ground beneath Baba's feet followed, sending tremors that reverberated through her very being. Then, as suddenly as it began, the tumult ceased, the world dissolving around her again like wax under a flame. She found herself standing in a well-lit, cozy chamber, its warmth emanating from a hearth fire that cast dancing shadows across the stone walls. Beside the wall stood a large bed, and within arm's reach, a manger cradled a cooing infant, its delicate pink hair a soft crown upon its round head. Baba's heart leaped. Little Sue? The sight of the child, so serene and innocent, filled her with an unexpected joy. The chamber door creaked open, admitting a procession of women draped in flowing white gowns. Pale veils obscured their eyes, lending an air of ethereal mystique. Golden embroidery on their attire caught the firelight, revealing intricate runes that seemed to dance between form and formlessness, more akin to ancient glyphs than mere decoration. Baba watched, intrigued by the pattern's whispering of old, forgotten lore. A single, dark thought furrowed her brow. The Church of the Golden Dawn. The child is safe. One voiceless figure intoned. But for how long? Another replied. Whether or not Milady succeeds in the coming trials of fires, the child is in danger. Then what does the Holy Mother suggest we do? There was a heavy pause. Seal the inheritance away. For good. Be but his bloodline right? It matters not if the patriarch, his grandfather, wills to see him dead. Until Milady returns, I'll cast a ward of deception over the boy. But sisters, we must start the sealing ritual soon as we can. Are we sure Milady won't object? It is her son, after all. A sigh. I'll shoulder the responsibility, but for now, we must act. Sister, they might detect what we've done. Let us add a warding layer to deter any trespassers. What do you suggest? How about we use ice? I know of something incurable. Come, follow my lead. The 6 figures encircled the sleeping babe, extending hands from beneath their garments. One by one, outstretched palms hovered over the child as, in unison, their mouths began to chant. The gold runes against their arms started to move. Baba braced herself, slowly angling her index finger between her teeth again. A profound golden light was created from a space just above the infant. The sounds of a wailing infant filled her ears, right up until a blinding white light covered the entire room. Baba bit down ferociously against her last ruby jewel. The scene faded again. Suda. Hey Suda, stop ignoring me. Huh. Oh, it's you, Demoria. I thought I heard something. A childish-looking Suda rubbed tired eyes, seated on the grassy hill. Like what? Tell me. An even smaller, chubbier Demoria pressed. It's weird, but I could have sworn I heard a bunch of women's voices repeating the same thing over and over, dressed in white with strange golden things on their arms. Ouch. Hey, why'd you hit me? Suda yelped, rubbing his arm. What kind of guy dreams about other women when his best pal's telling him about her day? You're the worst sometimes, Suda. The childish Suda rubbed the bridge of his nose shyly. The two sat beneath a large sycamore tree, bathed in the new morning sunlight. The scene soon shifted, Suda and Demoria now older, the high-spirited girl showing off her newly awakened magical abilities. Demoria levitated a group of stones, trapping them in a whirling ball of contained wind between her hands. Suda watched quietly from a raised boulder, chin resting on his palms. Baba kept a safe distance, curious when exactly Demoria had unlocked her arcane talents. From the mischievous grin, it seemed she'd kept this awakening secret for some time. Hey Suda, I need help, she called impishly. HM? With what? You know I can't do any incantations. That's fine. Just stand over there and move when I signal. With a sigh, Suda hopped down and positioned himself 10 meters across. Okay, now what? Jay, just hold on. I'm concentrating. Demoria showed great discomfort across her face whilst she tried steadying the focused power between her hands. The sharp stones had started to violently orbit around the profound sphere, a mixture of her bluish mana and the very air itself. The increase in pace invoked a sharp-sounding screech to sound. Before any of the two children realized it, the ball of power containing a dense accumulation of wind and earth magic was fired straight at the helpless Suda. Arg! He took several blows head-on and was sent flying back until he met the full impact of a nearby tree. For the first few minutes, Demoria could only stand gape, stunned, before a smile of triumph creased across her face. I did it. It took her several minutes more to quickly realize she had hurt Suda quite badly. He was wheezing against a tree with blood trickling down the side of his mouth. Baba frowned at this. How could she be so reckless to practice arcane magic on him? Her fury might have boiled over if this wasn't a memory she was witnessing. And of course, if Demoria hadn't left to attend one of the unseen colleges. To this Granny Baba could only sigh, rubbing the side of her temple. In truth, this memory only showed where she had failed as a guardian.
HHLLP
The helpless boy spluttered weakly. Don't be so dramatic, Suta. Plus you deserve it a little for being inconsiderate. But fear not I. The great Demoria, your best friend, shall save you. Demoria knelt against the ground and held her two palms over Suta's chest. Her brows furrowed with concentration as she spoke. Helmer, she versed in the Valgira tongue. In response, a green light slowly started to coat her hands. Then the light moved towards Suta's chest. A green flat circle of bright smoky light covered his entire chest. In moments, Suta was starting to feel better again. His eyes, filled with watery tears, were slowly beginning to be filled with vigor. 3 minutes later, and his breathing had relaxed. Next time don't make me angry like that again, Suta, said Demoria whilst she kept her palms firmly centered in the middle of his chest. The scene faded again. Chapter 39. New Beginnings and New Skills. Glitch?
Granny Baba POV.
Baba shielded her eyes once more, and as the blinding light receded, a world beyond comprehension unveiled itself. Familiar yet distant songs of birds filled the air. The sight of a sun veiled by clouds comforted her as her gaze trailed down to the neatly trimmed grass beneath her feet. Yet what deeply befuddled her was the sight of these towering structures of shimmering glass piercing the skyward plains above. They stood immense in height and were framed in an unknown, metallic-like essence. Baba craned her aged neck hesitantly. "What in the goddess?" she mouthed in disbelief, her mind racing to draw parallels from her world to this one. These glowing gray giants, the chorus of lights, the throngs of oddly dressed people moving along unfamiliar stone paths, all of which felt completely alien. The still faces and flashing colors adorning vast boards only deepened her unease. She could never have imagined such a place existing. Where am I? Is this another world? She whispered, instincts telling her this bizarre atmosphere was assuredly another realm entirely. The overlapping blares of strange horns caught her attention. Narrowing her gaze, she beheld the horseless carriages gliding on enigmatic wheels, creating those blaring noises. Everything here defied the natural order she knew. As Baba watched, trying to find any semblance of familiarity in the chaos, a foreboding feeling enveloped her in this strange new world. Little Sue, did you do all of this? She found no sense in how this could be remotely possible. Worse, a growing inkling against her deepest thoughts whispered that this was exactly the fear she'd rushed to ignore. If, by some disastrous miracle, it was all true, how do I handle this? She asked herself. Suddenly, a loud explosion quaked across the air. Baba's gaze snapped upward as a shimmering portal started to emerge, heralded by the downpour of a baleful aura's arrival. Yet what delicately emerged from that ominous rift was not what she expected. Her eyes widened, catching the sight of something she couldn't believe had appeared here. By the gods, how did you get here? Suda POV. When Suda finally awoke from what felt an endless dream, he was filled with a renewed clarity of mind, one he hadn't known since reincarnating into this new world. Memories of his youth resurfaced as he maneuvered onto his back. For long minutes after unveiling himself from sleep's comforts, he stared at the empty ceiling, recalling a past locked away in the folds of memory. There were times in childhood when random migraines coupled with bouts of anxiety would render him bedridden for days. As it grew more volatile, doctors and specialists were summoned, all at a loss to explain why the once happy-go-lucky boy suffered these spells of depression and intense head pains. It took his mother taking leave from work, aiding him in rebuilding a safe mental space, for Shoba to find stability once more. His father, too, spent more time with him. They both would spend the weekends practicing daily meditation, encouraging him into active sports he showed aptitude for, and immersing himself in music, sciences, and arts. Gradually, Shoba found a feeling of inner peace by engaging with life's myriad of beauties. And gradually, as he grew a little older, he forged methods to overcome the crippling anxiety attacks. From that point, he excelled at whatever captured his focus. Anxiety would always be a dark passenger, but he refused to allow it to strangle him as it once had. Staring at that all-too-familiar ceiling, Suda found it strange to be recalling those early days so vividly. He wasn't sure whether to feel regret or sadness over them, as his days on Earth faded into distant memory. Would a time come when he never thought of it at all? He wondered. He could still hear the screams from that long, terrible night. Closing his eyes, he saw his mother's bloody smile again. "Find and protect your sister." The surge of emotion jolted him upright. He slapped his cheeks lightly to rouse himself fully. "It's time to wake up, Suda." Another slap, stinging his face, driving the final vestiges of the past away. "I need to get stronger, and quickly. Ringo needs me." A cold light flashed across Suda's eyes. Inwardly, he was already adapting to this new world, and perhaps it was too late to return to how things once were. He took a casual look around, strangely unable to recall how he'd gotten back to his room. "Wasn't I with Granny Baba? Wait, what were we doing again?" Suda couldn't remember anything past walking alongside her to the storehouse behind her cottage. Maybe she made me eat something strange again. I best ask her what happened. But first, he'd gotten into the habit of summoning and checking his adventurer's badge each morning. Holding out his right hand, Suda performed the inner focus to call forth the familiar dark emblem. Upon its arrival, all seemed the same at first glance. But then his eyes flashed with wonder, noticing two distinct changes. The first, age, 17.
I'm 17.
I was 16 a few days ago, which can only mean. A knowing smile creased against his face, before a childish chuckle broke free into the morning air. "Happy birthday, Rado Suda," he announced to himself. But secondly, and what he considered the most important, there was a brand new entry within the skill section, one which left him with more questions than answers. Skill set, glitch, first ring. Suda stepped out of his room, immediately greeted by the embrace of the morning sun from above. Its almost blinding brilliance prompted him to raise a hand in defense, squinting against the light that painted the world in hues of gold. He turned his gaze southward, where the familiar figure of Toto was etched against the backdrop of the sprawling fields. The sight of him, plow in hand, weaving between the rows of budding crops with the care of a seasoned farmer, delighted him greatly. Toto's whistles, harmonious and light, melded with the rustle of leaves and the distant calls of morning birds. Every so often, he paused, his attention captured by the dance of butterflies. Their vibrant wings fluttered in the sunlit air, painting streaks of color amidst the green. Watching Toto's playful attempts to catch them, only to resume his work with a joyful spring in his step, brought a warm, unbidden smile to Suda's lips. This very moment, so full of life and simple joy, was a balm to Suda's soul. It was a reminder of the enduring beauty of this new world and the familiar saying that sometimes, even in manic disasters, there still exists small wisps of beauty and gratitude. As Suda watched on, pondering on whether or not he was too grumpy these days, the weight of his responsibilities seemed to lighten, replaced by an appreciation for the day's gentle beginning and the promise it held. Perhaps I should try spending more time with the jovial Toto these days, he thought warmly to himself. He still couldn't shake the feeling of not understanding what that new skill he suddenly acquired meant, but now he was even more certain that something had occurred with Granny Baba yesterday. So his best chance at discovering an answer was by asking her. A gentle bell chimed overhead, capturing Suda's attention. Following the gentle sound upwards, he slightly widened his stare upon seeing the presence of a snow-white owl gliding across the field, its path seemingly directed towards old Baba's cottage. The sight piqued Suda's curiosity. An owl so white was a rarity in these parts, and so he hastened his footsteps in a bid to follow it. As he approached the cottage, the murmurs of an odd conversation reached his ears. Peering through the hazy window, Suda was puzzled to discern Granny Baba's voice mingling with what sounded remarkably like the chirps of a bird. He rapped lightly on the half-open door before stepping inside, only to be met with an astonishing sight inside. A majestic snowy owl, feathers pristine as new-fallen snow with piercing azure eyes, perched defiantly on the table's edge. Granny Baba stood opposite, arms folded in mild annoyance, as if negotiating with a stubborn old friend rather than a bird. The owl pleaded its case with incessant chirps, dramatically flapping one wing toward the open sky. Suda, taken aback by the scene, sensed its agitation and gestures pointing to some urgent matter bothering it. Granny Baba responded with a dismissive harumph once the owl finished. "Don't give me that excuse. I tied that ribbon tightly to your leg with extra care and placed a small charm on the knot to keep it from breaking. You were reckless. Admit your faults." The indignant owl would not be cowed, chirping more insistently. Suda watched this continue for several minutes. Such a strange world, where the owl understands us. Or is Granny the one who talks to animals? He wondered. Clearing his throat announced his arrival. "Ah, little Sue, you've finally awoken. Come, sit down." Granny beckoned him warmly to the empty chair beside hers. As Suda approached, his eyes sparkled with curiosity at the snowy creature up close. It returned his gaze with an almost human-like, incredulous tilt of its head, as if perplexed by him also. Who's the owl?" he asked, lacing his words with amusement at its cute, near-responsive features. Its feathers bristled with seeming indignation before turning back to emphatically chirp and gesture a wing at Suda. Granny chuckled softly. No, he's not my slave, you cheeky madam. Since when did I own slaves, you scoundrel? Be nice, little Sue is family. You'd know that had you not vanished near the Blue Mountains for so long." She gently chided the owl over its long absence, filling Suda in on their unspoken history. He pondered how the snowy bird could have been away for most of his fractured life. The owl seemed to consider her words, then bowed its head slightly in acquiescence. Granny's laughter filled the room. There, you're home now with perfect timing." She stroked its head fondly before turning to Suda. "You two haven't met. Well, no time like the present. Little Sue, this is my familiar, dearest companion, Lady Winter. Lady, say hello to Suda, whom I've raised since he was a boy. Now don't be shy." Suda watched, pleasantly intrigued, as the owl hopped closer with precise, deliberate movements, scrutinizing him with a penetrating gaze. It seemed to deeply observe and judge him for a moment before hopping back, leaving the distinct impression he'd been evaluated and found lacking in some unspoken way. Granny Baba, however, seemed unfazed by Lady Winter's antics. Leaning forward, her eyes alight with pride and something deeper, she began. "Little Sue, today you've achieved what many dream of but few can attain. The ancient tongues of magic are not just words, but gateways to the very essence of the arcane, and your ability to decipher them, coupled with your resilient spirit, speaks volumes of your potential." She paused, her aged gaze brimming with countless thoughts. Suda sensed something different about her today, though he couldn't place it. More importantly, did she just say I can understand the ancient arcane languages? Amid his whirling thoughts, a fleeting scene emerged within his thoughts, of himself standing in a dark, cold crypt surrounded by tall pillars. A thrumming pain pulsed in his temple as he clutched his brow, a wince escaping his lips. Luckily, Granny's wistful stare into her teacup missed it. "In my long life, I've seen many bow to fate's whims, their talents withering in complacency's shadow. But not you. You've chosen to forge your path, to listen to magic's whispers and make them your own. That, my dear, is the mark of true strength. A wide smile creased against Suda's face. He understood this brought him a step closer to the arcane world and fulfilling his vow to that fishbowl-headed guardian. Finding his family remained his main goal, and somehow he actually managed to understand the ancient languages, meaning at the very least he could now read incantations, although casting them might be difficult without a properly formed mana core. Despite his inward elations, Suta still strained himself to recall that evening clearly. He vaguely remembered following Granny into the crypt to test the language potion and seeing those 5 pillars. But after that, everything blurred. How had he returned? And had he truly read those pillars as she assured? Worry gnawed at him over this inherited body's peculiarities. First, the inability to handle mana. Now this? Every day revealed something new about Rado Suta? Or was it he corrupting this form? He sighed deeply. One step closer to his goal, yet the road remained daunting and still plastered with mysteries. Granny secured a small scroll with black velvet ribbon into a tiny finger-sized pouch, which Lady Winter extended her leg to receive. The owl examined it carefully, shifting her weight and hopping about, even executing tiny slides across the table's surface, drawing a groan from Baba at her fine redwood table being scratched. Facing Baba's stern look, Lady offered a salute, acknowledging the pouch's secureness. Great. Little Sue, in the coming days I'll be sending you with Toto to a nearby village. There is someone interesting I'd like you to meet. Granny smiled warmly. Suta's eyes lit up. Leaving the farm to meet someone recommended by Granny? Could it be an arcanist? He was excited in thought, noticeably blooming a childish grin against his face. Fufufu, don't get too excited. Pack for the journey, but lightly, you'll only need a few days' supplies. Oh, and before I forget, happy birthday, little Sue. A small look of surprise appeared on his face. Ah, that's right. It's Suta's birthday. Noting his age changed to 17 on the adventurer's badge, today was indeed his birthday. Today I absolve you of all chores and duties. And most importantly, her gaze seemed to linger on something far away out the window. It seems someone has arrived to greet you. The corners of her mouth tugged upwards slightly. But enjoy the day for now. And remember, don't overpack. Granny kept an eye on the still sliding Lady Winter, ensuring the black pouch remained secure, the owl seeming quite content with her task, whilst Suta could only watch on, feeling a sense of delight at this very unusual but amusing scene. Chapter 40, the 17th, Suta POV. Suta wasn't quite sure how to spend his suddenly vacant day. Since transmigrating, his days followed a rigid routine. Now, absolved of all duties by Granny Baba, a cloud of emptiness hovered around him. He strolled along the familiar golden dirt path he'd trodden countless times before. Lifting his gaze to the azure sky above, a sense of melancholy drifted through his thoughts. Suta's birthday, eh? This feels strange. Very strange. The feeling had niggled at him since leaving Granny's abode. Unsurprisingly, he'd completely lost his sense of time, unsure of the date or month right now. Did this world even follow the traditional lunar calendar? He wondered. There was no way for him to know anymore. And with time, Suta had utterly forgotten, until reminded today, marked his 17th birthday. I wonder if my real-world birthday has passed? Will I even have another? Not just me, but Dad, Mom, Ringo? Will things ever go back to how they were? Perhaps his first true respite in a long while allowed these darkened thoughts to resurface again. Suta had a lot to think about. Despite his promise to try his best to avoid falling into this cycle of overthinking, it was hard to fully detach himself away from the pain of remembering. Deep down, he was still filled with anguish, anger, and helplessness, and despite the warm faces around him, Suta still caressed a real sense of loneliness inside his heart. The mysteries surrounding the calamity that had befallen his world were a constant bane to his solace. As protected as this place feels, I can't allow complacency. Trouble awaits beyond this farm, and I must be ready. To Suta, there was no telling when disaster might strike again. It wasn't a question of if, but simply when it would arrive. Once he peeled his gaze from the ground, Suda realized his aimless wandering had led him to the towering oak atop a rolling hill. A swathe of grassland gathered below, casting pockets of cool shade. This was the very tree he'd sat beneath when first regaining his memories, a lifetime ago, it seemed. A boyish smile creased his lips at the recollection. A rare breeze swept over him, imbuing the return to this oak with a sense of coming full circle. He stood beneath the ancient boughs. This tree must have stood witness for lifetimes, he mused aloud, placing his palm against the rough bark. I wonder what strange and wonderful things you've seen. Humph. What good is talking to trees, silly Suda? It's not like they'll hear you. Suda, visibly startled at the disembodied voice, recoiling from the trunk in horror. Did that tree just? Then a peal of familiar childlike laughter danced along the peaceful air. Soon after, a figure rounded the oak, reminiscent of their first meeting at this very spot.
De Moria.
He eyed her, surprise tinging his voice. Shouldn't she be en route to one of the arcane colleges? What are you dash? Before he could finish, the spry girl closed the distance and leapt into his arms, giggling impishly. Hee. I'm back, Suda. Did you miss me? Oh, and dash, she pulled back, their faces so close he caught the sweet fragrance of her hair. Suda felt his heartbeat pacing. His eyes widened as he stared into the brightly amber eyes gazing into his own. Cheeks flushing rosy, she gazed into his eyes with a wide, childish grin. Happy birthday, Suda. The day passed gently as a reminiscing Demoria regaled Suda with tales from her journey since leaving the farm. Much to Suda's surprise, he strangely felt all his woes had drifted away during the time he spent beside her. There was never a dull moment beside Demoria, of course, but most importantly, she was someone who made him feel somewhat normal. She reminded him of many things he had left behind in his own world. She was a friend, bashful sibling, mentor, and motivator all in one. A wistful smile tugged at the corners of his lips. It's been too quiet without this boastful kid around. Not that I'd admit it. He laced his fingers behind his head, half listening as she recounted her daring escape. And then the carriage broke down, and it took one of those old geezers ages to remember which incantations could mend the wheels. Once he did, the foolish fellow had spent all his mana applying wards and cooling arrays to the carriage. Aha. I knew those carriages weren't normal, but cooling arrays? Haven't read about that in Granny's notes. Ugh, it was such a drag, Suda. Anyway, Mr. Vislov got annoyed about trekking the muddy path to the nearest village and risking monster encounters. He's so weird about dirtying his clothes, Kiki. Suda watched her whimsically muse, plucking dandelion fuzz to scatter the seeds. That sounds interesting. But Demoria, you haven't told me what you're doing back here. Her shifty gaze suggested she was lining up an excuse. Well, listen. It's your birthday, okay? Let's not talk about sad things. Just enjoy this time before someone spoils it. Sigh. I nearly missed the chance, so thanks, Sonny. Suda caught the name, puzzled. Sonny? Come to think of it. A cold gust stirred behind him, pricking his senses with looming danger. Twisting, he found a large brown-furred creature elegantly stalking toward them, huge leonine paws crunching the soft earth. He had to blink, scarcely recognizing the beast. Well, I'll be damned. It's grown. Now easily the size of a massive hound, though once no bigger than a pup. Its elongated neck proudly craned, with an impassive gaze locked on Suda, who felt an icy trickle at his nape beneath that cool stare. Sheesh, what did I do to offend it? Pleading silently at Demoria took longer than he'd liked before comprehension struck. Oh, Sonny's harmless. Unless you've wronged her before, of course, then she might bite your hand off. But otherwise, she's absolutely golden, Suda, and big enough for me to ride now. He nodded slowly, refusing to break eye contact. Did I ever wrong her? Probably not, heh. An epiphany struck. Wait, does that mean Sonny's been shadowing you since you left? He voiced concerningly. Yup, it was Granny Baba's idea. She said it would be a good way for Sonny to experience more of the world now that she's grown. Mr. Vislov was okay with it, as long as Sunny didn't cause trouble. Demoria trailed off impishly. Well, now that I'm here, Kakik, he might be a little annoyed once we go back. Suta could only shake his head at that, recalling the stiff-necked escort's demeanor. At least she planned on returning. The worst-case scenario would be Demoria abandoning her party outright to fly home out of boredom. But it seemed she'd simply taken advantage of a respite in their journey. What Suta suspected had happened was Demoria jumped aboard Sunny and winged back home, leaving a vague note about her return. Granny Baba likely knew the mischievous girl had reappeared too. She always seemed to know everything transpiring on this farm. Suta had learned the deceptively unassuming old woman's true perceptiveness lay in her ability to mask any trace of her knowing. It's a good thing she seems fond of me, else who knows what might happen, he mused with a complicated look. Thinking of Granny's hidden depths, his mind drifted to the lone entry finally obtained in his skills section.
GLITCH.
He mouthed the strange word, wondering its potential use, or most important of all how he'd acquired it in the first place. Recalling the prior carriage conversation about skill acquisition methods, the rough-talking brute had mentioned divine gifts, unconsciously practicing abilities, or learning from skill tomes. None seemed to apply here. A divine gift? Nope. Unconsciously practicing it over and over again to obtain true mastery? I can't imagine that. And finally, did I learn it from a skills book? I doubt that one too, but it would be the option I'd lean toward if I had to choose. Arg, this is too confusing right now. Amid his wandering thoughts, Suta eventually caught Demoria's increasingly irate voice chiding him for ignoring her incessant calls. Hey Suta, stop daydreaming and pay me attention, humph. You never know how to treat a lady these days. Stupid Suta. Refocusing on her aggrieved pout, a soft chuckle escaped through his lips. Don't I? Well, I'll need someone to teach me how to properly treat a lady one of these days then. Demoria's face lit up. Yes, that's what I'm here for anyway, Suta. Okay, let's just enjoy the day now. It's your birthday. What better way than with your best friend? Hee hee hee. Conceding to her whims, Suta decided to simply bask in the simple peace afforded by this rare, chore-free day. What else could he do but savor these fleeting moments of tranquility? Thus far, his farm life had been gently idyllic, punctuated by internal moments of grief and instability. But overall, he felt increasingly at ease, discovering a small, sheltered haven to call home one day. As the pair sat atop the hill overlooking the picturesque farmlands and Granny's abode, they enjoyed the beautiful scenery and solace of each other's company. The exceptional weather coupled with familiar revelry until the dimming skies brought a slight chill. Yet there on top of the hill they remained, blissfully savoring the world. End of Act 1. Starfall and Mysteries of the Worlds.